the science, and from the evidence of our own eyes. The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Good morning, everyone. So we are jumping onto Thursday, the 11th of November, here at Glasgow COP26. It's a pleasure to open the day today on behalf of our project executive, Masamba Georgie. I'm Carlos Ruiz Garbia. I'm the project manager of the Global Innovation Hub, and it's a pleasure to introduce the agenda for today. Maybe before going through the agenda, I'd like to reflect very briefly on yesterday's program. We have very interesting discussions around innovating ambitious climate solutions that meet the human core needs. Particularly yesterday, we went through a number of sessions on the core needs to access to energy, access to finance. We also in the afternoon had very interesting discussions about shelter, how to use biomaterials and innovative solutions to satisfy the shelter needs. And in the afternoon, we also have clothing and leisure, so that will continue during the day. And today we have the privilege to open the avenue of innovative solutions. So we have with us today a number of interesting cases that will be displaying innovation in measuring biodiversity as nature carbon storage to inform future initiatives. As part of this initiative, we welcome all nature-based solutions. This is very well connected to the spirit of the hub. We are establishing the network of experts, so very happy to have you all here today. And I would like them to pass the floor to Professor Thomas Meagher from University of St. Andrews. He will introduce the session and introduce the speakers. Thank you very, very much for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos. And welcome everyone to our session. We're going to be talking, as Carlos said, measuring biodiversity as nature's carbon storage to inform future initiatives. And I also want to extend a thank you to Justin Moat and colleagues at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew for organizing this session and giving us this opportunity to be here today. Now, technological implementation and innovation has a lot of potential for providing the evidence and the data that we need to inform future initiatives, particularly with regard to things like carbon turnover in natural systems and carbon sequestration. Some technological innovation entails repurposing existing technology. Some entails basically addressing matters of scale and integration across different scales of observation. And some entails developing novel technology to meet future needs. And we're going to see examples of all three of those in the session today. Many of the contributors in this session have been working together in various ways over the last several years to explore technological innovation in biodiversity measurement. And this includes, for example, 2018 British Council Newton Fund workshop that I co-organized with João Neto at the Brazilian Space Institute. And we were exploring remote sensing as means of measuring biodiversity. It includes a Science and Technology Facilities Council Global Challenges Research Fund project that several of us are involved in, implementing novel technology. And we've actually been working in several different Brazilian ecosystems in Amazonia and also the dry forests of the Caatinga in northeast Brazil. And in March 2021, we ran, again, under the aegis of the Science and Technology Facilities Council, I co-organized a workshop with colleagues at CNPq Synbios in Brazil on technological innovation in biodiversity and introduction of that into policy. So this brings us to the session today. And so what I'd like to do now, we're going to be illustrating the potential of novel technology across multiple scales of integration from space to near Earth to underground, all the way down. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Justin Moat from the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, who will introduce the first session. And you'll see me again when we get to the panel presentations. So over to Justin.
Thank you, Tom. Just to introduce myself, I am Dr. Justin Moat from Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. Those of you that may know Kew will see this fantastic greenhouse, but we may not know that there are over 350 scientists working at Kew, understanding the plants and the plants' conservation, understanding how plants can make better planet that we live on. I spent most of my life reporting on stories of deforestation, destruction, etc., which has been quite depressing. But over the last few days, we've had some quite exciting things coming out of COP26. Looking at the newspapers here, we have all aims, very high aims, huge amounts of trees being promised to plant, huge amounts of carbon to be absorbed into our nature. But how are we going to do that? How are we going to measure that? How are we going to understand it? It's incredibly important that we can monitor this. And we're going to be going through this session using some of the latest technologies to show how we can do that and what we might need for the future. If we take these two ecosystems here, we have on our left Brazil with deforestation, but it may be relatively simple. You may say, well, let's just plant trees there. They've destroyed it, let's put it back. But in actual fact, it may be better to leave nature to do its own interventions. There may be a really good seed bank there, so maybe we don't need to do anything here. And then a really complex ecosystem like here in Madagascar, which is a grasslands, but we have humans interacting with this environment, large amounts of plantations. What do we do in this environment? Should we be planting trees? Should we be looking after it? Should we actually be taking some of the trees out to make a better environment? All of these things we need to understand a lot better. But before we get into the technology, I want to sort of look in a little bit more detail about where all of this carbon is in the environment. I think it's very important. If you look on the left-hand side, this is a relatively typical tropical forest, and you can see most of, or a lot of the carbon is above ground. In the middle, a typical UK forest, a broadleaf forest. Again, we have a mixture, but a huge amount in the soils. And then on the right here, we have a grassland, where all of the carbon essentially is below ground. I think the take-home message from this is, it's complicated. Carbon is actually all the way through multiple parts of this environment. But it's also very exciting for us scientists to try and work out how we pick this all up. But also, I think an awful lot of this is hidden in the roots and the soils. And this is where the new technology is needed. Next slide. So what we're going to do here is just take one example of one tree. This is from the Tayness Reserve in Scotland, roughly 50 miles that way. We gathered this 2 weeks ago just to sort of show the data we can gather very, very quickly. But also we're going to show one tree through this whole system. Next slide. So here we're looking at Google and Google Earth Engine, one of the most fantastic sort of things that's coming out of all the technologies. We're drilling through terabytes and terabytes of data here, from global satellites looking at weather, streaming down information every minute to us, to high resolution satellites throwing data to us every couple of days, but giving us information continually about the ground. But as we zoom in again into Tayness here, we get into resolutions of which we start to struggle from satellite imagery. So here we can actually see two problems. One, as we get into there, the trees, we can't identify the trees easily. And two, this is actually a really bad season. The trees have lost all their leaves at this point, so we can't get an awful lot of information about them. Next slide. This is when we move to sort of the new and latest technologies, using relatively cheap drones that are off the shelf. In this case, just a camera drone, but we're strapping a lot of latest technology equipment on that from space, from GoPro cameras, etc. Gathering all of that information allows us to get really high resolution information about the ground and what's going on that ground. Next. So here's our tree. We've got a really high resolution image now of this tree, gathered from one of the GoPro cameras. Next. And here what we're actually doing is we've strapped on a hyperspectral camera that's running through multiple wavelengths of light. So at the very beginning, we got a lot of noise. Unfortunately, Scotland's weather did not play well, and the light was not good enough for the blue spectrum. But as you can see, as we move through the spectrums into the near-infrared, we can see the vegetation flush and brighten up. This near-infrared spectrum is incredibly useful for us to understand the health of vegetation, but also to start differentiating species. Next. And then as we move onto the ground, we can start using some of the latest technologies, in this case, LiDAR. This is laser scanning, which you might get in your automated cars or use quite a bit in 3D filming, etc. And here we have a scan of that patch of forest, 20 million points in 3 dimensions, and our tree's been highlighted here. And what we can do with that tree is run it through relatively simple algorithms and do what the equivalent of a tree surgeon would do, but we can do it virtually without destroying the tree, without touching the tree, without even seeing the tree. So on the left, we have our point cloud, a huge amount of information. We have the leaves here in the red, and then we've got what we call a pipe model. Essentially, we've chopped the tree up into large amounts of logs, so we can actually weigh it virtually and get very high accuracies of how much carbon's in that tree. And within this tree, we have about 1.2 tons of carbon, and it's a 60-year-old tree. It's absorbing a huge amount. And then we can bring it into context of its whole environment, with all of the other trees and environments around it. But think about what we might have for the future if we run this through time, and if you run this through space across multiple areas. On our top left, imagine if we could start getting the DNA information about this tree and all of its relatives, understanding better some of the problems it may have from can it be climate resilient. Also look at historic specimens to understand better what's happened to this tree in the past and the environment in the past. We can start looking underground using radar, looking at the soils and looking at the tree roots. We can use e-noses to sniff pheromones to understand what might be happening with this tree. Is it being attacked by pests and diseases? Do we have problems in it? Is it in flower, even? We can look inside the tree using tomography. This is very similar to a scan you might get in the hospital for pregnancy. We can do exactly the same thing for a tree. We can see where inside that tree it has holes and rots and changes in it. And then finally, to some degree, the big unknown, the soils. We can start looking at those soils in much more detail. So we have one tree. And in this case, when we process all this data 1 terabyte, but the future is realistically we're going to be moving to 1 petabyte. Huge amounts of information. And one of the big questions we've got is how do we deal with that information? Thank you very much for your time. I'll pass over to Tom now.
Okay, we have coming up now a series of flash talks. And as I mentioned, we'll be coming from space, gradually moving down to underground, and it's a prepared video, so ready to roll. So starting in space. Do I just stand here at this point?
No, wait for the button to be pressed.
It's an absolute honor to speak at this event. My name is Antje Ahrens and I'm the Head of Genetics and Conservation at the Royal Botanic Garden, Edinburgh. This talk is a collaboration with Dr. Casey Ryan from the University of Edinburgh. We would like to give a few practical examples of the use of satellite technology for monitoring biodiversity and carbon in tree-dominated landscapes. The spatial and temporal resolution of satellite data that are now often freely available is absolutely transformative. It is now, for example, getting much easier to distinguish natural forests from monoculture plantations. This is an example of work that maps the area of forest that is converted every year to rubber plantations. Even though rubber is often classed as forest, the distinction is important as the conversion leads to net carbon emissions and biodiversity loss. And while it is getting easier to monitor deforestation, it is still harder to quantify subtle changes in forest condition, caused, for example, by selective logging. And yet these gradual changes may account for a significant share of carbon emissions and biodiversity loss. There are two main types of imagery used in remote sensing. Optical sensors simply capture reflected solar light. Radar sensors, on the other hand, actively transmit a known wavelength which interacts with the surface and produces a backscatter that is then recorded by the sensor. Radar has some attractive properties. For example, it can be used to detect below canopy changes and it is not impacted by cloud cover or daylight. The different radar wavelengths can be used to measure different aspects and types of vegetation. L-band radar, for example, has proved suitable for measuring biomass change in dry forest, woodlands and savanna. And the European Space Agency plans a mission which will generate longer wavelength P-band radar, which will be suitable for measuring change in moist tropical forests. The promise of radar data came out in a study we undertook last year, whereby we compared ground data for over 600 hectares of forest in Tanzania to a radar-based map of biomass loss. We found that even low levels of logging were detected by radar. In contrast, a widely used data product based on optical data only detected degradation once more than a quarter of trees were cut. Thus, radar can be a useful complement to these other data sources. Another exciting area of development is the integration of remote sensing with biodiversity data, which are increasingly available through the digitization of collections and vegetation plot networks. It is, of course, still incredibly difficult to use remote sensing to identify species from space. But there are now some exciting examples of getting closer to mapping vegetation beyond simple structural classes. This is an example of work at the regional scale which maps major floristic groups in southern and eastern African savannas, using a combination of field data, remote sensing, and machine learning. And here's a case study which showed that it is possible to use different types of satellite data to map assemblages of trees at the site scale in agroforestry systems. As you can see from the picture, the vegetation in these landscapes tends to be complex, but it was possible to map the gradual floristic turnover from natural forests in green to tree crops and eucalyptus in red and yellow. Combined, these developments put us into a position where we are getting closer to not just mapping forest and carbon, but also aspects of biodiversity from space. And this will be critically important for tackling the twin challenges of the biodiversity crisis and the climate emergency, and addressing that real issue that there is a need to think beyond just carbon implantations and instead to create biodiverse and resilient landscapes that provide the full suite of ecosystem services. Thank you.
Hi COP26, my name is Zeren Yang, a PhD student in biology at the University of St Andrews and Royal Botanic Garden, Kew. My research topic is on spatial and temporal analysis of vegetation on desertification hotspots in the state of Ceará, Brazil. For anyone who does not know where I'm talking about, here is a map to help you locate. It is situated in the northeastern Brazil, fully located inside the Caatinga biome. Caatinga is the largest of blocks of seasonally dry tropical forests. My current research focuses on Irasuba, one of the 3 regions susceptible for desertification, by both climatic and anthropogenic factors. We started from Earth's observation where we selected the time series of each pixel in our area of interest. Satellite sensors like MODIS, Landsat, and Sentinel are usually the first options. The data were pre-processed on Google Earth Engine to reduce the impacts of cloud and ready to be analyzed in R. We used an open source package called BFAST designed to detect forest disturbance. Here we used NDVI for time series analysis. NDVI is widely considered to be a good metric for identifying the presence of vegetation cover. BFAST decomposes the NDVI time series into three components: trend, seasonal, and noise. The change locations on the time series, which are called the breakpoints, are detected by the algorithm. We could use the information of the breakpoint to tell when the change of the vegetation happens, the magnitude of the change, how many changes have happened throughout our research time span. What's more, the breakpoints in seasonal component mean physiological changes which indicate changes in vegetation type. This is important as we need precise information from the previous land use and land cover change events for decision making of future planning.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will talk about unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones. They're used in the Peruvian Amazon and how simple technology can provide the basis to inform future initiatives. In this case, this information can help us to keep our Amazon forest standing. That's me in a flooded forest, flying a small drone. I work at the Research Institute of the Peruvian Amazon, and I'm in the last year of my doctoral research at Botanic University. For this, I am combining field data with drone and satellite images to generate vegetation maps in the Peruvian Amazon. Information that can provide options to avoid deforestation and keep the forest standing, while providing income for the local communities, managing the forest in a sustainable way. If we want to keep the forest standing, we need to know what's in there. But the Peruvian Amazon is 3 times larger than the UK, so it is not possible for the communities to do this by walking. Drones allow us to cover relatively large areas, providing images with a lot of detail, as the one that you can see here, so we can assess the forest resources. And since we don't fly too high, we don't have clouds in our pictures. Also, because we use simple drones with a regular camera, as the ones that we have in our phones, they are quite cheap. And it's easy to carry them in a backpack, making possible to get images like this one if it's not raining. By using a simple camera as the one in our phones, we can already achieve so many things. What we do is, we take many pictures that we put later together, and we can get 2 main things: a mosaic, that is just a big picture with a lot of detail and accurate enough to take measurements from it. So we can see, for instance, how wide are the treetops. And we can also get height information, so we can see where are the tallest trees, for example. This is a cheap way to estimate how much carbon single trees can accumulate. We can also map different species. In my case, we have used artificial intelligence to train a computer to detect automatically 3 economically important palm species. So we can have the location, where are they, which species, and how many of them are there. To make this easier for everyone, we have developed a user interface in the open software QGIS. Some governmental agencies in Peru are testing it right now. I would like to finish highlighting that the use of drones in the Amazon allows us to provide the baseline for sustainable development, and they have a huge potential for the future. For 2050, I guess that they will be cheaper, able to survey larger areas, and easier to handle equipment. That will facilitate data integration and assessing the whole forest profile, for instance. We would also like to go for methods that are easily applied. I would like to see decent internet access connection in local communities so they can actually collect and preserve their own data in the cloud. There are many processes that we can automate and make our lives easier, focusing on important matters. And finally, we are one planet. We need to work together. And the technology can facilitate collaborations, help us to communicate, So it is important to listen to local communities. They have the power to protect our forests. Thank you for listening, and a special thanks to our team, the local communities, and the other project partners that make this work possible.
Hello, I'm Laura Martinez-Sud, and I'm a mycologist at Kew Gardens. And together with my colleagues here in this slide, we are studying the role of fungi in carbon sequestration in soil. We now know that soils store more carbon than the vegetation and the atmosphere together. However, they still remain a big black box, and the mechanisms underlying carbon sequestration in soil still remain poorly understood. We know that a large amount of that carbon is fungal, but fungi, the main recyclers of ecosystems, have been overlooked, mostly due to their below-ground cryptic life cycles.
There's much more at Wakehurst than meets the eye. It's a living laboratory, and scientists here are working on revealing its secrets as they study the storage of carbon below in the soil. So they're taking samples of it to analyse in the laboratory. The target, to the untrained eye, are little clumps of roots. But look closer, and there's fungus growing on them, and that's what's exciting the researchers.
So this is the root, the brown part that you can see. We call it naked root because it's not covered. These particular fungi cover the very fine roots like little globes, and they spread into the soil.
It's the fungus, called mycorrhiza, that's storing the carbon absorbed by the trees as they go about their photosynthesis.
So the trees uptake carbon from the atmosphere, and they transform it together with the light in sugars that they transfer to the roots. And cell to cell, they go to these fungi that build up their bodies and spread into the soil using that carbon. And that carbon gets retained into the soil thanks to these fungi. We could therefore make the analogy between the above ground parts of a tree and a drill. They are both a power source, but both useless without the right and diverse set of attachments or toolkit to explore the environment, and in the case of the trees, the right and diverse set of symbiotic fungi in their roots. In fact, we have seen that trees that harbor a diverse set of symbiotic fungi in their roots, they are healthy and they store more carbon in soil, while trees like the one on the right in gray that harbor a limited set of symbiotic fungi in their roots, they show nutritional imbalances leading to a tipping point in forests with potential impact in carbon sequestration in soil. In the last decade, some studies published in top scientific journals have highlighted the need to include mycorrhizal fungi in models to understand the global carbon terrestrial cycle. However, these studies are not based in direct observation of below-ground diversity data. In our research, we have developed standardized sampling and DNA molecular methods that can be applied at large scales, and we have generated baseline below-ground diversity data that we aim to transfer from forests to other ecosystems. What we would like to see in future, and we are working on, is an integrated baseline budget of above and below ground carbon and also fungal diversity across major habitats. Also, optimizing standardized methods that can be shared and scale up, and reference guidelines to prioritize where and how carbon can be maximized. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor Peter Kill from Cardiff University, and I'd like to introduce you to the hidden subterranean world that converts carbon fixed by plants into our soils. Globally, the first 1 metre of soil contains over 1,500 gigatons of organic carbon. That's well over 3 times the amount of carbon that is currently found in our atmosphere. The soil organic pool is generated through the action of a myriad of biological processes on plant material. These processes stabilise the carbon fixed from the atmosphere incorporated into our soils, thereby acting as a major carbon sink. Let us consider the Amazon. It's been called the lungs of the world, since it absorbs carbon dioxide incorporated into the leaves, branches, roots of this great forest. However, the key resource is being assailed from all sides, cleared from its timber and used for intensive agriculture, whilst pollution from mining and the impact of wildfires further erodes this essential global resource. In fact, the loss of the rainforest is so significant that it can be observed from space, being clearly visible in satellite images. We know how valuable our rainforest resources are, but I would like you to focus below the canopy to the soils that support this mighty forest. This is the home of an array of creatures, an invisible workforce like earthworms, termites, and ants, but some are microscopic like fungal mycelium and bacteria that turn foliage, roots, and timbers to the soils of tomorrow. These subterranean ecosystems are essential to maintain our soils and to stabilize carbon fixed by plants. However, if the canopy is removed, it becomes drastically altered. They lose their structure, a process that can lead to fertile land becoming desert. Global estimates place 6 to 12 million square kilometers of soil ecosystem under the threat of desertification. That's equivalent to the whole Amazon basin turning into a desert. The loss of these soils would not only diminish our ability to fix carbon, but also lead to the release of stabilized carbon from the soils into the atmosphere, further destabilizing this delicate planetary balance. It is essential that we monitor these complex ecosystems, measuring the rate of change and therefore enabling us to plan mitigation actions to reduce or halt desertification. Genomics provides new tools that allow us to probe the complex interactions between the canopy and the supporting soil. Global efforts such as the Earth Biogenome Initiative and UK's Darwin Tree of Life project are striving to apply large sequencing infrastructures to characterize the hidden diversity beneath our feet. Innovative technologies have allowed miniaturization, taking the domain of large complex laboratories and fitting them into a backpack, heralding the age of mobile genomics. Environmental DNA both allows us to catalogue the diversity of organisms that contribute to carbon stabilization within our soil, in addition to allowing us to characterize the key functional processes that transform the plant matter into stabilized soil carbon. Although the Amazon provides a vital resource, a focus on any single biome detracts from the need to study and maintain soil ecosystems from across the planet, preserving these essential components of our carbon cycle. These are global challenges requiring action, and we all recognize that action starts at home. My own institution supports joint research efforts from across the globe, from its field centre in Borneo to the Phoenix Project in Namibia, being just two examples amongst an array of partnerships and joint research initiatives supported by Cardiff University. And cross-disciplinary teams of UK scientists are supported by UKRI to work with global research networks to seek answers to intractable challenges, because international challenges require international effort and international solutions. Thank you.
It's very easy as a chair to keep people to time when their presentations are pre-recorded. We're now going to move into the live session of this panel. And before we do, I just want to mention, due to time constraints with the venue, discussion will take place in the queue area over there afterwards. And so we're going to go through now a series of summary of thoughts from the panel. And we'll begin with Hugh Mortimer from RAL Space and the Science and Technology Facilities Council.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Dr. Hugh Mortimer, and I primarily count myself as a research scientist working at the Rutherford Appleton Laboratories in RAL Space. I'm surrounded by biologists, botanists, and so I stand up here and confess that I am actually a physicist. And I say that for two reasons. Firstly, because the projects that I've been involved in, I think are I've been incredibly lucky to take the technologies that we use for Earth observation and utilize them on international projects with partners such as Royal Botanic Gardens Kew and St Andrews. But I also say this because I think it's really important to show that the interdisciplinary working is so important when it comes to sciences, especially when it comes to tackling the biggest challenge that we will face in the climate crisis. It's a holistic problem, as Pete Kill spoke about just then. I spoke about I'm a research scientist, but I also lead 2 international research programs on behalf of the UK research funding community, STFC, and I do that where we are using Earth observation data and technologies to help tackle the climate and agricultural crisis. I think this is really important because this is the perspective that I want to be discussing right now. Personally, I don't like to think about biodiversity and the planet's ecosystem purely in its carbon storage potential. It's clearly a lot more important than just that. However, from a physicist's point of view, I do think that the ability to monitor and measure carbon below the canopy within the soils, where it's really difficult to observe, is effectively the dark matter challenge of the environmental world. And I think this challenge of developing new technologies to help observe and capture and understand the carbon potential of the living system that we live in is super important. We've just heard from those flash talks about the incredible diversity of data and that is available to us when measuring and monitoring this dynamic environment that we live in. And from me, I think there are 3 things that really link all of those talks together. Firstly, it's in the data, how each one of those projects use data to turn, in innovative ways, to turn data into knowledge, and then go further than that to turn that knowledge into actionable insights. The second challenge, the second thing that links them all together, is how how they spanned the spatial scales. So in looking at how the scales have been taken by different projects, either from space, taking global observations to understand local challenges, or looking at the microscopic, at genomic level, to understand the bigger macroscopic level. And the third is in how they've performed connections, connecting sparse remote data sets to make real information actionable insights, or to connect diverse communities of people, whether that's researchers working in physics to biologists. And for me, those 3 challenges are incredibly important in developing projects that are successful. You need to have all 3 of those elements to be able to create solutions to these problems that we're all facing. Looking to the future, though, there are all sorts of missions being planned that are developing new data sets, either improving spatial, spectral, or temporal resolution, improving accuracies of the data sets that we have available to us. But it's not just about having access to the new technologies and new data, it's also about how we use that data and how we process it to learn about the world around us. And those new missions and new sciences being funded by the research councils, being funded by these international partnerships and collaborations are super important to be able to become more aware of the world around us, as demonstrated by all of those flash talks. Earth observation is only really one small part of the challenge, of part of the global effort needed to help tackle climate change crisis. However, it's one that's is so important to use because it can baseline our understanding of where we are at the moment. But through things like complex modeling and data assimilation, we can forecast into the future and therefore understand how we can mitigate and adapt more effectively as an international community. We also need to work in a holistic manner, working across the interdisciplinary gap, bringing together communities, whether it's just research communities or taking data from abstract sources and utilizing it to improve the lives of local indigenous populations. But it's my hope that through these global science programs, by bringing new technologies together and being able to collaborate effectively across the disciplinary gap, we can actually bring to bear new research and technologies to help address the climate crisis.
Thank you, Hugh. Our next panelist, Dr. Laura Marr from Technology Development Group.
Well, it's great to be here, and Hugh, you led very nicely into my comments. I'm going to make a few key points from a career spent in leading, facilitating, and evaluating innovative initiatives that are, so I've written about those, I've published books, book chapters, articles on interdisciplinarity and on the generation of impacts in the outside world, beyond the world of research. And I've also been participating increasingly in international programs, and I've been evaluating those as well. So first, my 4 key points, and then a couple of thoughts on the future. One is that solving the complex problems related to biodiversity and carbon sequestration absolutely demand collaboration and integration. And we've seen this throughout the talks and our early panelists as well. That means that collaboration across disciplines and types of expertise is going to be vital to achieve that deep understanding from across these scales of investigation, from space down to, through to underground. And that means that effective interdisciplinarity is actually, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. And as Anchi described, for example, it's by combining different sorts of data that we're seeing through to new understanding, not even just mapping biomass, but really understanding what's going on with biodiversity. My third point is that increasingly, as evidenced by COP26 itself, global and local challenges are overlapping increasingly. That means that international research collaborations, which have always been important, are really vital. And Pete Kill emphasized that how crucial it is to have global research networks and collaborations. Now, fourth point, in order to be useful to all kinds of decision makers, including but not limited to policymakers, research findings need to be presented clearly, honestly, and in an integrated form. For instance, Jimena mentioned that already environmental agencies in Peru are testing a user interface between data and interpretation. So achieving utility for decision makers requires interdisciplinarity, multi-sector collaboration, and international collaboration, from problem framing through to measurement, through to analysis, through to interpretation. And that Justin gave us a nice example of accessible, cogent interpretation by giving us the tale of one tree. Stakeholders need to draw upon integrated understanding, not a bit of knowledge from here and a bit of knowledge from there and a bit of knowledge from over there. But if they're going to make solid decisions to guide a range of practices and policies related to biodiversity and climate change, they need that integration. So what can be done now? We need increased capacity for genuinely effective interdisciplinary research guided by real needs articulated by stakeholders. This is going to entail not only funding, but also understanding of how interdisciplinary research works. Interdisciplinarity is not a black box that nobody can understand. It's actually a process. We can learn about it. We can keep improving on it. We learn, for instance, from evaluations of effective interdisciplinary research programs, so I can attest to that. If we have that kind of understanding, that can inform the way people write research proposals, the way they're selected, and the way research is conducted, so that we can really address the complex challenges we're talking about. And that means natural sciences, technology, social sciences, and humanities as well. So what's on the horizon? An experience base has been building in international collaborations. We've seen nice examples already, and these need to continue, and they need to grow. And furthermore, individuals and organizations need to take on knowledge intermediary roles. That means they can go back and forth and translate the kinds of knowledge, the kinds of questions, kinds of goals and problems that different kinds of stakeholders and different kinds of researchers have, and keep that dialogue going. So in our recent workshop with Brazil and the SMPQ, we had researchers and stakeholders come together to say, we need policy making, information, we need data management, we need it all to come together with effective evidence flow. So by 2050, I'll just start by saying everybody should be living in a paradigm in which robust interdisciplinary research and sharing across different types of knowledge is the norm. Knowledge from different stakeholders all across the world, that just becomes the normal paradigm. And it includes stakeholders, as Jimena said, it's important to empower local communities, for example, because they have the power to protect our forests. So I want to be clear, we should be doing all this right now, and people are beginning to do this right now, but it should become the prevailing paradigm. That's how research and making a difference in the world through research should work. Policymakers need to draw upon not only integrated databases, but also integrated understanding, drawing upon effective collaborations if they're going to develop policies that will work locally and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now turn to the other side. Rachel Purdon, Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Purdon. I'm the Head of Sustainability at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. I'm neither a biologist nor a physicist. I'm an environmental sustainability practitioner. I've worked for organisations writing and delivering net zero strategies and sustainability strategies. The Royal Botanic Gardens has committed to become net zero or go one better and become climate positive by 2030. We've set a science-based emissions reduction target and will reduce emissions as rapidly as possible. But as we know, and as many other organisations know, it's not going to be possible to avoid all emissions on the timescales that we're looking at. So by 2030, we will also need to invest in high-quality, nature-based carbon offsets. And that's why it's so exciting for me to hear about and see the innovations that are taking place to allow us to understand the detail and develop the evidence base that will underlie those nature-based carbon offsets. There's been a huge wave of net zero pledges from governments, from organisations all around the world. And that momentum and that wave of pledges is absolutely necessary and valuable. But that's come a little bit faster than some of the transparency, some of the data, and some of the standards and certifications that allow us all to feel confident in those pledges. And particularly, there's some justified scepticism around how some of the pledges will be delivered, particularly with regard to the reliance on carbon offsets. It's really essential and exciting to see the affordable ways of developing data and evidence that will underlie these nature-based solutions from the grand scale through to the small scale, and most particularly with regard to the black box, the world's largest carbon store that is soils. So we will all need to have evidence and data to underpin the confidence that we need that nature-based offsets are real and trustworthy. That means we need evidence that trees that are being planted are surviving, are thriving, and are contributing to increased canopy cover. That means we need evidence that the interventions that are taking place are truly preventing land use change. We need evidence that the rates of leakage are matching the expectations of the models and the standards and certifications that are being developed. And we need evidence regarding the timescales for carbon drawdown, the timescales for growth. And this science and this evidence base is urgent because the pledges are urgent and the pace of change is urgent. And these not just in terms of measuring the carbon impacts, which is obviously the direct driver for many of the nature-based solutions interventions, but also wider impacts in hydrology, wider impacts on biodiversity, wider impacts on soil health, wider impacts on communities, on livelihoods, and on the broad scale of sometimes intended co-benefits and sometimes unintended consequences of these nature-based interventions. So we all know that nature is being undervalued at the moment, and that's one of the reasons that we see the huge rate of loss and degradation, and that we need to drive these new interventions to restore, protect, and manage nature sustainably. As Sapatha Dasgupta identified in the recent Dasgupta review, one of the reasons that nature is really hard to appropriately value is that it's silent and it's often invisible. And that's what these innovations and these technologies are giving us, is the ability to see the value of nature even from a distance. So developing the evidence on small and large scales to allow us to invest and appropriately value those natural assets that we're not currently able to value and protect sufficiently to enable us to reach this net zero pathway that we all need to be on. So that's my kind of concluding point, is that for me as an environmental sustainability practitioner trying to drive towards net zero pathways, on the one hand reducing emissions as rapidly as possible, and on the other trying to drive investment and interventions to protect and restore nature-based sustainable habitats and ecosystems, and having this evidence base and this data availability to allow us to have faith in those investments and proceed on the rapid pathway that we all know we need to. So the technologies and the research that is going on, and the partnerships and collaborations are giving us the eyes to truly see the value of nature and allow us to commit fully to this rapid pathway for change.
Thank you, Rachel. Yep. And now Justin Moat.
Okay, well, I think we've had a lot of conclusions there, and I'm not going to go over those again, but I'm going to pick up on my side. I mean, we're dealing with huge amounts of information and diverse information. We should be starting to use the technologies that sell us what products we're going to buy in a couple of weeks' time, that seem to know when my wife's birthday is coming up. Why can we not use the power of the Facebooks and the Googles for the environmental world? They deal with petabytes of data every second and every day. A small amount of that power towards the environment would be incredibly useful. I think the sort of final thing from my side is that I read the paper coming in today about a bit of journalism. They described COP26 as a festival. And I thought, no, that's not what I'm here for. But wouldn't it be lovely, 2050, if it was a festival, where we could celebrate what we've done here, the up-and-coming things that we've done, and we've actually made a difference. So that's my final concluding marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I think actually, just to follow on that, the festival point, I mean, there is an element of that. But when we look at things like COP26, there's a lot of expectation. And the whole world is watching what happens here. But at the same time, if we sort of move beyond that part, the highly visible part of COP26, sessions like the one that we're in right now, there's information being exchanged, there's technology being illustrated, there are various mechanisms being illustrated that can make a huge difference going forward. And part of the legacy of COP26, this session's being recorded. This can be reviewed in perpetuity by people and be used for further inspiration. And this is true across the whole scene. So I think that there are a lot of important legacies to COP26, not just the conclusions reached that are the headline indicators coming out of it. Now, we've seen today multiple examples of technology that supports an enhanced measurement of biodiversity. And I just want to touch on a couple of things. First of all, there's a question of scale. We saw, for example, in Antje Arend's presentation, an illustration of scaling up to large spatial scales in terms of measuring biodiversity, looking at national and regional level patterns of biodiversity change and land use. In Zeren Yang's presentation, we saw temporal scale. The satellite data that we have to hand at the moment spans decades of consistently collected information that can be used to look at temporal changes, and this is ongoing. So it's a hugely powerful data resource. In terms of resolution, we've got near-Earth observation. Justin was highlighting an individual tree, Justin Moat. Shamina Tagli was highlighting individual trees in a forest. You know, the scale of resolution that we can get with near-Earth observation is mind-boggling. It allows us to actually literally create a 3D image of the forest and analyze it in however much detail we want to do. Genomics tools also provide another kind of resolution. And I'm going to count genomics as honorary remote sensing in the context of this talk because it allows us to see things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to see and to really sort of open up what's happening in the soil, not just in terms of the biodiversity, but also in terms of the biological functions taking place there. And then the third point I wanted to make is technological innovation. A lot of the technology that we saw today, obviously it's in use because we saw it illustrated, but there are advances being made in terms of imaging, for example. Things like hyperspectral snapshot technology currently developed at RAL Space by Hugh Mortimer and colleagues is the sort of technological advance that's going to revolutionize and really change the way we do things. We've got miniaturization and making things field ready. Pete Kill referred to taking genomics out into the field. we're almost there, and in fact, within fairly short time frame, we'll be able to actually do genomics in situ under field conditions. And you know, that's, again, you consider the change, that's amazing. Miniaturization, Justin showed a LiDAR structure of a forest. LiDAR was equipment that used to have to go into an airplane, very heavy kit. Now it's been miniaturized to the point where it can be put on a drone and actually flown around. And it's just amazing the changes that are happening in terms of miniaturization. And the third technological innovation, not quite as flashy as these sort of amazing pieces of equipment, but algorithm development. We're talking about integrating massive amounts of data across different data platforms. And she referred to the informatics of collections data. Justin referred to petabytes of image data, the decades of satellite data. It's just a massive amount of information, and we need data tools to be able to bring that all together. So just to finish, two big points, and then a few concluding remarks. Big points. We've seen the power of what research programs in botanic gardens and the collaboration surrounding those research programs can do. We're very fortunate here in the UK. We've got the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, the Royal Botanic Garden Edinburgh, two flagship organizations for this kind of research at an international scale. A number of us are involved in an initiative to establish the first National Botanic Garden of Peru, which will enable more research into a megadiverse part of the world, megadiverse country of Peru. So there's a lot of excitement and peer organizations around the world that are doing this kind of work. So I'm just going to sort of finish with where are we now? Well, there's a lot of technology available. We've seen that illustrated in the flash presentations and other talks today. Where are we heading? There are opportunities being realized now to develop novel technology. The miniaturization, hyperspectral imaging, and various things that are just going to, that are actually more specifically engineered to meet future needs for measuring carbon in the environment and carbon turnover. Where will we be by 2050? Well, my personal hope is that we can't even imagine where we'll be by 2050. If you think back, 2050 is not actually all that long from now, but if you think back 30 years ago and try to imagine what the world would have been like today, we would have been off by quite a bit. This is just one example. You know, this is more powerful than a mega computer of the 1980s. But there are some things that we can hope for. We want to be able to measure biodiversity. By 2050, we should have very well established baselines. We should have timelines that we can sort of look at trajectories. And we should also have very clear targets for biological systems. We should have those now, but we should definitely have them by then. Very clear targets of what we need from biological systems and what they need from us in terms of sustainability and conservation. And with that, I want to remind people that we will be available over there for discussion afterwards, and I think our time is upon us. So we'll just finish with a few acknowledgments. There are a lot of people who aren't here right now who are involved in this, and this is sort of the organizations. And then one last slide, the people involved in presentations today. And with that, I want to draw this session to a close and thank everyone for coming. And we'll see you over in the corner in the Q space. So thank you.
know it from the science, evidence of our own eyes. The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone: policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change. To bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical.
Can you hear me? Do you hear me now? Hello, good morning, everyone. Please have your seat. Take your seat. And so we will start with session 2 of today's session, Thursday, 11 of November, connecting from Glasgow, COP26. We have the privilege to have a very powerful and bold panel today. And we are connecting with 3 speakers online, but also we have the presence of 2 of our speakers today. The topic of this session is around innovative enabling climate solutions. We will be looking into innovation, ambitious climate solutions that meet human needs. We have an avenue of solutions today, Thursday, and the idea is to connect these existing innovative solutions to the needs that we were listening and we were getting experiences and also presenters talking about their demands for climate solutions. So the idea of today, Thursday, is actually to identify potential matchmaking between the existing solutions and the demands that we hear along the 3 days starting from Monday to Wednesday this week. So it will be very exciting to see and connect how the innovative solutions today will probably match and will be able to be scalable but also replicable not only in your own conditions and the countries or regions where you are working, but also to different parts of the world, and how can this experience be them taking forward to match such a demand. In this context, then, one of the other aspects that we are trying to bring together in this initiative, the Innovation Hub, is to learn to cluster a number of innovative solutions that go beyond technology, that they also include, for example, understanding the financial needs, how the finance can be mobilized to address and meet the demand, but also a different number of enablers such as business, policy, leadership, collaboration, and the list goes on and on. So that's the reason why we selected this panel, to really look into different enablers that can match to those demands, starting from finance. So we have today with us a prominent speaker from KPMG. He's Michael Hage, the global head of the climate change and decarbonization group at KPMG, developing structured financial solutions. So we have enablers in connection to the finance. Then we have a presentation that will be followed by Pablo van der Lugt. He's a senior lecturer at TU Delft University, and he will talk today about sustainability, low carbon building and materialization, focusing on circularity in the built environment and bio-based materials. He will be looking to engineered solutions, particularly with the use of biomaterials such as bamboo. So this is a very, very well-connected set of solutions that we also hear and follow yesterday when some presenters were talking about urban design, where this is such a materials are much needed. Then the session will be followed by Sophie Odupu. He's coming from Coco Networks. We have her physically presenting at Glasgow here at COP26. We will learn more about the ethanol stoves project. This is a project that works on ethanol distribution using IoT technologies and the opportunity to bring new innovative approaches. So we look forward to learn more about this POA project. Very exciting, and how this can be replicated in different regions across the globe. And after Sophie, we will go through Jakes DeVos. So he's from Mezzanine, and he's the CEO of Mezzanine. It's a Vodafone subsidiary company that will be presenting on the agri-tech and environmental opportunities and challenges to overcome. So looking forward to have the presentation. I believe there will be centered in a couple of already existing experience in different parts of the world. And to close the panel, then we will have Jelmer Hostgat. He's the founder of Shifting Paradigms. The reason he will be presented at the end is actually because Shifting Paradigms is a cross-cutting theme that goes across all of these different enablers. And the idea will be at the end of the panel to initiate a dialogue on how this cluster of different technologies, finance, also leadership and policies can be combined to provide an interesting, fit-to-purpose and forward-looking set of solutions to the need that we were listening and collecting during the week. So that is, in a nutshell, the process of that will be following for this panel. With no further ado, and wishing you much success during your presentations, I'd like to open the floor and pass the mic to Mr. Mike Hughes. He's the global head of climate change and decarbonization at KPMG. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and delighted to meet everybody this morning. I'm going to keep this fairly short. I only discovered about 5 minutes ago what exactly I was talking about, but I do want to talk about a particular idea. The challenge really is to get financing and to mobilize financing into the innovation agenda, which is one of the most critical parts of, I think, of the climate agenda. And the solution that we've developed is a concept called net zero equity, which I've co-developed with the World Economic Forum, and we've just published a paper on it. And one of the things that I've discovered is that, governments, public investors and private investors really are not prepared to take the type of innovation risk that's required to really move the agenda. It's one thing to invest in technologies that are well developed and that are coming to the fore, but we have a systemic gap in the market for those investors who take very high risk. So the whole concept of net zero equity is we are going to do crowdfunding on a global scale. This is a very, very unusual idea and very far out. And I should say, by the way, the purpose of this idea is not just to raise money for the innovation agenda, it's also to raise money for developing countries for the high-risk part of that agenda. And the concept is very, very simple. We are going to go out and target and try to raise money from anywhere up to 1 billion global citizens. What is unusual about this product is that we're going to look for very small amounts of money, anywhere from $50 to $300 per person. And what we're saying to these individuals is that this money that you're going to put to work is high risk, you know, that the possibility of getting an immediate return or over the short term is very limited. But actually, what the whole thesis behind this product is that it's no longer just about financial return. It is also about purpose. So what we will be doing with investors, and I'll go into this in a little bit more detail, what we're going to be doing with investors is demonstrating the climate impact which their small investment is having through the use of blockchain and other digital tools so that they can see on a real-time basis what impact that their money is having. Now, you might well say that this is a completely crazy idea, but actually we've received fantastic support, particularly from players in the innovation industry who recognize the issue that we are lacking, we're not getting capital, and also actually on the second part of this agenda from the Global South agenda. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to appoint a global investment manager to actually run the whole program, and we've already got some interest. We're going to, I'll tell you in a second how we're going to actually get to so many different global citizens. But what we're going to do is we're going to sort of set up a fund structure. There will be an innovation fund and there will be a Global South fund. But on the innovation fund, we will bring all this money into that fund. The investment manager will then disperse the monies into projects which badly need it, along with into innovation projects run by innovators in different parts of the world. And the important point is that this money is deep equity money. In other words, what that means is that it will take the first loss position. And the whole concept is that by having one investor to take the deep loss position, we will actually catalyze other more senior forms of funding, whether it's government funding or multilateral funding. But this, because it's a small amount of money, it's money that investors are prepared to lose. So, and you can imagine the impact this will have, particularly on the Global South agenda, where there is because of all of the different risks, whether it's foreign currency, political risks, policy uncertainty, investors, including multilateral banks, are not prepared to play. And equally, I've been trying for years to get sort of, particularly in the developing world, multilateral institutions interested in the world of innovation. And yes, they're interested and they support the agenda, but there's only so much risk that those institutions can take. So the whole concept of this idea, and what's really the genesis of it, is that actually we keep looking to government to solve all the problems on climate. We keep looking to institutional investors to solve all the problems. We're actually redirecting this towards global citizens. And the whole thesis is that there are many, many global citizens around the world who want to do something on the climate agenda, but they've got no real way of engaging with it. And the idea behind this concept of net zero equity is to give them that. Now, you might ask, how are we going to actually get out and, assuming that people agree that the idea has merit, and find anything from 100 to 1 billion people? Well, it's very simple. What we're going to do is we are going to go to a number of leading global corporations, and we've initiated discussions already. We're not asking those corporations for their money. If they want to match it, that's fine. But we're asking those corporations to work with us to actually reach out to their employees and, more importantly, to their customer base. And some of these global corporations have customers in the hundreds of millions. And even if it's at the lower end of our expectations of $50 per person, the capacity to do this is actually immense. And what we're going to do during the course of 2022 is we're going to do a number of pilot projects, both on the Global South agenda and on the innovation agenda, where there is no alternative means of funding those projects today. We will work with those corporations to raise the money and actually start to apply it onto this particular agenda. So it is, I have to say, it's a very, and I would be the first to admit this, it's a very unusual, a very challenging idea, but actually it is, the more I've socialized it, and we've published a paper which I'll put into the chat room over the course of this discussion if I can manage it. It literally is called Net Zero Equity. The response we've got from the people who need it on the innovation side and in the Global South agenda has been incredible. I want to be open with everybody on the call today. The real challenge now is to go out and reach the investors. So we're just about to, together with myself and the World Economic Forum, we've started off discussions with a number of investors, but our corporations. But in reality, it's not just corporations. What people are now telling us is there's a whole series of global networks that are really trying to do good for society that we should approach. And certainly, if any of the audience here have other ideas, we are looking at the idea of using social and media influencers to support the idea. So I'll bring it to a halt there, Carlos. It's a very brief and simple description of the idea. We've put a lot of work into it, and this is, it'd be easy to say it's just me and KPMG. What the World Economic Forum has done is they have supported the idea from the very beginning, but more importantly, they've convened stakeholders all over the world to test and analyze and debate this idea. And I'm delighted that the idea today is, that we've published is very much the idea that we started off with some refinements. So I don't know whether we've an opportunity for questions here, but anybody who wishes to contact me and talk separately about it, and I will put the paper into the chat room as well.
Thank you very much, Mike. Very interesting. I'm very tempted to raise questions and follow up on some of your points now, but I will let the other presenters to go ahead, and then at the end we will wrap up and have some dialogue, and we'll follow up on some of your points. But thank you very much for that clear presentation. The next speaker is Pablo van der Lugt, senior lecturer from TU Delft University in the Netherlands, sustainable low carbon building and materialization, focusing on circularity in the built environment and bio-based materials. So the focus will be also around engineered biomaterials such as bamboo. So with that introduction, I would like to pass the floor to Pablo. Pablo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos, for your kind introduction. I hope you can hear me well. I'm in a hotel room in Spain, and Wi-Fi is sometimes unstable, so let's hope it all works out. You see my screen, right?
We do see your screen. It can be extended, right? And we hear you almost well. Yeah, it's a bit of cutting, and maybe if you bring the mic closer to you, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, great. I'll try to speak not too quick.
Okay.
I have many slides, so I go in a quite high pace. My talk is about the potential of renewable materials. So that's timber, but also engineered bamboo for the built environment. I recently wrote this book about it, Tomorrow's Timber, which was published last year. In a nutshell, I give the most important conclusions from this book. Why the built environment has a big impact on both on the circular economy in terms of material use. It uses almost half of all materials are used in the built environment. And as many of you know, it has a large impact on the greenhouse gas emissions. The combined material use and energy use in buildings together commits to about 39% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Then if you look at the evolvement of the built environment, traditionally we have not well isolated buildings, but in which the energy part is the biggest element of the CO2 emissions. But now with the development of net zero energy buildings, and we have many of them in the Netherlands, the materialization part, so the embodied energy of the buildings itself, become more dominant in the carbon footprint of a building. And if you then look at traditional building materials worldwide, the emissions just for the production of concrete and cement, or for the production of metals and plastics, combined together 15% of all CO2 emissions, more than a country as India in itself. Then there are, of course, a lot of technological solutions where we can look at capturing CO2 with big metal machines, but actually nature has a far simpler solution, that is photosynthesis. Every natural material which grows absorbs CO2 from the atmosphere and produces as a bonus oxygen in return. The longer we use these materials in the built environment, the longer also the CO2 is locked. about half of the weight of any bio-based material consists of carbon, biogenic carbon. For pine trees, this is about almost 1 ton of CO2 per cubic meter of wood, softwood that is being used. In the past, we've obviously built a lot with timber. Our medieval cities were largely constructed out of timber and other natural materials. The oldest churches, about 1,000 years old, are constructed in timber, and they are still erected in Norway, for example. We know all our medieval city centers in Europe and abroad. And most erected building worldwide that I know of is this one, 1,500 years old in Japan. However, there has been a decline in the use of bio-based materials since the Industrial Revolution, when timber was largely substituted for concrete and steel. The last years, we see a bit of resurrection of the use of timber. And that is because of a lot of innovations happening in the timber industry, where originally we only used timber as a plank, as a board. We now have a whole array of new very innovative and large timber elements. The combined name of this is mass timber. And I like to refer to mass timber as Kapla, but then this game you might have played in your youth, but then for grown-ups. Because with these large elements, you can build huge 3D structures out of timber. It can be round shapes, can be rectangular, but these elements are very large and industrialized. So you know exactly what their what their capacity is, their technical capacity. This is, for example, how cross-laminated timber, one of those products, is produced. You just take ordinary pine from sustainably sourced forest, sustainably managed forest. You take out the defects, that also goes by laser eyes, and then you just laminate these elements in various directions on top of each other. You see there's glue used. That is only 1% of the total weight of the timber. The rest is all timber from sustainably managed forests. So you can see that all the processing moves to the factory in controlled circumstances. All the electrical fittings and openings for windows and doors can be prefabricated. Then these panels are from these factories transported to the building site. And you can imagine that you have a lot of less activity on the building site. So the building site becomes an assembly site. And you can erect whole buildings out of timber in very fast times. And that can be up to 10, 20 stories high with this cross-laminated timber. And they're all huge elements. It's almost like an IKEA cupboard that you put in very quick time. But then it's a building. The highest building so far, and what obviously has a lot of potential is industrial housing made of these cross-laminated timber and glulam. So in Netherlands, we have a lot of these kind of factories being developed, which develop kind of like assembly site building systems that can be erected very quickly. As I mentioned, up to 10 stories high. The highest building so far built with mass timber is this one in Norway. It's 86 meters high. So far the highest wooden building in the world. What this points out is that that a lot of misconceptions about timber are not necessarily true. There are a lot of myths about timber building, about fire safety, about the strength. But these mass timber elements really can substitute concrete and steel in several places. I mentioned that already in the book. This is a kind of dispelled. But I want to focus here on the aspect about related, of course, to climate change. Everyone, of course, is hurt when you say you have to use wood because you have to cut a tree. It's interesting that normally not the other questions are asked, where other building materials are sourced from. And actually, when you cut a tree, many people think about the deforestation aspects in tropical regions. And obviously, this is a big problem, which hopefully are being solved within this climate conference. But the drivers for tropical deforestation have nothing to do with timber use. They have to do, of course, with land conversion for commercial agriculture, especially to feed all the cattle, for example, for the soy production, for the meat industry. So this hardly has to do anything with wood demand. On the contrary, if you look at the northern hemisphere, the actual areas of reforestation are increasing. And let me focus briefly on Europe. That's where I'm from. In Europe, 40% of all the surface is covered by trees, by forest. And actually, the surface is growing every year. If you look at all the European forests, about 300,000 hectares are added each year. More than half of the forests are sustainably managed and have a PEFC or FSC certificate. The increment is a lot higher than the harvest, so we can increase by about 40% the use of timber in the built environment as we speak. And maybe good to mention why this is important. Because the forests are actually a net climate sink. Every year, about 10% of the European greenhouse gas emissions are mitigated by the European forests. Now, what's interesting, this is just one of the carbon sinks we have, sustainable forestry. But the second one has to do with the use of timber in construction. So if you have the forest and you have a sustainable forestry system, then at some point, and this is the CO2 being absorbed by a forest, at some point you get to an equilibrium after 50 to 80 years. Then you harvest the wood, and of course you shouldn't burn it in biomass energy plants, but apply it in the built environment. Then the trees grow back again, and you have an added cumulative carbon bank in the built environment. So next to the forestry as a carbon bank, the built environment becomes a second carbon bank. And buildings can become carbon stores. And often I get a question, the CO2 emissions of a factory, isn't that a lot higher than the CO2 being stored in the wood? Well, I can tell you for the cross-laminated timber, these are the CO2 emissions, the light green, and this is the CO2 stored. So about the CO2 storage is 5 to 10 times higher than the CO2 emitted during production. This includes transport and glue. So one, you have CO2 storage in the building itself. Then the second thing, typically this kind of building would be built in traditional building materials with a relatively high carbon footprint. The higher you are in the CO2 pyramid, the more CO2 emissions per cubic meter. So on top, aluminium and metal, and in the middle you have brick and concrete, and at the bottom you have bio-based materials. As a very rough rule of thumb, if you use 1 ton of sustainably sourced softwood instead of traditional building materials, you save another 1.5 tons of CO2. So if you do a calculation on such a building, very rectangular, simple office building, the mass timber volume is about 1,500 cubic meters. You can relate this to the amount of CO2 stored for the lifetime of the building. This is 1,200 tons, but you also have the avoided CO2 emissions. And then you have a total benefit of 2,200 tons of CO2 just by building in timber. You can imagine that these elements can be reused in the end of life. There are perfectly big, large panels which will last for centuries if you want. The functional lifespan is unlimited. Usually, the technical lifespan, but usually the functional lifespan will define the lifespan of a building. So you can reuse it and capture the CO2 for even longer. What I'm very interested in is that this metric, construction stored carbon, has been published and within this COP26 last week. I know the Built by Nature consortium also mentioned it yesterday. And this is a very interesting metric. So, Mike, it would be interesting also to see if this can connect to the Net Zero Equity Fund. Because this kind of banks, and this is actually an office building for a bank, which becomes a carbon bank. Here, the same calculation can be done. And in this building, in terms of construction stored carbon, 4,500 tons of CO2 is being absorbed. Oh, sorry, this one is from the outside, same building. And actually, you see that banks and a lot of large offices try to use a lot of timber also to develop a very attractive indoor environment. A final case I want to show to wrap it up is a building from Amsterdam. This is Hotel Jakarta. And why this building is interesting is that it combines mass timber with engineered bamboo. So the whole construction of this building is made of CLT, so cross-laminated timber modules, which was erected within 2 weeks, this whole building. But then it was finished with engineered bamboo. So the bamboo, very hard bamboo flooring, walls, and ceilings. And bamboo has a benefit because of the fast growth. It grows faster than any other natural material. And the giant bamboo species, growing up to 20, 30 meters high, can be harvested after 4 years. And then with annual harvest scheme, you have an annual yield. This is obviously a big advantage because we need building materials right now. And it's a very suitable material for reforestation. Especially in China, there's been a lot of reforestation with bamboo. So this is the baseline situation, and this is what it looked like 10 years after. So obviously, you don't want a palm oil tragedy that you want to deforest native forest and plant bamboo. But on places where there has already been deforested land, bamboo is a very good pioneering plant. Then you can use it to develop all kinds of sophisticated building materials, engineered bamboo, beams, flooring panels, even outdoor cladding and decking can be developed, substituting PVC, aluminium, or unsustainable tropical hardwoods. And the benefit of bamboo is also looking at this metric, the construction stored carbon metric of Climate Cleanup and ASN Bank, is that it has a higher carbon capture per cubic meters because of the densification process. So it is a very good combination to use timber combined with bamboo in large building projects. So for Hotel Jakarta, you can do the same calculation following the construction stored carbon metric. And then like the other buildings, you come to a net benefit of 4,000 tons of CO2. This is as much as 500 European households emit in 1 year. So to come to the conclusion, if you look at it from a larger perspective, yesterday, I believe Professor Hans-Joachim Schnellhuber also presented this. What I find very interesting is his late paper, Buildings as a Global Carbon Sink. If you really on large scale would substitute a traditional building, let's say call them fossil buildings, with timber and bio-based buildings, then the total benefits, instead of building 10% in wood, but in 90% in wood in European cities by 2050, we could save 100 gigatons of CO2. That's about 15% of our carbon challenge that we need to meet. And as a benefit, you have very nice cities and healthy, livable, nature-inclusive cities as well. And top part for this is the governance aspect. We see France doing it, 50% of bio-based buildings in governmental buildings in 2022. We see a lot of commitment from the European Union, and closer from home in Amsterdam by 2025, 20% of all our new buildings have to be built in bio-based building materials. And I think this is very promising as an additional carbon sink and avoidance, something we can deliver in the built environment on the short term. I want to keep it with this. This is one or two developments that we see in the Netherlands the coming years. Can be high-rise building in timber, can also be ground building in timber. This will be the highest timber building ever erected in 2 or 3 years, 120 meters high in Eindhoven, the Netherlands. But I think this was a very interesting and promising future and tool to combat climate change. Thanks for your attention. I know it was a lot to take in 50 minutes.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Very, very interesting and sound solutions towards net zero. We learned during these weeks that without things, without actually nature-based solutions, it will be very difficult to get to net zero. On the other hand, we see issues connected to loss of biodiversity, degradations, forest deforestation, which without the demand that we have seen in this presentation also will be increased. And unfortunately, the sustainable and viable financings of ecosystems relies very much on the sustainable forest management opportunities. We are creating demand, while at the same time moving to a decarbonized economy that is at the same time resilient and that is also able to adapt to the climate change. So I'm coming from a country actually in the Amazonia where we lost the size of Belgium only in July due to forest fires, and this demand for climate sound solutions, of course, help us to address the threat to deforestation, but also towards 2050 to have a net zero society. So I'm very glad to bring this on board and to connect with the needs that we were listening during these first days this week. With that, then I will park it here. We have a lot of questions, of course, and very interesting points that we will bring at the end of this panel. But I would like now to invite Sophie Odupu. She is from Coco Networks, the ethanol stoves, a very interesting initiative that is connected also to carbon markets. It's connected to emission reductions, but at the same time targeting very important SDG goals and better lives for our communities in the global south. Coco, you have the floor, Sophie. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Carlos, and hello, everyone. I'll ask Sylvia to just play a video before we start. Thank you.
Make it bigger. We will play again. The sound needs to be activated. Please bear with us.
Okay.
Maybe in the meantime, if you could introduce briefly the video.
Sure. So I'm Sophia Dupuy. I'm in charge of public affairs at Coco Networks. Coco Networks is an international technology company. So we seek to provide solutions to address some of the hardships facing consumers, low-income consumers in developing countries. Our first product is in the energy sector, and that is what we want to show you. We are solving a problem that befalls a lot of low-income consumers. The challenge of cooking with dirty cooking fuels, as we define charcoal, firewood, and kerosene, and giving them a solution that is clean, affordable, accessible, and that is modern. So the video will show us essentially how we have differentiated ourselves, how we've taken a product that would otherwise not be easy and not be affordable to a lot of consumers, and made it very affordable to consumers.
So,
tech platform for emerging markets with over 1,000 staff in Kenya and India. Charcoal has wiped out 1/3 of Africa's forests in the last 30 years and continues to kill over 500,000 Africans each year. Cocoa protects forests and families by replacing charcoal with clean bioethanol cooking fuel. Families upgrade their lives and save money using a modern stove that is ultra-safe. Smart canisters are refilled at cocoa fuel ATMs located inside corner stores. Smart microtankers move fuel from service stations to the corner stores. Our cloud software manages the flow of fuel, carbon, payments, and safety data. Over 1 million Kenyans now cook with cocoa every day, and we are expanding production to keep up with demand. Cocoa's solution requires zero government funding for demand subsidies, unlike expensive fossil LPG. Bioethanol can be produced locally to support the growth of rural communities. Tropical forests in over 50 nations are being destroyed by charcoal and need our networks. We are prioritizing our investments into countries with leaders who are genuinely committed to solving the charcoal crisis. Please get in touch to learn more. Over 1 million Kenyans now cook with cocoa every day, and we are expanding production with demand.
So when we think back to when our founders landed in Kenya, when they saw the level of deforestation, they decided to do a more in-depth research. So they engaged various households just to understand how do people cook, why do people use what they use, and essentially what is the impact of what they're currently using. And the result of this research showed that people do not use charcoal or firewood by choice. It's because they have nothing else that they can actually use. If you think about charcoal and firewood, especially firewood they go and collect it in the forest. So to them, there's not necessarily a financial risk, it's more a social and health risk. In terms of charcoal, that is all they've known. Yeah, that is what is easily accessible to them, and more importantly, that is what they perceive as being affordable. So we thought, how can we still get a solution into the hands of these consumers, yeah, that will be clean, affordable, and easy for them to access? The way this question has been answered in a lot of countries has been the scaling up of LPG. You find in countries such as India, Malaysia, they have scaled up LPG, and this has been done through government subsidies. And it's reached a point where it is no longer sustainable. So we as COCO said, we need a solution that does not rely on government, because provision of subsidies in this era is not something that the government would be willing to sacrifice when we're facing so many challenges within climate change. So we said, as a technology company, how can we use technology to solve this problem? So ethanol, it's not a new solution. There are companies that provide ethanol as a cooking solution, but the one differentiator is that for them, they have a middleman. So they pack the ethanol in bottles, and consumers go and buy bottles or they refill. There's an element of, there's a safety risk. If you think about someone just filling in a bottle and pouring the fuel into a cooker, it's high risk. That is one of the areas we looked at, and we said, how do we do away with the issue of safety, risk, increasing the risk of people interacting with our product? And especially if you think about when a woman is cooking, especially within low-income households, the children are usually playing around her. That increases the risk of them spilling the fuel and setting fire. So we said we need to make sure that whatever solution we are providing does not provide an opportunity for the child or the mother to interact with the fuel. Thus, we came up with our canister has an NFC chip, yeah, and it has a smart valve. That valve only opens at 2 points. It opens at the cooker and at what we call a Cocoa Point ATM, yeah. So the solution is delivered using pre-existing infrastructure. That was our win. We work with pre-existing infrastructure. What do I mean by pre-existing infrastructure? A lot of fuel companies use liquid delivery infrastructure. When they're delivering their petrol, when they're delivering their diesel, the infrastructure is already existing. So we said, how about we tap into it? So we have developed a partnership with the Vivo group of companies, and they source the ethanol for us. They bring the ethanol to us. The ethanol is then delivered to a petrol station in underground tanks. So we're already using tanks that are already there. We're not building a new system. What we then do at the petrol station, we install what we call a smart depot system. So again, it is built off, it's a technology-based solution that is controlled on the cloud. Yeah? So we are able to control the fueling of the tankers at the petrol station without requiring someone to be present at the petrol station. When the micro tanker comes to the petrol station to refill, it has a smart tanker system. So when the tanker is at the petrol station, if it only needs to fuel 3,000 liters, it is only allowed to fuel 3,000 liters, and this is done from the network operating system. The person who is driving the tanker has no control over how much fuel goes into the tanker. Yeah? Once the fuel is within the tanker, we then need to deliver it close to where the consumer is. And in low-income areas, most people are within 300 to 500 meters to a shop where they buy their daily needs, whether it's vegetables, whether it's sugar, whatever the essentials are. So we said, how about we adapt ourselves to their current way of shopping? So we've set up what we are calling Cocoa ATMs. So it's literally an ATM that dispenses fuel. Yeah? So the tanker comes and refills the ATM. Yeah? The ATM does not actually need the shopkeeper to run it. Yeah? As I said, the consumer has a canister. The canister has a chip, and it has a smart valve. When the consumer needs to refill, they come to the Cocoa ATM, dock their canister on the ATM, and what it then does is it identifies the individual. Yeah? And each person has opened an account that is tied to their mobile number. What we then require them to do is you load money onto the account, so it's cashless. You load money, and you can buy from as little as 30 cents a liter to $1.79. So again, we are giving in portions that make sense for the low-income consumer. Once they fill in however much they want, they just remove the canister, carry it home, dock it into the 2-burner cooker. The fuel dispenses across both cookers. You cannot start cooking for as long as the smart valve is open, because it's assuming you're still dispensing fuel. So until the smart valve closes, only then can they be able to cook. So you see, the whole chain is controlled through technology. We have done away with the middleman, and this is what has enabled us make the solution affordable. Yeah? So it's a 2-burner cooker, whereas most people provide a single burner cooker. The cooker retails at $20, and we sell our bioethanol at around 79 cents a liter. Yeah? We launched in Kenya in 2019, 2 years ago. Right now, we are present in 260,000 households across the capital city and 4 surrounding cities. Yeah? So more than 1.3 million people eat food cooked on a cocoa cooker every day. We have set up our second network in the second largest city of Mombasa, and we are now looking at expanding outside Kenya, because we've proven that this solution can actually be scaled rapidly. We're saying there are so many other countries that are facing the same challenge of deforestation. How fast can we get the network to them? Our challenge most of the time relates to the toll gate taxes. And that is why we say it is critical for us to partner with governments who are focused and who are committed to giving the best for their consumers. And this includes giving us incentives that enable us to price the product correctly. We have committed, and we have done this in Kenya, where we've passed on all the tax exemptions that have been extended to us. We've passed it through to the consumer. For us, it is not only about demand. It's not only about ensuring that we have people ready to buy our cooker and our ethanol. We also look at how do we get the ethanol. Right now, we are buying up all the ethanol that is available within the Kenya market. It's still not sufficient to meet our demand, and the demand is growing. Literally, we are adding 1,000 consumers every day. Every day, 1,000 consumers are joining our network. We needed to prove to the sugar industry, because that is the starting point. That is where we are currently sourcing our bioethanol. We needed to prove to them the viability of this solution. We've proven it to them. We're now pushing back and saying, how about you start producing ethanol specifically for us? Yeah? So we are also having conversations with government and saying we need to relook at policy about ethanol, whether it is sourced from sugar, whether it is sourced from other feedstocks such as cassava. We are guaranteeing that we will sign offtake agreements for as long as the ethanol meets our quality standards. So when we go into a country, we look at it 360. we talk to the government and we say, look for ways to incentivize farmers to see another income stream, a potential income stream, provide an enabling environment for them. We will set up the network. As we said, we require no subsidies from the government. And you will see consumers be able to use a clean, affordable, modern solution. We will no longer have deforestation. More importantly, remember, charcoal and firewood in a lot of countries are in the informal sector, so there's no taxation. So we keep saying, if you give the incentives across both the upstream and downstream, you're guaranteeing that you will be able to have more tax coming in, because now the system is something that you can actually track. We hope that we will cover Kenya within the next 2 years, and we hope that the 60 or so countries that are heavily deforested and are using a lot of charcoal will be welcoming to us. We do really want to make this an international solution, and that is why for us, it's a Kenyan-born solution, but it's a solution for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. Very inspiring presentation. And with that, then I would like to move to Jake DeVos. He's the mezzanine CEO at the Vodafone subsidiary Agritech and its environment opportunities. That is the topic. So, Jake, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Carlos. Just to ensure that you can see my presentation.
We do see your presentation and we can hear you very well.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So, if you look at sustainable food systems, there's 3 components which Vodafone and Mezzanine focus on. So there's the primary production, so that's on-farm activities. And then there's the processing and logistics component. And thirdly, the consumption component. Today, we'll just focus on the primary production and the role that mobile and digital can play in introducing climate-smart solutions for farmers. The request was that I specifically focus on the Africa market and the work we're doing in the Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa market. So just for context, Africa is an agrarian economy, so majority of the citizens, the population in sub-Saharan Africa rely directly or indirectly on agriculture activity. So we've got more than 77 million smallholder farmer households that rely both from a food security plus then economic activity and economic resilience on the agriculture industry. So on average, it contributes about 23% of GDP in African countries, and it goes up in some countries to 35%. But some of the key challenges that the industry face is productivity. So globally, we compared to global productivity standards, only 20% of global average standards. And then secondly, really constrained access to financial services. So only 2 to 5% of these smallholder farmers. And these are families farming between 2 and 5 hectares of arable land. So only 2 to 5% of these families do have access to financial services. Now, to compound these already existing challenges, the majority of these farmers are now dealing with the consequences and impact of climate change. So just 2 data points. If you look at the 2030 forecast, about 36 million hectares of sub-Saharan arable land will be under heat stress, meaning average daily temperatures above threshold. And if we go to a 2050 view, 70% of land currently farmed in sub-Saharan Africa will be under severe heat stress. Now, the question we've asked many years ago as Vodafone and specifically Mezzanine as a subsidiary focusing on developing digital solutions for pressing needs in Africa is how can mobile as an enabler allow industry stakeholders to support these farmers and the agriculture industry in accessing financial services because that will enable you to participate in informal value chains. In other words, buying, for example, drought-resistant seed or pest-resistant seed, which compared to traditional seed yield much better yields with limited water. Access to markets, in other words, for farmers to participate in formal off-taking value chains. And then thirdly, access to information. So how do we use mobile to support better decision-making on a day-to-day basis? So with this as context, we've invested in a number of digital platforms or marketplace offerings, which really allow all agri-industry stakeholders to interact and transact with farmers. So on the input side, it will be global seed companies and agri-tech companies to provide input supply to the farmers, like seed and fertilizer. On the off-taking side, it will be the ability for off-takers to transact and interact with farmers. And then very important for financial service providers to provide financial services to currently an underserved segment. So just to connect the dots, so if we look at a primary production, so this is on-farm activities, there's three categories of data. So there's the below the soil activities. So this is your soil composition, soil chemical analysis. Then secondly, there's your on-farm activities. And then the third component is the earth observation data. So the question we've asked is, how can we use mobile technology in allowing farmers to make more informed decisions on a day-to-day basis? And I think there's two key pillars or value drivers that I would like to share today with the limited time that's available. The one is the role of mobile and digital in enabling farmers to deal with the consequences and the impact of climate change. And on the second hand, it's to allow farmers to participate in climate smart activities. Often in agriculture, we view environmental friendly practices being in direct conflict with productivity. We believe digital can support both of these agendas. In other words, economic resilience with respect to food security and ability to produce cash crops to sell, plus contribute towards a more sustainable agriculture value chain. So one example, and I've listed a number of stakeholders that participated in this initiative, is using earth observation data to develop an index-based insurance product that will allow farmers to access credit. Now, one of the key challenges that I've outlined is only 2 to 5% of farmers do have access to credit. Now, if you can offer them an insurance product that will de-risk the profile of the farmer to a level where commercial banks offer these farmers with credit, which they can then be used to buy good quality hybrid seed, drought-resistant seed, pest-resistant seed that allow them to yield better results. So I'm not going to go into the detail of how the product works, but it's a soil moisture index product. Traditional insurance products are not accessible by small-scale farmers due to the associated cost. So on-farm assessment of loss being a key cost driver. So with this earth observation capability, with the knowledge of knowing exactly where the farmer is farming, what crop value chains the farmer is participating in, we can monitor the soil moisture in the top 5% or 5 centimeters of soil, and then use this data to determine whether there was excess of rain, so flooding, or drought in a very specific area, which trigger then a payout to the farmer for the input cost that they've incurred in buying inputs. So this product is A, scalable, and B, cost effective, and can now be introduced cross borders, both country borders and crop value chain markets, in enabling farmers and financial service providers to start to transact and interact. So a key enabler in enabling farmers to fight climate change. A very different example, but also highlighting the benefits of digital and mobile, is to enable farmers, in this case, a commercial farmer, meaning a bigger unit that's being farmed, to both irrigate using the scarce water resources in a more efficient and effective way, plus then managing the inputs, the plant nutrition products, the fertilizer used align with what is required for that specific plot of land. So on the screen here, you can see different colors representing different soil types. Each soil type's got a different set of characteristics, and as I've mentioned earlier, can be used to support variable application of fertilizer. So securing from a circular economy point of view, preserving our water resources, and also acknowledging that the water used in this specific area in the Northern Cape in South Africa is also used by towns downstream for drinking purposes. So if we look at this slide, and it's an overlay on the previous slide, each of these nodes represent the soil moisture probe. If it's green, it means the soil moisture for that specific location is aligned with what is required for the crop value chain that's produced on that specific orchard or plot. In this case, it's a citrus farmer and grapes, table grapes. The red indicates that it's too dry, either the top soil or the bottom soil, and the blue means it's too wet. So these digital data points can now guide the irrigation practices on a granular level for each of these blocks, aligned with what is required for that specific point in time in the growth cycle of the crop value chain, and securing a healthy and productive yield. So this contributes towards a more effective use of what is a scarce resource in most parts of South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at the same farm, a different use case, but again enabled by some digital capability to monitor pest, in this case fruit fly. So on this map, you see the red areas where there's a high concentration of fruit fly activities, meaning the farmer need to apply a pesticide or biochemical in managing the pest. In this case, almost all the orchards need to be sprayed. If we use technology in monitoring pest activity on a 24-hour cycle, we can detect early detection of a pest outbreak, meaning in this example, the same farm only apply the pesticide in the two areas that's highlighted in red. A, big cost saving benefit to the farmer, and B, from an environmental point of view, less use of pesticide in managing and controlling the specific pest. So these are just three very practical examples of using digital and using mobile specifically as an enabler in A, mitigating the risk associated with climate change, and B, allowing farmers to contribute and participate in environmental sustainable practices. We support as more than 2.5 million farmers across the continent with a number of these digital interventions, and looking forward to contribute working with financial institutes, with input providers, with off-takers, with all the agriculture stakeholders that interact and transact with small-scale farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jakes. He's the CEO of Mezzanine, a Vodafone subsidiary company. Very interesting and major figures, Jakes, on agri-tech and its environment opportunities. So today we have in this panel four very, very interesting presentations, moving from innovative financial instrument solutions that are fit for purpose. We have digital solutions. Also, we learn about some mitigation actions and how to innovate on NBS, nature-based solutions, to get to the net zero. We have low carbon solutions towards a resilient future, also that has the potential to adapt. And so this package of innovative solutions are now connected to the demand that we have here during the this week, we are proposing an approach at the Innovation Hub that is not only creating the network for innovators and the demand providers, but is also shifting the paradigms to a moonshot thinking that is based on or looks into what is needed 2050 against what is perceived as currently possible to plan ahead. So this is a perfect connection to our next presenter. He is Jelmer Husak. He's the founder of Shifting Paradigms. So how do you connect the dots? How can we bring together the demand for climate solutions with the solutions provided that and examples that we hear today through these presenters? Please, Jelmer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. And I have a few slides. I'm not sure whether they're available, but if not, I'll just start and I'll wait perhaps for the slides to come in. My name is Jelmer Hoogstaat from Shifting Paradigms, and I'm representing a slightly different perspective here. We've looked at very concrete solutions for problems that we face in sort of financing, in agriculture, in sort of cooking, the construction sector. What I try to do with Shifting Paradigms is essentially take one step back and help countries identify where are opportunities to further raise the ambition of NDCs. And with opportunities, we're not looking at the solutions like, all right, there's an emission source which we need to address. We need to reduce emissions at the source. But we try to take really a step back and look at the whole value chain, look at all the materials that are being used in the country. So not just the fuels, but also all the construction materials that are being used, and whether they actually have been emitting materials or emitting greenhouse gases when they were produced, or whether they sequestered greenhouse gases. So with that perspective, we try to take decision makers along in sort of understanding how that metabolism of the country looks like. I have to improvise a bit without the slides, but what we do is essentially we visualize all the material flows in the country. We've done that together with UNDP recently for Vanuatu, the Gambia, and we're currently finalizing a report on Lao PDR. And what you see in these visuals is essentially where most of the material value is being lost and where opportunities are to use, say, circular economy solutions, which could be different business models, could be lifetime extensions, but really different approaches to using materials towards serving a certain societal need. And when looking at societal needs, there was also the topic of yesterday. We try to reason back from the societal needs and how can we fulfill these with the least amount of materials used or the least amount of greenhouse gases emitted. And when we go to the next slide, this is an example of a visual from the Gambia. Let's go to the next slide, to the next point. I think these visuals are very important for decision makers to just understand what is happening in the country. How do we use our materials towards certain societal needs? And can we also reason back and really re-engineer that value chain with smart solutions around, well, how do we deliver shelter? How do we deliver a degree of mobility? How do we provide nutrition and also healthy food? But really take a design approach. And that doesn't stop at the border. I think in many ways, it doesn't stop at the border of an individual because you need to interact with others, but it also doesn't stop at factory gates. It doesn't stop at sectors. You really need to bring all this together. But it certainly doesn't stop at international borders. And the UNFCCC framework with its sort of territorial approach is very much geared towards nation states. But there's a lot of products that cross borders that have, well, already had emissions, so upstream or embedded emissions, or that can actually sequester carbon and help other countries reduce their carbon footprint. And that's what this is about. So if you look at the carbon footprint of the Gambia, around 25% of what the products it consumes and the overall carbon footprint of consumption in the country comes from abroad. And there's a range of issues related to it because many of these materials that are being imported cannot be handled by the waste management system. So there's a lot of issues related to these imports. I don't have that yet, but we'll have that soon. And if you depict this for Lao PDR, that country has an immense potential, building on what Pablo just said, to actually sequester carbon and use that in the built environment. But the volumes they could, in theory, produce go way beyond what the construction sector in the country can absorb. So it could potentially start exporting wood-based construction materials to other countries, helping them reduce their emissions. So it goes two ways, sort of the positive and the negative way. But it's really about what are these products in terms of their carbon footprint. And I think if there's any role to play, just making a link to the negotiations, if there's any role for Article 6, it's this, the connection with the physical trade and the carbon implications that it has. Next slide. And I think what we're also learning here today, but just looking at the range of examples and solutions that are being presented, is that in a transition to a circular economy, no country starts from scratch. So what we also try to do is when working on sort of circular low carbon development roadmaps for countries, we also try to map out what's already happening. And very often you see that the most promising new ventures or new initiatives that are there apply circular economy principles. And we try to at least lift them to give them a higher profile, show what they're doing, and build upon these initiatives to grow and expand the circular economy, and indeed, very often at the expense of the linear economy. We're going to have to make choices there. And these are just examples of circular economy initiatives in the city of Almaty that we worked in a few years back. Next slide. When taking that design approach, and yesterday it was about the construction sector, and there was architects. In other words, there was a lot of creativity coming in, and we also tried to bring that into our workshops. And in this case, we did that in the city of Almaty by having a graphic designer actually picturing what would that circular future look like, and what ingredients do you, as a citizen of the city of Almaty in this case, want to have in there. And that's not a vision of streets clogged with cars. That's clearly a vision where there's green space, where also people can connect to nature, because it's a city that's growing very fast. So people have a background in rural areas, and can we mix that? So these kind of ideas we also try to visualize to really make it very concrete what it's about, and really take, as I said, a design approach to a circular low carbon future. Next slide. And very often. Technology certainly helps, but I really believe that all the technology we need to solve this is already there. And very often solutions do not have to be very high tech. If you talk about design, if you bring somebody who's actually involved in the waste management together with the designer, you already get a very different design than if that interaction is not there. So it's very often about new collaborations, bringing the right people together, where really new ideas can thrive. Next slide. And then the final point, I think it also really comes down to making the right choices. Very often the ingredients are there, but it's very difficult to get from one system to the other. And what we try to do is also provide those decision makers or those pioneers of these ideas, give them arm them with the arguments that they need to convince their peers. And these arguments could be around development priorities related to basic GDP, jobs, but it could also be around air quality in cities, waste production. Depending on what's relevant in that context, we provide them, we help them at least quantify these arguments, and actually give them a sound basis to interact with other decision makers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jelmer. This is certainly a very interesting cross-cutting topic and some thoughts on how to connect what we hear today. I'd like to start with a couple of questions, so we will try to promote the debate and dialogue across the presenters, but also interact with the audience. I have a question from the sub-government through the GCOM, a representative that was here for Mike. Mike, in your presentation, so you talk about crowdfunding, you talk about financial instruments. The question is, what is the potential and the opportunity to use blockchain to connect with those instruments, and so in that way to amplify also what the subnational governments and cities are doing?
Well, Let me comment specifically on blockchain, but also just I think we are not really tapping into technology in the way we should. But let me just take blockchain first of all. So in the context of the idea that we have developed, Carlos, net zero equity, we see blockchain as a way of helping to demonstrate impact and to help produce verifiable data. So as I said, this whole product is about showing people that while their financial returns will be uncertain and will take time, they are actually helping to create real social and climate impact. So we are looking at using various solutions, IoT, sensors, drones, to actually connect the asset that we're investing in all the way back through the blockchain to the individual investor. I want to make a wider comment though, and I asked this question of various people at COP26. Last week in Lisbon, there was a summit held called the Web Summit. And this is a fantastic summit that brings together all of the, entrepreneurs who are looking at the technology side of innovation. And you correctly said there's a lot more to innovation than just technology. And I came across a couple of people this week at COP26 who had made a point of going to the Web Summit. And I think we need to do much more on this climate agenda to connect those people who live in what I call the climate bubble and who care about the climate bubble with the outside world of technology innovation, because we are not in dialogue in the way we should be, and we need to do more to actually communicate our needs, because actually I think many of these technology innovators can actually produce solutions. They just don't understand what exactly is needed in the market.
Thank you, Mike. Actually, very connected to this point is one of the purpose of this innovation hub. The initiative is establishing the network that will help to understand the best ways to address how to meet core human needs, and so that means that we need to understand and be able to express what is needed, so that we can then identify through our platform potential solutions, and in those areas where actually there is no available solution, establish the innovation gap. So along these lines, then of course this platform will try to match make the needs and the solutions, and in that context, maybe to all the other panelists, what is the potential to use the platform to amplify and expand, scale up and replicate your solutions across the globe, particularly on Global South? Maybe I would like to start with Sophie. She's been presenting a fantastic technology. How do you think this platform will help you to expand?
Thank you so much, Carlos. We have proven that this solution is commercially viable, and we've said that what is required from a country perspective is it's for the government to support. So in terms of replicability, we own the technology is proprietary, yeah. But that is something that we can get into discussions with people who want to take it and roll it out in other countries. So we're not saying we have to go ourselves. We've proven within Kenya, we're saying we will work with the government to make sure that the government will ease the entry of this solution. But we need partners, and that is exactly what you're saying. It's very few people who can truly say you've been successful by going and bulldozing and doing things your own way. In the world right now, it has to be a partnership, and for us, as much as possible, it is not to scale country by country. The idea would be for us to accelerate our entry into multiple countries. And thus coming to a forum like this is an opportunity for us to see where is the level of interest from other countries. Because it helps if there's someone from that country who's interested, it makes the entry easier rather than us going and having to start from the bottom up. We do really want to roll this out to all developing countries. We're not saying it's a solution that is specifically for sub-Saharan Africa. It's, as we said, for any country where they have the use of biomass being predominant and where we have people dying from respiratory illnesses and also facing food insecurity. So it's, for us, the fact that it's been proven, we are seeing a lot of interest because now it's a totally different way of delivering a solution to low-income consumers. So we do see people's eyes light up, government, private sector. So it's just for us to sit down, have a roundtable conversation and agree where can we actually start rolling this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sophie, any of the panelists would like to reflect on that, or follow up on the potential to use this platform, the Innovation Hub, really to address potential needs so that we create the demand, and once we know what is needed, then we can move with the innovation and the constellation of solutions to matchmake. Any reactions to this?
Yeah, maybe, Carlos, if I can add to Sophie and Asante Sana, Sophie, for your contribution. I think a lot of cases, the emphasis is on the technology innovation. I think what I would like to see more in the discussions and the engagements is business model innovation. So how does technology enable introducing new business models that allow providers of services and goods to service underserved markets and allow the global south, as you referred to participate in climate smart initiatives. So I think, especially for the African continent, representing or joining this discussion from South Africa, as a continent, we've not participated in the first three industrial revolutions. For the first time with mobile as a key enabler, both for communicating but also for transacting, we will not only participate, we will also contribute in developing the solutions and services that we will export to other regions globally. So I think the business model, mobile business model, allow and enable us to now innovate across multiple industries, and allowing multiple industries to subscribe to more sustainable approach in going about their business. And this is where it's the fusion and the overlap of different industries, agriculture, financial services. We've heard building material and the sourcing of the material. It's on these intersections that we need to innovate, and for which the platform that you've mentioned should serve the purpose of bringing parties together from different industries.
Thank you so much. Very interested thought. Actually, the best way to promote innovation, to go through innovative, ambitious climate solutions that meet the human core needs that we discussed: shelter, access, food and nutrition, health and clothing, leisure, is actually by identifying enablers that are beyond technology, enablers that are clustered across all sectors of enablers, such as finance, such as collaboration, leadership, and policy, etc., and the list goes on and on. So we have a few minutes left. I would like to open the floor for questions or some reflections, if any. If anyone wants to comment or raise a question. If I see one hand is raised, it's from the project executive Masamba Choje. You have the floor.
So thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Masamba Choje, executive of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. I just would like to share with you one interesting experience I have yesterday. I have visited one company which is working on reusing packaging for cosmetics and a lot of things. That's a very interesting experience. It was a very inspiring experience for me, because it addressed the two topics on which we are working. So circularity, enhanced circularity, because what they are saying is, instead of using a linear model for packaging, they develop packaging that can be reused. And what is really interesting here is it can also unlock entrepreneurship in some countries. In many developing countries, you have a lot of opportunities for working on some of the sector like cosmetic, but generally the main barrier is packaging because the industry is just not available. So by bringing such type of solution where actually you have packaging that can be recycled in a circular manner and not packaging in a linear things where actually you can have even a company with the packaging and who is doing the filling for you. You have just to bring your product. And we know that in most of our countries, they have all the things that are needed to make cosmetic. The only thing is that because of the lack of packaging, they are not using it in a commercial manner. And you need to import actually product from developed countries. So there are some solutions that are good for the climate and that can actually also be extremely positive for development by unlocking entrepreneurship. I wanted just to share that experience because I saw that it is extremely inspiring and it's possible actually to have climate and development addressed together. That's the point that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Masamba. Actually, this is a very important example and an appetizer for the next session, because this is an example actually where the need can be expressed. We hear about this example. In this particular case, the cosmetic industry actor would be able to access to our portal. We are building a platform, a digital platform, where actually they will express the demand, and then through our digital tools, we have artificial intelligence and deep search tools that will allow us to explore what could be potential 1.5 aligned and SDG aligned solutions that will match this demand on packaging, for example. So this is an extremely important development that can be actually fit for purpose, and where the network will be able to expand to a level that really will be very impactful in the net zero agenda. So this is just an appetizer to the next session. And with this, I would like to thank you, our panelists today. It was a pleasure to have you on board. Sophie, thank you very much for your presentation. Jelmer, Mike, Jakes, and also Pablo. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And we expect you to have on board as part of the innovators and as part of the experts that will be part of our Innovation Hub community. Thank you so much. And we will move shortly to the next session. So let's have a 1 minute break, and we will come back with the development of the platform. Thank you so much to our remote participant, Jelmer, Sophie. Yeah, there is a code that you can scan, and then you will get the. Thank you so much. Please take your seat. We will move to a very exciting presentation now. It's a demo. It's an appetizer of what's coming forward on the platform. So for this session, I would like to invite our core partner from the Open Earth Foundations. He's the executive director. They've been instrumental to take this project and the initiative forward, particularly on the digital assets that we are offering, the design of the platform and their experience on developing such a technology, but the understanding on the climate agenda has been also very, very useful. So with no further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Martin. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. We were talking about this yesterday, that in between sessions, it's probably good for us to anchor all of this thought cloud that is happening through our discussions on what does that mean for the virtual version of the Innovation Hub. And over the last couple of months, we've been working on that, and so I wanted to give you a walkthrough of what the project's ambitions are, and what to keep an eye out for as we start launching. Well, this is the physical hub. We have to look at the virtual hub. So I'm going to see if my clicker kind of works with me in the right optic angles. See if often it works or okay. So we really think that we need to leverage this level of systems thinking for the virtual platform. And mostly, I think, let's start with slide 10. That kind of brings back the view. There's a whole bunch of introduction of what we do as a foundation and our work as a core partner, bringing in emerging digital technologies and that complex systems perspective. It's very important that we think about what are the systems that we need to transform. And this slide shows part of the theory of change, that we want to make our core human needs the pull factor to innovation, the difference between what we're doing based on what's perceived as possible versus where we need to be. And the climate solutions that are already out there and the pathways need to be, in some sense, the funnel where we have to meet the core human needs, but we have to do it aligned with the Paris Agreement. And to do that, we need to be able to connect the cities and the actors that have the demand to meet the core human needs in the urban setting with the solution suppliers. And this is where the virtual hub comes in. So we might have to skip to a couple of slides just to, we wanted to keep this relatively short as some of these things are fresh in their eyes. This is more around what these last couple of weeks have been. We're now in the thematic clusters, but we're translating that into an agile development. And by COP27, we want to launch the project. And at the moment, we're looking at 3 work streams. One is the digital website that you now can find more information, and I encourage everyone to visit. This is we also have the URLs showed there, tinyurl/UNGIH. And so this will be a first hub of information, but because it's the UNFWC website, it's limited in terms of functionality. And the second part is the demo site that we'll be publishing soon and open to invitation for a couple of core participants to engage. You'll be able to log in with credentials that the UN would issue you as a demo user. And one of the most important things around this is, first, this has to be a minimum engineering about how does a UN platform interact with government officials in it. Because most of the time when we log into a website, we log in as individuals. But here we will be logging in as representatives of our institutions, of our cities, of our governments. And it's the UN that's brokering the peer-to-peer relationships between the subnational government officials and the climate solution suppliers. And so this is going to be a first work to test those mechanisms, bringing in different technologies in blockchain and in the use of decentralized identifiers. And one of the things that's very relevant that we're going to want to translate a lot of these discussions is, I don't know if this will advance, but you can just probably go to the next one. Oh, actually, let me go back because it has a GIF. Okay, yeah. Let's keep this here. So the intro video will show, as well as once you log in, there's the option of showing your government credential. So this will be up and running probably this week or early next week. It takes you to the landing site where you see what are the active challenges in terms of core needs, such as access and shelter. You can go see the challenges, and once, as a, let's say, city official, you want to look at, okay, I have a demand for this problem. You have a very basic description of the shelter challenge, and you can submit a demand for this. If you are a solution supplier, you can also submit a solution for it. And then you're taken to a questionnaire. So this is a very, very minimum viable product. The questionnaire is very essential for us to understand exactly what type of your requirements are. When you're done with the questionnaire, we didn't show all the process of a questionnaire. You'll be able to see the answers to your questionnaire, and then you'll be able to get connected to the type of solutions. This is a very early stage minimum development to start gathering a lot more know-how. And now you can probably go to the next slide, Sylvia, of how do we really understand the needs that are on the ground. We need to be able to ask the right questions. If we're not asking the right questions, we need to learn from the answers and the feedback to bring back to those questionnaires. At the moment, we're working on 4 core questionnaires, one on access, which is perhaps one of the most important ones because it's access to shelter, to health, to a lot of those core needs. Shelter is a key one. Yesterday we had an amazing panel on shelter talking about how do we rethink cities. So the city becomes a shelter, but our buildings become the shelter, and the shelter also becomes sequester of carbon. We also have a questionnaire to create new challenges, particularly for the UNFCCC and the network of experts around this, as well as being able to submit solutions. So since we've been here in 2 weeks, the amount of people saying we have a great solution and we'd love to broadcast it through the network, well, how do we onboard those solutions? Because the richer the solutions that are in the platform, the more precise the demands are from the city officials, the better we're going to be able to use cutting-edge analytical tools to match them. But there's more questionnaires around leisure, around food and clothing. And we want to be able to get as much feedback on these questionnaires. So when you log into the website, please leave your contacts. I think that we have at least a way of capturing people's contacts so that we can reach out and incorporate you in the first alpha development of this. You get a credential, you get to access it, you get to give feedback. And I think the next slide actually shows this just gives a little bit more technicalities to how we're bringing in decentralized identities to interact with this. So the traditional way of dealing with data is hosted on the cloud. The cloud service provider has access to that data, but not legal access. So by creating levels of encryption, we allow the data of a city to be carefully protected because it's sensitive to be able to put out data around the core human needs. And actually, the next couple slides, Sylvia, I think go into this. We can skip because there's just a little bit more technicality. Is that we have already a full prototype with up to 100 user interfaces designed of how this system would work. Maybe the next slide shows a video, which would be amazing. Let's see if it either takes time to start or it prompts for starting it. Let's see. Yep. Wait there. Oh, there it is. So this is the landing page for the video, the landing page for the site. We're looking at how COP27 would showcase. So all the different functionalities, submitting forms, having access to the different challenges around the world and active demands, active city pilots, the latest news, and showcasing the core partners and hopefully increasing the level of partnerships around it. The level of data integration, so we don't have to bring in the data from scratch. There's a lot of key data providers. So we're now going into the About section about the Global Innovation Hub, which is the core tenets here are needs-based as in the innovation pool, Paris alignment, so how does this help us meet our NDCs, the level of digitization, project pillars, moonshot thinking. We want to cluster solutions, so it's not just well, I have a company that installs solar panels. It's more around the holistic urban level to that. These are the type of current challenges that are out there. That's moving relatively fast, but then we have geospatial ways of looking at the solutions. And a full functionality to be able to have city officials log into the platform, select that they're a demand owner. So as you can see, this would be, is one of the most revolutionary digital developments hosted at the UN so far, and it makes sense because if we want to have a global innovation hub, it needs to be able to do that. By having a government-issued credential, we will log into the platform. I don't know if it paused, but that goes a lot into the. Maybe I think that's just the end of the first video. That's the sort of the start of the journey, because if we actually look at the journey, we just finished into this part, but the next part is filling out the profile for the country, for the city, validating the data, doing the primary actions, which is to, for example, submit a questionnaire that establishes the demand, connecting with the solution suppliers, what they have to do the solution submissions, creating the matchmaking, so demand and supply have to connect. This is where high-powered AI and natural language processing comes into play. And perhaps the most ambitious technological development is here, when we go into project simulation, feasibility, and financing, right? So we have to simulate the projects that connect between supply and demand. We have to create the approvals and the agreements between all the stakeholders and the parties. We have to bring the enablers. And then once the financing is ready, export it into the rollout and to eventually climate accounting process. And of course, NDC progress, because that's also why we gather here at COP26, is we know we have a 1.5 degree agenda, and the Paris Agreement also sets up multiple other agendas, and our nationally determined contributions are also what connects cities, subnational governments, even corporations, all the way to the nations that host them. So this is a quick teaser to anchor a bit some of the important discussions into what gets launched here at COP26 and what can anticipate in the road to COP27 as we're building these tools, but also a very clear invitation to also everyone participating here to play a role in the creation, in the co-design, and testing these features together. That is part of the demand for the innovation of the future, is we have to keep innovation open and participative. So I'll pause there. Hopefully, Carlos, that's helpful between, and I'll be continuing some of these snippets in between sessions.
Thank you so much, Martin. I'm really excited. It's fantastic to see this demo that is putting together all the pieces that were envisioned like months ago when we start drawing potential ideas that will take the initiative forward. Just to give a little bit of context, this is about identifying solutions to very clear demands that are there in the context of rising ambition. So we foreseen them that you can amplify impact. You can really get to the net zero and to have the world that we all want, 1.5 aligned, SDG aligned, by expressing what is needed instead of what is perceived as currently possible. Hence, this tool, this portal, is aiming to identify and express the demand in a way that then, through artificial intelligence, through the enablers that will be out there in the deep digital universe, can all be combined, clustered, and brought to satisfy the demands that are expressed. So it's actually a major development, and of course what we are looking for now is to expand the network so that we have the users, we have the demands well expressed, and this is part of the climate agenda, part of the NDCs, the long-term strategies that we see in the UNFCCC process is reflected, and that we also expedite the implementation of these solutions because there is a level of urgency. There is a level of climate emergency that we need to address. So we really can take advantage of these technologies to move very quickly with the implementation from the what that is established in the Paris Agreement to the how and when that these tools and the networks will help us to provide. My last point is on the vision of becoming the platform of platforms. It's not starting from scratch, it's just taking full advantage of what is already out there. There are many platforms. We have on Thursday, if I remember correctly, Thursday the 5th of November, a fantastic session where we invite other platforms. It was just a small sample of existing platforms that could help us to evolve and to also take the best experience from their platforms and bring them on board so that we have a more ambitious platform of platforms. So Martin, how is this factoring into this exercise and what is the vision for the platform of platforms?
That's a great point, Carlos, and something that we want to make sure that this is very clear. As a global innovation hub, every innovation out there needs to be able to participate on it. So this is not an exclusionary platform, it's an inclusionary platform. So we don't have to here build a network, we have to build a network of networks, a platform that can help integrate other platforms and a digital solution that integrates those. And that's the halo of the UN world, to bring them together, to create a non-competitive approach to fundamentally inclusionary. So one of the prototypes that we have already built is the outlook of what would be the application store, the app store, or the integration store, which is key because at the end of the day, if this becomes an operating system, the user gets to choose different applications that they're relevant to what they're doing. So for example, there's a whole array of data providers out there. We don't have to bring that in from scratch. It's more integrating those, whether it's Google Environmental Insight Explorer, whether it's work done by the Data-Driven Labs or NASA or Global Covenant of Mayors or different data providers, even the Global Climate Action Portal. All of these platforms need to be able to integrate to it. Furthermore, we've had already a couple of sessions with enterprise resource planning platforms, SAP, Microsoft Dynamics, all kinds that often cities require and use to manage their resources, to manage their statistics, their analytics, their decision-making process. So we need to be able to build something in the back end of this that helps integrate to those when needed. Not for everyone, but if you have your own environment, you need to be able to plug it in. So this is why we're looking at the most sophisticated digital development out there. So in that integration store, everyone sort of can participate. And another very important part of that is when I was talking in the bottom where it says project simulation, this requires really advanced modeling, right? Advanced modeling of solutions in the city, transformation of urban settings. And there's multiple different models out there that we've been already in contact and collaborating. So that has to create a sort of model of models. But those simulation engines should plug into the background. This is not an easy undertaking from a technological development. That's why we see a first stage towards COP27 as a minimum viable or a proof of concept of a lot of these pieces, working with key pilots, city pilots, technological integration pilots, to ensure that we've got a really strong blueprint by COP27 and then a really ramp up of those developments by COP28, where we get there with a fully or a full mature platform. And that's also why it's very important that we're able to capture what's happening around the world so we don't leave anything sort of behind. There are some incredible databases of solutions out there. They also need to be integrated. And we need to make sure that the platform also brings value back to those. So you integrate data, but now suddenly you're getting a flow of traction around what you've been building, a visibility of your solution, because like everything in the digital world has a two-way street. Things get plugged into the Global Innovation Hub, and the Global Innovation Hub also nurtures that. It's in many ways creating an innovation internet. So things can start connecting with themselves and allowing the digital world to looking at the digital minds and the AI to find the best pathways for interconnecting these.
Great. Maybe an interesting point that we have to deal with during this journey and to get into this point was on how to collect the demands in a logic way that is self-explanatory, that is inviting and friendly to those actors that are to populate the demands, but at the same time that are fit for purpose to the digital world, and then will go and deep search solutions that are in the digital space. So that is quite a big challenge, and one of the key components of this platform is the questionnaires. You probably saw that we already piloted some of the questionnaires, particularly to identify the needs on access, on shelter, and to put together through these questionnaires some guiding questions so that users will capture and then they can then be taken forward through the digital tools. So this is, of course, not an easy exercise because that needs to be fit for purpose. So that means that working under different circumstances, different regions in the world with a very different environments. So how to build those sort of questionnaires, that is a very important process, and we will be gaining from experience. But to get to this point, just as an anecdote, we were testing internally, of course, going through some exercises, interviewing experts from different areas that are very well known in the areas, particularly defining the long-term strategies for cities, subnational governments, and there is where the partnership with key actors that are working with cities and with subnational governments were crucial. We partnered with ICLEI, we partnered with the Global Convening of Majors, and with Climate Kick. They do have in their constellation of partners a large number of cities and experts that work within this network, and we were able to pilot test the questionnaires and improve them as we went through the dialogues with them to make sure that we were applying a language that is sound and it's compatible with their long-term strategy. So that was part of this journey, and the Open Air Foundations took all of these experiences, this feedback, and shape in a way that is today materialized on this demo. Thank you so much, Martin. It's been a very important and interesting journey until getting to this point, and we really look forward to have this network established here and have the platform launch sometime soon. Thank you so much all, and we will break now for lunch, and then we will resume at 2 o'clock. Maybe some final remarks.
Just to I made a quick teaser of the platform for us to contextualize how innovative this is for the UNFCCC and for us as a partner and all the other partners, the privilege and the honor to be able to help steward this vision forward. We have a long road ahead, but it's quite exciting. It would be the first of its kind because it allows users to log in and have a set of tools and co-working on those toolkits. So I want to help contextualize how innovative that view is from the Secretariat, and a grid. A very big hats off to Masamba for stewarding that, to Carlos, to Silvia, to the whole team that makes this possible. For us as partners, it's an absolute pleasure, and it's extremely inspiring. And we look forward to working with everyone because that's also the privilege of being able to always have this pulse here at COP where we gather together, where we take kind of a stock take of how we're doing in the innovation space that we're co-creating. So I look forward to this important road ahead. Of course, the more every year that goes by, the amount of negotiations that are required within COP go down. So the transition of COP to becoming a convening power, an innovation center, a solution, a financing center will start growing. And it's very important that we put some of these tools together to be prepared for that and to constantly keep track of the level of ambitions that are needed and the visions of why we can be a lot more ambitious with our pledges because there are solutions out there. There are financing options out there. There are ways to transform our cities, to transform our supply chains. And we need to reduce the frictions of having the access to those solutions to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, to absolutely everyone. That's the only way that we can move all together.
Thank you so much, Martin. You put up some names there. I don't want to miss Mission Innovation Rise. They were also instrumental to get to this point, and many other actors I mentioned, Climate Kick and OEF, and a couple of partners like GCOM, ICLEI. Thank you to all of these networks, Climate Pledge, and many others. And we expect you to be engaged and be a part of this solution. Thank you so much all, and have a good break. We meet again at 2 o'clock.
So let's start our session of the afternoon. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our physical and our virtual participants. Welcome and thank you for your interest. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, which is organizing this series of events during COPs. Maybe just a few words about this UNFCCC initiative. We launched this initiative to address three main challenges that using innovation for climate action is facing. We want to make innovation more effective in supporting climate action. So the first challenge is the fact that pledge, commitment, and target objectives are set mainly based on what is perceived as possible and not what is needed. So if pledge and commitment are set based on what is already possible, there is no room for innovation. So what we are promoting in the Global Innovation Hub is target and pledges that are set based on what is needed, and the gap between what is needed and what is currently possible is what we are expecting innovation to fill. So we are inviting those that are setting this commitment and target to translate the gap between what is their commitment and what is currently possible into demand for climate solution that the Innovation Hub will try to address. The second aspect is when we are saying innovation, the focus is always on technology. Yes, technology is absolutely needed, is critical, but it's not the only leverage point. We need to innovate on policy, on financial instrument, on business model, on governance, leadership, collaboration. We need radical collaboration. And this is an integration of this innovative solution that will allow to address big challenges such as climate. And then the third aspect is that innovation focus too much at the supply side, what is happening at the industrial level. This is also very important, but this can only lead to incremental improvement, because at the best, what you will have is a reduction of the carbon footprint of existing products and services. If you would like to go beyond that and be able to challenge existing product and value chain, you have to go back at the core need that these products and services are trying to satisfy and use innovation to explore alternative value chain for the satisfaction of these products and services. So to put in place all these things, we will have this type of gathering at each COP where stakeholders relevant to innovation will be together through dialogue and try to explore how effective we can use innovation to address the challenge of climate. And also we will have, and this is the most important part and relevant to this discussion, a platform, digital platform, which main purpose is to find solution for this demand for climate solution expressed by climate actor. So we are very grateful to have a broad collaboration around these ideas, Open Earth Foundation and also Amazon Web Services supporting us, providing expertise and technology to allow us to move forward on this specific project. So this is the beginning of the movement. This is our first public event. This is the beginning of the journey, and you are all invited, if you are really interested, to contribute in this movement, to join. Probably early next week, we will have a call for expression of interest, and those of you that will be interested to join are most welcome. So without further ado, now I will hand over the floor to Chao Chen Zhang, who will moderate this session. Chao Chen, first of all, congratulations for the good news.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really appreciate it.
So thank you, and I will hand over to you.
Sure. Before I start, and I wonder whether you or someone can let me know, on the site that whether our speakers are already there.
Yes, all your speakers are on site.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Masamba, and good morning, good evening, and so to everyone wherever you are. And of course, if you are in UK now, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to working with Masamba and also the UN team to just prepare this session. And as what Masamba mentioned, this is a movement, and this is really, we are looking at a fundamental change. And when you are looking at fundamental change, not incremental change, and a lot more innovation are really, very important to just make this happen. And, as what Masamba mentioned, that, today is also a big day for me, and I have my newborn. So I'm in the hospital now. And if you hear during the session that the doctor comes, and so, I hope that, they will not bother us during this time, but you may hear from background. I'm sorry for this if it happened.
Unprecedented level of dedication.
That's true, and I'm lucky to have a cop baby, and definitely, I will call him as my climate kid, and I'm happy that my climate kid is with us. And for this specific session, and my name is Xiaoqun Zhang, and I'm with Amazon Web Service. I'm a principal manager, and interestingly, before I joined AWS, and I have been in the climate change space for a long time, I have seen, how the sector-based approach just, emerge and then becoming the norm. And also when Masamba just, share with me around the Global Innovation Hub, I'm fully, supporting this mission or revolution. And I think this is really something very, very important, and where that we can just, drive to a new paradigm shift. And of course, that's when you are looking at a paradigm shift, and then innovation is important, and to enable innovation, and then there are different kind of challenges. And one of the specific challenges we're going to talk about is around data today. And, think about if you are a decision maker, that you want to make smart, data-driven smart decisions. If you are a citizen, you want to just make a data-driven behavior change type of, activities. And if you are a policymaker, that you also want to just design policy which can enable, behavior change from both the corporate and also the citizens. And how can you just enable that kind of policy instrument to just incentivize and induce behavioral change? And all of them will just, come back to the data side. And of course, that's, we have seen the progress in the data related solutions, meaning that if you, from the data collection, from the data cleaning, from the, leveraging AI and cloud and other technologies to make modeling, to make a, scoring system, to compare different policy initiative, to compare different, behavioral activities. And we do have a lot more, innovations which are happening now. But for this session, that's because we are really into a new mission here and talking about how can we use climate innovation to just drive for need-based approach. And that's we need to bring the right experts and to just inform us, what are the key challenges that they are helping to solve in the past, and also how that experience can be really leveraged. So then we can just bring all the power strengths together to just help to shape this movement together. With that, I'd like to just introduce my panel, and we have an amazing panel here. And one thing, unfortunately, that Richard, due to family emergency, he cannot be with us. But we have 4 strong speakers and who have amazing background. And I like to probably start from the room, and starting from maybe Sherry.
Hi there. Oh, it's on. It works. Fantastic. Hi, Xiaochen. Delighted to be on the panel. My name's Sherry Madeira. I am the chair of the Future of Sustainable Data Alliance, a group that has a mission to try and understand what data we need for the future in order to be able to make good financial decisions and be able to channel more capital to sustainable means. I do have a day job, which is that I'm the Chief Industry and Government Affairs Officer for LSEG, the London Stock Exchange Group. Thanks, Xiaochen.
Thank you. And let's move to Anna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Ana Pinheiro Privet. I am with Amazon, more specifically with the sustainability team, and I lead the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, or ASDI as we call it, which is a Tech for Good program trying to leverage Amazon's scale and its technology to really promote more innovation and problem solving in the space of sustainability generally, but very focused on climate as well. In practice, what we do a lot is once we identify data sets like the ones Cheryl was talking about, bring them to the cloud and make them openly available and accessible to anyone as a way to democratize access to the data. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wonder, whether Martin's here.
Hi, Xiaochen. Thank you for your dedication again. What a pleasure to join everyone in this panel. My name is Martin Weinstein. I'm the founder and executive director of the Open Earth Foundation. We're a nonprofit based in California, working in the intersection of emerging digital technologies with a lot of focus on fintech, distributed ledger technologies, AI, and IoT, as well as open source, open digital infrastructure, and the necessary open collaborations needed for the development of that. And our mission is focused on planetary scale approaches to environmental challenges. We work in different verticals: integrated climate accounting space, climate action financing. But for the purpose of the panel, I also have 2 hats today. One is we've been working a lot on data for Paris Agreement level accounting at the foundation, but we've also had the privilege to join the UNFCCC as a core partner in the Global Innovation Hub, and we've been working over the last month and a half in the design and the development of the virtual hub. We are now in the physical hub, and everything that's captivated sort of and captured here in idea clouds and the experts has to also help us translate that into a virtual hub that connects us, and data plays an important role there. So if I can, I'll try to make some of the linkage to the Global Innovation Hub.
Thank you. And last but not least, Truman.
Thanks, Xiaochen, and again, congratulations on your wonderful news and your COP baby. We look forward to him growing up, and we'll see him at COP 46. So I'm Truman Siemens. I'm the founder and CEO of Open Source Climate, OS Climate. We are a part of the Linux Foundation, and we're applying the collaborative, community-based open source approach to a mission of trying to develop a platform of data and analytics to rapidly scale and accelerate climate-aligned finance, banking, policy and regulation and corporate engagement. We are a member-based organization, although everything that is built, unlike a consortium, everything that we build through the collaboration between the members and other contributors is a public good. And in fact, we are a public utility where competitors on the user and provider side of data and technology meet, put in people, intellectual property, effort, and stakeholder relationships to jointly build data solutions, technology solutions. We're very fortunate to have among our founding members LSEG, S&P Global, and of course Amazon, and within Amazon a very particularly strong relationship with the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, working with Anna. So I'll say more about this as we get further into the panel, but I did want to just say a couple of things connecting to what Masamba talked about in the framing of the session. The approach to innovation that has been taken to date when it comes to sustainable finance, the traditional market-based approach for innovation is not working fast enough. There is a fragmentation and actually unproductive patterns of competition and non-collaboration that are actually growing and increasing some of the barriers to closing the data gaps, including the tools that are needed to produce the kinds of refined actionable data, Zhaochen, that you were talking about, ratings and the like. There's a better way, and the Linux Foundation approach and the approach that Martin is taking in the Open Earth Foundation can be a force multiplier, can accelerate the kinds of large-scale solutions that we need in this space.
Thank you very much, Truman. And so, yeah, I think as you can see that, there are already a lot of existing collaboration among the speakers. And the reason why they are together, is because each one of them really are leading different initiative in the space. And where that's, a lot of the ongoing work can really help us to inform, when we just try to make contribution or support the global digital innovation hubs work in the future, and how the existing expertise and the work can be leveraged, and then we can just design to make it improve the process, and also get the right use case, or get the right experience to be reflected in the process. And with that, let's just quickly go to our first topic. And when we talk about climate change, and it's not only around climate change, and because it's also around the sustainability as a more broader topic, and many work down for sustainability also are related to climate change, and many work have been done for sustainability and for sustainability ESG investing, for example, are also related to the whole climate change discussion. And some of the work that each one of you have shared, related to sustainability side, and others are purely focusing on climate change. I want to just bring this both perspective into this, and helping us to understand the challenge, especially the data challenge that we are facing when we drive from the sector-based approach to a more the need-based approach. And with that, maybe that we can start from Sherry.
Right. Well, that's a lot to cover. So I will just scratch the surface and then pass ably on to the rest of the panel. I think that Zhaochen has kind of highlighted a little bit about what maybe some of the problem might be, which is that we're talking about climate change, we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about ESG, we're talking about SDGs, we're talking about channeling capital. I mean, these are a lot of different things that are overlapping in Venn diagram terms. And actually, in some ways, you know, all of the different standards that are proliferating, all of the different principles, the frameworks, you know, all of this is good work. This is good stuff. But there's a lot going on out there. So the perspective of the Future of Sustainable Data Alliance is to say, well, actually, what data underpins each of those initiatives? How is it that we can get even more specific and granular about that data and really actually showcase to some of the stakeholders, which are all of you, which are all of the investors out there, but also the regulators and those policymakers, so that we're actually moving forward in a way that's not creating problems because the data isn't there to support it. Some of the work that we've been doing, we've just released 2 papers in advance of COP, and one of them I think we're all very proud of, which is, it's called Mapping the Data Gaps and the Data Holes. And those are 2 different things. So a data gap is a piece of data that's already well defined, but is poorly populated. So it's a gap that's often filled with either extrapolation, estimation, proxies, etc. And that needs to get better. We have work to do as a world to get that better. But a data hole is even more interesting. So a data hole is when you don't really know what data you need in order to be able to implement a strategy or a way of deploying capital or a way of actually framing something. And that actually, I think, is something that we really need to think about as we sit here at COP26. We all know that the communique is still being worked on. There's a lot of brains being put together from around the world. And some of those big principles need to be underpinned by data. So what data is there? What data do we need? How do we map it? Once you've figured that out, then you can start filling the gaps and start hopefully creating a really global, cohesive, comparable sets of data that can be used for an array of principles. It's like building the foundations of your house. If the foundations of your house are a little bit weak, if they're not quite secure, you're building on top of something that's not as stable as you need it to be going forward. And certainly I think all of us here agree that this is too important to get wrong. A couple of other sound bites, and then I'll pass back to you, Xiaochen. I think that one of the other pieces of the puzzle that we've just done a report on is thinking about forward-looking data. So often we talk about disclosures. In the financial world, it's all about issuers making sure that they're transparent. Lots of things that you have to be disclosed, that they need to be mandatory. I think people are familiar with TCFD. All great stuff. But it's not the only data that a financier is looking at. In fact, a lot of the scenarios we're talking about, and I know that the next panel is about central banks and thinking about sort of more systemic risk, well, a lot of that is looking forward. So how is it that we can make sure that that data is also comparable? Because you can't audit it. You can't verify it. Backwards-looking data, disclosure data is something that is auditable. So that temporality of data is, again, something we've looked at and sort of thrown up a few recommendations in terms of how regulators and industry can come together on that. Historical data, contemporary data, and forward-looking data. They have their unique challenges, but if we work together to create a harmonized understanding, I think we can move a little bit more forward. And finally, we need to think about granularity, and I'm sure that the rest of the panel agree with this. Often a data point that we hold, and I know that I can speak for Richard because he's not here. That's what you get for not being able to be on the panel. Someone else will fill in for you. We collaborate with S&P, we collaborate with Bloomberg, we collaborate with LSEG, we collaborate with CDP and the Future of Sustainable Data Alliance. And guess what? Some of those data points are, does the company have a policy for water? Yes or no? That's the data point. It's not about how good that policy is. It's not about what that policy contains. I think we all need to think about the granularity of some of this data and really take into account how deep it goes in order to be able to make good decisions. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but there's a fantastic power and there's a fantastic urgency, and I think that things are moving very quickly. Thanks, Xiaochen.
Thank you, Sherry, and I think these are very important points, and where that you help us to set the stage. And I think the reports you mentioned from the Future of Sustainable Data Alliance are extremely relevant and important. And no matter we talk about the differentiation of the data gaps and data holes, or the missing of the forward-looking data set, all the granularity, and also the urgency, and I think all those are really setting the stage for this. And I think when we are looking at need-based and solution-oriented climate solution or innovation, and many of the challenge what you have identified are the similar challenge for this new trend. So I want to just also ask our panelists another set of questions. When we talk about challenge, and then there's always innovation around the challenge, and then there are the solutions. And what solutions have been deployed in the past to address this data-based challenges? And let's start from Martin, and then go to Truman. And here that's I really, you can potentially also link your solution with how you see the challenge are in the area that you are focusing. Then you can just go back to the solution that you have deployed. And let's start from Martin.
Thank you, Shoshan. And as I mentioned, one of the works that we're doing is around integrated accounting to support perhaps the most important data challenge that an exercise will have, which is the global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. But I'd like to focus on the vision of the Global Innovation Hub and anchor what do we mean by this needs-based approach. So talking about solutions also requires understanding the problems as well. The view for the Global Innovation Hub is to focus on the core human needs, our need for shelter, a need for nutrition, our need for health, our need for access, and have our Paris Agreement pathway as the funnel of the type of solutions that are eligible to meet those needs, and with a focus first on cities as the leverage point to work on. As we are designing the virtual platform, we can't move forward if the cities that we're going to start working with as pilots don't have a proper grasp of their needs, if they're operating the city in the dark in some sense. Where are their needs unfulfilled geographically and thematically? And with data about that, with the data about the city, we're able to simulate solutions to meet those needs. So low carbon solutions. That is at the core of what we see necessary for the hub, connecting those demand actors, the cities that have a demand for fulfilling those core human needs, with the low carbon solution suppliers, and then with the financiers that come in and help catalyze, enable those projects going forward. So that's the framework, and I can already anticipate that plans for data readiness will be one of the first solutions needed to cities to onboard and move forward. Otherwise, we can't match properly the solutions, and the financiers cannot measure risk for the projects that they'll be financing. So with that framework in place, I'd like to talk about some of the key elements that are needed and try to summarize what I think are the key gaps and where to focus on. We need to look at this data sources on the ground, so more and more sensors that are being able to capture information, and on the sky, satellite information. These are very two important points that need to be almost testimony of whatever is happening on the ground. The second part is moving beyond just thinking about data and more around data assets. Means packing data in a useful instrument that it can speak to the data owner, sometimes the data buyer. If the data is talking about a low carbon product, the buyer of the product requires the verification of the data. It could also be to the investor that is in play. And we can't have multiple different, there can be different flavors of those data assets, but we want to create a level of efficiency. there's been a lot of growth in how we understand the creation of data assets. So a carbon intensity of a product could be a data asset. An ESG metric of a company could be an established data asset. And the verifiability of those data assets is also extremely important. Part of the work that we've been doing, tackling perhaps one of the big problems in the climate space, which is how do we convey transparency around the data alongside privacy, right? Article 13 requires radical transparency, but for the private sector, privacy is a core part of business competitiveness. So cryptography and mathematical solutions help us create verifiability of those data assets so that I can attest to an aggregate information about my operations, for example, but I can hold to the raw data set. So that's a second very important part, right? We talked about ground sourcing and sky sourcing, data assets, and the importance of, in the third part, of how do we share that data? And perhaps that's one of the things that we see as a more important gap. It's not just about the data sets. It's in what I would call the data plumbing, because at the end of the day, we create a commons of users of that data. And by data plumbing means how we can securely share the data between, again, the data owner or the investor or the buyer, the requirements to model a project in the city. And I think this is where the level of cooperation and collaboration is mostly needed. If we think about the internet, it's essentially a macro network of plumbing, websites and IP addresses that can talk to each other through protocols. So as we're moving into a data-driven innovation, climate innovation space, we got to look at what are the protocols, what are the standards, what are the open agreements that we have around how we're going to operate across this. So perhaps those, I'll leave that as a summary. Democratizing the access to the data sources, particularly as we move forward into the innovation space in the global south and in cities that have, by history, less data readiness. The importance around thinking on how do we pack data, that it has multiple uses, and the collaboration across the different stakeholders to have more efficient data plumbing, because it's not about a picture, it's about the video. And so when we look at greenhouse gas inventories, for example, if our digital infrastructure is not in place, every year or every 5 years, we have to do all the exercise again. But with proper plumbing, this becomes a lot more of a dynamic space. I'll pause there, Xiaoshen, and hopefully that helps in the process.
Yep, absolutely. And I think, again, that's you were able to just link the solution with what the goal of the digital innovation hub, and to also point out data plumbing's the importance of data plumbing, and also connect that with the new infrastructure we are looking at, to provide both the global data, as the public goods layer, and also potentially at the new type of organizational model for data, like for example, as leveraging new technology to address the challenge of data democratization. And so all those are highly valuable points. And let's move to Truman and see what OS Climate, and also more broadly Linux Foundation is looking at the challenge, and how your OS Climate is a response to address those challenges. How have you been solving the problem?
Great, thanks, Xiaoshen. And I'll also try to key off of some of the great points that Martin made there. I'm gonna hit three things. First, I'm going to talk about needs from a bit of a different perspective, the perspective of the needs of the solution developers and innovators to be effective and to have impact. Second, responding to your following on the point about the balance between transparency and privacy that Martin brought up. I'll elaborate on how we're addressing those things, and then talk about about database solutions in the frame of what's required to get the kinds of refined data, the actual metrics that are actually used in investment processes and credit analysis processes and the like, which are far downstream from the source data that Martin's talking about. So first, in terms of needs, so for effective and very rapid innovation on these large-scale challenges, one of our contributions at OS Climate is an infrastructure and an environment that allows sort of the rapid transition from stakeholder discussions, refinement, and on particular solutions that they want to build, to the actual detailed, systematized collaboration structures, licensing, and technology platforms that actually allow them then to go and literally put fingers to keyboards and develop joint solutions where large numbers of contributors and stakeholders can work jointly. The infrastructure part of that was begun by Amazon, by AWS for OS Climate, and building on that work, Red Hat has taken the next steps. We have rolled out here earlier this week at COP26 the initial data commons and the overall platform architecture that enables that collaboration, as well as two tools, and I'll address those in a moment. So second, around transparency and the balance between transparency and privacy, it's a truly essential point. While the long-term mission of OS Climate is to make publicly available at no cost as much as possible as much of the data that is needed by not only investors, banks, asset managers, regulators, but also communities to make climate-aligned decisions, we face the reality that there are still very valuable data assets that sit within firms like LSEG, S&P, MSCI, et cetera, that they've invested heavily in, and that they're not ready to just give to the public. They see where it's going. They see the regulatory drivers that are pushing toward more open disclosure. We're delighted that with LSEG, we've landed on an innovative approach that can help to bridge this gap in the interim. We call it a data vault. I'm not going to go into details about this now, but essentially it allows a commercial data provider or a CDP or a university to open source for open and unrestricted use its data for a particular use case without having to give up a very valuable asset immediately. And in the case of OS Climate, we do that through a tool I'm going to mention in a moment. So the third part, you asked about database solutions. When it comes to actionability, when it comes to investment processes, the decisions of a buy-sell decision, the decisions that lead to strategic asset allocation, portfolio construction, that lead to lending decisions, that lead to decisions by regulators on capital adequacy. All of these things require data that is essentially derived through tools, through scenario-based analytic tools. The first two of the tools that we are developing in OS Climate that were rolled out this week is one for analyzing portfolio alignment, debt and investment portfolios using the implied temperature rise methodology. We patterned that after what was developed by under Mark Carney and David Blood in the COP26 PAT team for TCFD. And in fact, members of that team have been involved in developing the first version of that tool. And then the second is a physical risk tool with the work being led by BNP Paribas And while there are a lot of great physical risk, vulnerability, and value at risk tools available out there in the marketplace, among other things, we want to make something that is broadly available at no cost for actionable decision making, including around adaptation and resilience. We're going to have a technical deep dive on that together with actually some of the participants or colleagues of participants in this panel in early December. So we encourage anyone that's here today in the room or watching virtually to take part in those. Thank you.
Thank you, Truman. And as you can see, my background changed. I was kicked off that room and moved to another one now. And again, that's, I think, OS climate is just addressing the problem from a very unique, approach where open data as a new approach where that to address, the global common in a way which just, doesn't compromise profitability from the private sector, but also just address exactly that's the missing gap where that is really important to see how there is existing gap, and then there's the real need for this valuable assets, and how can we just use an approach which should make the work for everybody. And I think that is a very unique and very important approach. And then I want to just also move to Anna. And when Truman introduced about, we need to make that happen, we need, new infrastructure. And he also mentioned that, AWS is supporting or working with OS Climate on that. And I'm part of the AWS. I understand that we are enabling many of such innovations. And more broadly, I want to just have your view. How can innovators worldwide translate the challenge mentioned by speakers earlier into opportunities, and also how you and your initiative is supporting that?
Yeah, thank you. So if you allow me, I would like to actually build on what was said by my colleagues, and I would start with the statement that what we've been observing, and I think it's a fact, is that in data-based innovation nowadays is just too expensive, right? When you think at the amount of effort and cost and time that is required to identify all of those foundational data sets that are required to do all these processes, and then realize that those pieces of data are spread everywhere in different data sources from different data providers, different formats. Some of them are really not accessible because they are behind firewalls or on tape. So the reality is, if you want to innovate today, the amount of time and effort it takes you to actually acquire all those pieces of data and make them interoperable, clean, store them, and put them at the point where you can actually do something with it. You just spent at least 8% has been estimated of your time and effort, right? So if we step back and think about this space and how fast we need to innovate, and realize that we are all spending that 80% in redundant effort that is undifferentiated and is not really contributing to new knowledge, there's a huge potential here to advance the space by doing some things. And what we believe at Amazon, and that's why we involved and created this program, the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, is that the cloud can potentially play a big role here. So what we're trying to do is engage with groups like Truman and OS Climate and others around the world. And once they understand what data sets are really critical for this conversation, then we bring those data sets to the cloud, make them openly available next to compute, and offer the opportunity for people to access grants and other resources to actually turn that data into knowledge, which is the key thing that we need here, right? So just speaking to what you were asking, Shanjing, what we're seeing in terms of innovation by doing things like this, we're actually seeing a lot. And we're seeing by removing the effort and the time for people to acquire data, by putting them in the clouds. And in some cases, we're talking about huge data sets, right? Petabyte scale or terabyte scale that only a few people probably in this room would be have the capacity to analyze and store, given the resources required. So what we're seeing is, once we put those data sets in the cloud and make them open, it's very easy to experiment. It's very easy to turn on and off, compute on top of it in the cloud. It's very easy to say, hey, it doesn't work, let's move on to another experiment, to having co-located data sets to look at them together and try to extract knowledge and insights we haven't never looked at it before. So we see a lot of activity in the private sector. Startups are particularly nimble and they can jump into those resources very easily. But we also seeing that even like national labs, federal agencies and bodies out there, groups that are, their mission is to produce these data sets, are also leveraging these resources as a way to disseminate more broadly their data. I can go into details, but I know we are short on time. So I would say that we really need to work very closely on these foundational steps that are at the base of this pipeline in order for the other steps and the plumbing to actually work. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I think, this is very important where that's when you know the problem is identifying, and also you have the right infrastructure to support that, and you also mentioned from the national labs or government agency, they have role to play, startup has a role to play, and of course that's Sherry, that's through the Future of Sustainable Data Alliance that you are working with some of the largest company, and of course London Stock Exchange or Refinity itself also are doing a lot around this, and you also you have the view or vision of the large corporates activity or innovation to solve these problems. Maybe you can also just share with us from that perspective.
Thanks a lot, Xiaoshen. I think we just need to fundamentally agree that financial data is now completely changing. And so, when we talk about sort of, LSEG data or Refinitiv data or S&P data or Bloomberg data, et cetera, all of that is migrating. It's changing. And so what Anna was saying and what Martin was saying and what all of us on the panel, Truman, put it really well, which is that actually we need to now have all of that data available for all the different purposes out there. Financial purposes is only one thing. I guess why I bring this up, Xiaoshen, is that actually when we think about it, we think about maybe financial services and fintech. Again, we're migrating it again so that we're talking about green tech, green fintech, the use of data underneath as to how it is that innovation can be supported. And I think that all of the initiatives that we've spoken about are really driving sort of a complete back-end system to promote that innovation. And actually, then we start thinking, well, what's going forward? One of the things that strikes me, and one of the things we talk a lot about at FOSDA, Future of Sustainable Data Alliance, is biodiversity. Biodiversity and nature-based solutions. This is something that is a number of steps away from core financial accounting data that would typically come from either, a stock quote or a accounting disclosure, et cetera, for the listed company. But it's becoming material in terms of how it is that those companies are going to be judged going forward, be they an equity issuer, a bond issuer, or indeed, a portfolio that's been put together by an asset manager. So how is it that we can make sure that that data that we're collecting from a sensor in an agricultural field, or indeed the geospatial data, is starting to get linked to the asset and the disclosure data? I guess where I'm driving here is that the platforms that we've been discussing need to start getting smarter as fast as possible, because it's not just about a single data set. Biodiversity is a great example. Geospatial data needs to be matched with asset location data. Otherwise, how is it that you're going to figure out how it is you're deploying your capital and if that's accurate? So I think that what we're seeing in terms of innovation really continues to reinforce our raison d'etre, which is if we can really identify a quality data set that's well-defined across borders, an absolutely borderless data set that can be used for financial innovation, that data set is also going to be able to be used for so many other things going forward. And we shouldn't be afraid of that. We shouldn't put up barriers. We should just be continuing to figure out what it is that investors and therefore communities would like to be able to do, and then go out there and have our marching orders to go and get it done. And actually the marching orders should be coming from the bottom up, from investors, from all of us, from those that are trying to deploy capital, and also from the top down. And we're seeing that incredibly vigorously from regulators. It's something that Truman mentioned in passing, something that we're really focused on, is to make sure that regulators aren't regulating ahead of the data. because then you are at real risk of actually saying that we're achieving something that perhaps the data just isn't there to support, or indeed the other way around, which is that actually the data is there, but it's actually not being included in some of these regulatory approaches soon enough. So I think that there is a link top down and bottom up, and the innovation can come from both directions. It doesn't just need to be from the grassroots SMEs. You know, some of the regulators out there can start thinking about how they can sandbox what they're doing.
Thank you, Sherry. And I think that's extremely important where that's, yeah, when we talk about innovation in the space and, you know, everyone, each organization has a different role to play. And by the end of the day, that's, you know, if we say climate change is a global challenge, and then each organization have a need or will to contribute, and then, you know, how to do that, that is, you know, very important. You mentioned also the marching order, and I think that is, you know, a very important perspective itself, where that's, you know, we are at a UNFCCC event where that's we do have, you know, developed country as the main framework, talking about, you know, sustainable development goals, you know, for many years. And then when we talk about the climate change challenge, we talk about the data challenge that specifically they are facing, and then they are unique to their own problems. And now that's, you know, when we move to the conversation regarding, you know, solution innovation, and I wonder, you know, whether, you know, you can help us to understand how can these opportunities identified by innovators, by, you know, corporation, by regulators, benefit the developed country and developing countries in a balanced way. And probably that let me start from Martin and then move to Anna and Truman. And we do only have 10 minutes. I hope that each one of your comment can be around 2 minutes. And let's start from Martin.
Great, thank you, Xiaoshen. I'll just make a remark that it's an area that we feel is very important. We're very excited about, and we're just mentioning this, which is how do we spatialize the data? As in, like, what is the satellite talking about? Where's the asset on the ground? And when we talk about solutions, where do those solutions apply? This is where as we've seen the evolution of the internet from a 1.0 to a 2.0, the internet is governed through protocols. HTTP, TCP/IP, most things that we don't know how they work, but they work in the back end. And as we move forward to a world where we need to integrate a lot of this information, we need to be able to think about the protocols to spatialize that data. So I'm particularly excited in the rollout of solutions like that. We've been working on with groups on a specific one called Hyperspatial Transfer Protocol, HSTP, so that we can also give information to jurisdictions. If there's a policy or a regulation that applies to a city or a country, that is also contextualized. So an asset, a sensor that operates within that space can already pull up the information that which it requires to comply. If we think about drones, if we think about autonomous vehicles, they need to understand where they cross spatial boundaries and regulations change. So as we're thinking around how we're going to match demands with solutions, the spatialization, the jurisdictionality of the information will be key, and we hope to follow that frontier of data, but also data networking space, and bringing it also to the Global Innovation Hub. And I'll pass it along. I know that's maybe a little bit technocratic, but something that we look forward to in the coming years.
Thank you. Let's move to Anna.
Yeah, so I'll focus in particular in the developing countries, because I believe that's actually where we can create a large impact with this program and the ability to use the cloud. And I'll focus on that because that's where I'm more familiar with. But you know, as we all know, we're all struggling with making sense of all this data, but a lot of the developing countries actually are limited in terms of accessing data that is specific and valuable for those areas, and then the compute to enable them to to analyze the data and extract the knowledge. They need to support, policy and decision making. And so here, it was interesting. Yesterday, I was in a panel with Dr. Chris Leonard from Cape Town University, and he was mentioning in the climate sciences, there's truly a limitation in their ability to participate in the solution space because of lack of infrastructure. Actually, he mentioned that 58% of the publications related to climate research related to Africa are done by non-African. There's no an African author in it, which is really troublesome, right? So I think we have to really leverage this this technology and all of these programs that we are exploring here with a focus on the particular needs of those that come at the data in a different way and have different capabilities. So we're actually very excited. We have a partner, a collaboration with a group called Digital Earth Africa that is trying to bring a lot of Earth observations and other layers of data next to compute and technology to the African continent to support sustainability and climate-related activities. And I think we need more of those. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let's move to Truman.
Great, thanks. So a couple of things. One is, as I mentioned, everything that is being developed on the by the OS climate community is a free and open public good. The data commons will be a federated library of multiple sources that include some proprietary data to make it easier to combine with public data, and licenses will be required there. But one of the main purposes, part of the mission, is democratization of access to data, also to tools. So we will be rolling out publicly, aiming for the first quarter of 2022, the physical risk tool that I mentioned that's being developed by BNP Paribas, but also in collaboration with many of our other members and outside contributors like Jupiter Intelligence, which is an AWS partner. That will be available and usable for vulnerability assessments that are quite accurate and available for adaptation and resilience planning globally. And then I guess the last thing that I would mention is referring back to my points earlier about a community of collaboration and making it much more accessible and easy for individual contributors, data scientists, modelers, and users in middle and lower income countries to actually get access, to be part of the solution development and bring all their great contributions to the global solution. So we do hope that all those watching can take part in our December 1st deep dives on how this actually works from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern time.
Thank you, Truman. So yeah, this is a truly inspiring conversation, and I think that's I learned a lot myself, and from when we just move from traditional sector-based approach to the need-based approach, which is the ultimate goal, which is set to be achieved by the UN Climate Change team, for the Global Digital Innovation Hub, and where that's we are really looking at actors from all spectrum, and from the regulator, government, from the large corporate, from the small SMEs. How can the problems, data related problem identified by the core stakeholders here and be solved by all agencies in the collaborating way. And of course that's we also talk a lot about the technologies, and where that's data itself is a challenge, is also an opportunity, and how we can leverage modern technologies such as cloud, such as blockchain, such as AI, and many, and also IoT, many emerging technologies. How we can just leverage the technology and make technology work for good. And I think that is another very important perspective. And the third one, I think, coming out of this conversation is that this is the beginning of a much longer conversation with a lot more input needed. And as Masamba started at the beginning, that, UNFCCC is going to just have the call out and inviting global experts and also organization to express interest in contributing to this whole movement. I think that this is a very smaller group now that we kick off the conversation around data, and we hope that many more experts and organizations see the need and also are willing to contribute to this global discussion and collaboration and contributing to the goal which is set by the UN climate. We are at the COP26, and hopefully at COP27 we're able to just share the next time that this group and also a broader group after COP26 working together, and by that time we can report back that we have working together, have something done, and we can just have early result to be shared with everyone. With that, thank you very much for United Nations climate change team to just putting the whole global innovation hub together, and also thank you for the amazing panels who are here sharing your experience, sharing your insights, and I hope that the audience globally enjoy this conversation, and I hope that you will continue to enjoy the next conversation which is following this, and that is the climate innovation for financial regulators, and I hope that we can see you there. And thank you again for the invitation. Thank you for our speakers and audience. Thank you.
Good luck and enjoy the rest of the day, Xiaoshen, and enjoy this time.
Yeah, thank you, and really appreciate this opportunity. That's just, I will send pictures and when I'm back home.
Of the cup baby, who's definitely going to be a data geek after this.
Yeah, hopefully I can bring him to the COP27.
People here that know you are saluting you.
Miss you guys, and see you at 27. Thank you.
Systems, so they're all connected. Yeah. Well, we're supporting always climate and other groups in Spain.
So do we have our panelists for the next? They're all abroad. Okay. Can we have them at the... Yeah. No, the... Let's move to our next session. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to participants following us physically and those that are following us virtually. welcome and thank you for your interest. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the executive of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So before starting the session, just some words about this initiative. So the UNFCCC Secretariat come forward with this initiative with the view to enhancing the effectiveness of innovation used to support climate action. And acting on three main levels. So trying to make innovation more effective by shifting from innovation focusing only at the sectoral level, at the supply side, to innovation addressing the demand side, focusing on core human needs. Currently, innovation is more focusing at the supply side on trying to improve product and services without challenging them. The problem is it can only lead to incremental change, and what we are trying to promote is more, let's say, transformative change. The second aspect is the fact that when it comes to innovation, we need to have a gap between pledge, objective, and commitment, and what is currently possible. And this, the purpose of innovation would be to fill that gap. The problems that we are facing currently are pledge, objective, and commitment are mainly based on what is perceived as possible and not what is needed. So one of the purpose of this initiative is to promote more ambitious pledge, objective, and target that will focus more on what is needed and not what is actually possible. And lastly, when we are talking about innovation, the reflex is to focus on technology. Definitely innovation on technology is needed, but it is not enough to address the challenge that we have. We need policy innovation, we need business model innovation, we need financial instrument innovation, and we need innovation on leadership, on collaboration with radical collaboration, and so and so. So with this few words about the initiative, I will now hand over to the moderator, Anastasia Resus, Director of Global Cybersecurity and Regulatory Policy, Worldwide Public Sector, AWS. So, Anastasia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Welcome to the Climate Innovation for Central Banks and Supervisors session. My name is Anastasia Tracy Raisis, and I'm the moderator for this session. But before we begin, I want to thank UNFCCC for their focus on innovation. I believe this is a critical moment in history where both the public and private sectors are coming together to address global pandemics, climate crisis, and other global issues. Financial regulators and supervisors play an increasingly important role in greening the global financial system and creating a net zero future for all. According to a recent UNFIF report based on research and surveys with 33 central banks and regulatory authorities, 70% of respondents consider climate change a major threat to financial stability. Financial regulators worldwide have been putting forward both market fixing and market shaping initiatives over the past few years. Due to data gaps, data holes, and many other challenges, financial regulators face tremendous challenges in managing climate risks and scaling up green finance instruments. Technology is, however, making a difference. We have seen how cloud computing, blockchain, machine learning, and other emerging technologies are being deployed by both regulators and commercial sectors worldwide to address climate change and green finance-related challenges. AWS, in collaboration with our partners, is working closely with our financial regulator and supervisor, international financial institution, National Development Bank, and asset manager customers in their climate change and green finance journeys to enable them to make the impossible possible. In this session, we have an amazing group of experts from both the public and private sectors to dive deep into some of the questions that all central banks are trying to address. Without further ado, let's get started with panel introductions. I'd like to invite my speakers to tell us a bit about themselves, starting with Andrea.
Thank you, Tracy. Hello, everybody, and greetings from Costa Rica. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you today. My name is Andrea Oconitrillo Rojas, and I am part of a climate change strategy group at the Central Bank of Costa Rica. Maybe just to give you a brief overview of what we are doing here at the Central Bank, we create this group since 2018. So it's a multidisciplinary group in which we can advise authorities regarding climate issues. So it's like a first initiative. The Central Bank of Costa Rica is also part of the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System. And we participate in many of the work streams that this network have. So lately we have been trying to build capacity, so learn and knowledge sharing, and with international organizations and also with internal institutions within the country. This year also, the central bank has been working on a roadmap for the implementation of its commitments towards integrating climate-related issues into their decision-making. So the roadmap considers at least 4 parts. The first one is the development of publication, information, and statistics. And this is like, in this aspect, I wanted to highlight that contrary to other countries where the environmental accounts are compiled by the national statistics officers, the Central Bank of Costa Rica oversees the compilation of the environmental accounts of the country. So this is key for when we wanted to link to data, that is the data gaps we have in this topic. Then we have another aspect, integrating of sustainability considerations into monetary policy, also the incorporation of climate-related risk into the financial stability assessments, and then the greening of the central bank's international reserves. So I am also part of a fintech working group within the central bank and superintendencies. So as you can imagine, I am at this intersection between climate and technology. So very happy to come share some ideas and insights here with you today.
Thank you. Benedict.
Hello, everyone. My name is Benedict Nolens, and I'm the head of the Hong Kong Center of the BIS Innovation Hub. So to give everybody some context, the BIS is the convener of the central bank, or you could say also acts as a central bank for the central banks. And recently, in the past year, we have set up the BIS Innovation Hubs. The Innovation Hubs have several core themes to focus on, amongst which, of course, things like central bank digital currency, open finance, but one of our 6 core themes is green finance. So I will be covering this theme as part of this discussion today, with a focus on some of the projects we've started to run on green finance. And I would say that's probably only the beginning, because we will be doing a lot more on this topic in the years ahead.
Thank you. Caio?
Thank you, Tracy, and hello, everyone. So my name is Caio Ferreira. I have been working on financial sector policy issues for longer than I care to admit. And I'm currently with the International Monetary Fund, where I'm the Deputy Chief of the Financial Supervision and Regulation Division. In our division, we have 3 broader areas of work. One is technical assistance. That essentially means to support countries building their own capacity to deal with the financial sector issues. A second area of work is what we call surveillance. Surveillance is essentially about assessing how resilient the financial sector of these countries are and try to provide them some advice to try to improve this resilience. And finally, the third area is on policy development. In terms of policy development, what we try to do is applied analytical work very much focus on the main challenges of the financial sector and try to provide our contribution to the global international policy agenda. So during these last few years, a big part of our work across all these three areas has been on how to incorporate the climate risk into the regulatory framework. And so I'll be very happy to be discussing these issues here with you today.
Thank you. And Liam.
Yeah, hi. Thanks very much for having me today. We're very pleased to be here. My name is Liam Maxwell. I'm the Director of Public Sector Transformation at AWS. I lead the Public Sector Transformation practice for AWS. That's a team of former public servants who've delivered nation-scale reform in governments around the world. Our principal aim is to help governments and public service organisations accelerate their modernisation and reform programmes. And principal to that is obviously how we can help with reforms around sustainability and climate change.
Thank you. And Patricia.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Greetings from Mexico. I'm closer to Andrea. I'm a Mexican economist. I've been working for more than 20 years on sustainable business and sustainable finance. And the last 3 years with the Central Bank of Mexico, the Central Bank of Mexico started off in this field looking very, very, let's say, preliminarily at the topic of climate risks about 4 or 5 years ago when discussion started. But then as a founding member of the Network for the Greening of the Financial System, the central bank started, getting deeper and deeper into being concerned about the impacts of climate-related risks in financial stability. So the team of advisors of the governor started growing. I joined them through an assessment 3 years ago, and now part of the full staff. As our work has evolved and we have interacted more and more with other areas of the bank, the bank decided to restructure and move the team of advisors to the governor to a particular specific division that has been recently created, which is an environmental and social analysis division. So our work is very similar to what Andrea described. We are basically engaging with the financial sector and at the same time transforming our organization to be able to understand better these risks. So I'll be talking a little bit about our work as we move along in the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So thank you all for joining. It is clear that we have a very strong panel with exactly the right expertise for this session. So let's get started with the first question. What are some of the challenges and opportunities for central banks to manage climate risks and promote green finance? And let's start with Andrea.
Okay, I think challenges are all around these topics, and we begin thinking more and more we're going to find more of them. But think about challenges, opportunities, maybe one specific part in which central banks could assist in the mitigation of risk in the financial system, maybe is by taking like a step in beginning studies and analysis and sharing the information and public the information, the results of these studies and analysis concerning climate change. So one examples could be like trying to cross information of high risk geographic zones in terms of flooding and precipitation and temperature variability with variables that are more related with production distribution or credit distribution. So in order that the economic agents can have a sense of how to allocate resources better. So this is one, like maybe an indirect part in which central banks can help to manage some of the challenges that agents are facing now, because maybe people enterprises don't know how to allocate resources, right? So if we can investigate and analyze, so we can give like give information for them to make better decisions and allocate better resources. An opportunity here is for sure when we are talking about data is the use of technology for sure. So to use technology, because when thinking about climate related data, so we are going to face problems or challenges with volume, variety, and velocity of the data we are having. So as you can imagine, we need to introduce big data force into our organization in order to come with all this information in a better and a faster way, and also to see what is happening in the supply chain of enterprises and knowing what is happening in the real economy, and using Internet of Things, for example, in order to catch all the environmental changes and trying to make a prognostics about what is going to happen in different scenarios. So then this is one of the things that we can do in taking an opportunity with technology. On the other hand, I think one of the best ways for central banks to incentivize sustainable finance is to lead by example. So several central banks are already taking actions to prove its commitment towards taking climate change. So, for example, at the Central Bank of Costa Rica, we are moving to create an investment portfolio for our international reserves that is environmentally friendly. So we are trying to implement a best-in-class strategy, and this strategy aims to measure and increase exposures to issues with the best environmental performance and investing in assets with higher green ratings. So, but in trying to do that, we also face challenges because in this market, so first of all, the green bond market is small so far, so it's illiquid than the conventional bond market that we have. So there are also a lack of uniform definition of what is green or not. So the taxonomies are very important also. It is a big challenge at a global scale, I think. Investors lack of consistent ways to accounting frameworks to disclosure their results, and they are constrained. It's constrained their ability to compare and make comparisons and assess better the investments, right? So and also at the end there is difficult and to measure whether investment achieves its desired goals and effects in the environment, right? So the linkers that we can see when investing in some product or financial product and the results in the environment. So there are so many challenges that in this regard may be a good a step for central banks to take is to continue monitoring environmental scores, standard market practices, trying to implement better strategies with the passing of the time, because with a green bond market that is illiquid or small is not that easy. But at least having implemented or trying to implement this in their international monetary research managing assessments is a step in which they can have this impact on transition, impact in other financial institutions to follow like the trends or so. I think these are like two things that we can think about.
Excellent, thank you. Patricia, do you have any additional thoughts?
Yes, I think I might repeat a little bit of what Andrea described, because we face similar challenges, but I'll try to group it in three types of challenges that we face. Of course, the first one is to get a even better understanding of what are climate-related risks, and especially what are the main transmission channels into the financial system. The clearer we are in terms of those transmission channels, the easier will be to raise awareness in the financial system. So we basically, as central banks and as supervisors of the financial system, we have two main objectives. One is definitely having to do with financial stability, and the other, very much related, is to make sure that financial institutions, when they make their decisions, investment decisions, they don't have any blind spots, right? So the better we give and provide guidance and clarity as to what are those risks and how they behave, I think the better we will do our job. And now we'll get to that. A second challenge is what Andrea described, the maybe lack of disclosures and maybe what I would say very fragmented types of disclosures. There's still the issue of standards. I think we made great progress in this conference with the announcement by the ISSB to set up a sustainability standard within the IFRS. That is fantastic, but we also have a risk of greenwashing. We are seeing the markets evolve very, very fast. There is great appetite, but there's still this is still very blurred. There's still a risk of greenwashing. And the more we use technology and information to make sure that what is offered in the market is actually, as Andrea said, reaching impact and proof of impact, let's say, not only proof of intentions, but also proof of impact, I think the more protected we will be. And of course, definitions and taxonomies are also, a problem, but also an opportunity that could unlock quite a lot of investment in countries that have good opportunities to mitigate greenhouse gases and also to move into the green technologies. I'm going to give you just a quick insight as to what I say, what I mean when I say understanding climate-related investments, just to give you an example of how central banks and supervisors and financial institutions have had to adapt to the way they work. And this means transforming not only their knowledge, but their approach to business in terms of looking far more longer term. When we look at climate-related risks, we have been, forced to move into our very comfortable 3-4 year assessment and stress test frameworks into longer terms. And that entails a lot of work, creating internal capacities, reaching out to science, talking to the centers, to the university centers on climate, to the people that have a better knowledge on how climate will behave, and translating all this into data and information that can be used in our own models to understand potential financial risks. And this is having to understand integrated assessment models, is having to process a lot of information. The network for the greening of the financial system has provided fantastic public goods in the sense of providing us with information on potential behavior of our economic systems within the next 30 years, and on different types of scenarios depending on how ambitious we are on implementing transition policies, and how this would translate in the behavior of our physical systems. And based on that, we are processing large amounts of data that give us a sense of what potential transformations we would have in our economy, and how this could imply in behaviors of financial institutions. So this particular example is already a fantastic shift. It's definitely not perfect. We're still on trial and error, and we're still learning on how to apply this scenario analysis approach. But it's an example of the sorts of challenges that central banks are facing.
Wow, that's quite a lot of challenges. So let's move on to the next question. It's a great segue. So how can innovators worldwide help translate these challenges into opportunities for financial regulators? And do you have any examples? So I'd like to start off with Benedict on that.
Thank you, everyone. So yes, I will focus a little bit on a prototype that we've very recently completed and announced, because I think it can bring together a lot of the topics that people are touching upon. So in sum, the short answer to your question is that I think innovators, including in particular the private sector, but also those in NGOs, that they can work with the public sector and show what I call the art of the possible. So within this project that we recently completed and announced, and you can find it on the BIS website, it's called Project Genesis. We completed 2 prototypes for placement of tokenized government green bonds. So I'll elaborate on all aspects of this. So first of all, we thought green bonds are a very important instrument in terms of greening the financial system. You know, it's been one of the instruments that has gained adoption the fastest, and standards were quite early developed by the private sector. There may still be some slippage, but as a general matter, there was an initiative to develop standards around this, the climate bond initiative, quite early on. So we think they're a principal instrument. Secondly, the governments in different parts of the world will need to issue such bonds in increasing amounts in order to promote and achieve green projects within their jurisdiction in order to meet their climate targets under the Paris Agreement. Thirdly, we thought it is important that these bonds become accessible to retail investors. So, for example, in the case of Hong Kong, we have placement of government bonds to retail investors, but in the past, we haven't seen the placement of green bonds to retail investors, green government bonds. So with this prototype, the object of our study and the way we completed this is with the help of the private sector. The object of our study was how can we bring the denomination of these bonds down to a level whereby it becomes of interest to the retail sector. And it actually ties up with what Masamba was saying at the opening of this panel, which is that you need to create nudges to citizens in order to participate in this climate journey that we're on. So by fractionalizing the bonds through tokenization, we can, as you might imagine, make them into very small investment amounts. So in sum, I said these are two prototypes that we have completed. The difference between the prototypes is that one is on a public blockchain, the other one is on a permission-based ledger. But in both cases, the prototypes facilitate full KYC. So these prototypes are not operating without KYC. And secondly, the prototypes in both cases facilitate the presence of a secondary market, because within financial markets, typically secondary markets are important. Though I would say in the case of Hong Kong specifically, these government bonds tend to be a little bit of buy and hold instruments. But nevertheless, we have in the prototype shown the possibility of having the secondary market. The third commonality across the two prototypes is that we're integrating a green fee. And the green fee is to avoid or reduce in this prototype, that's not in general, but for this specific application, we're trying to show that you can, through transparency on DLT and on blockchain, ensure that there is a reduction in the greenwashing risk. So how do we do that? In some, let's assume that the government raises such green bonds. Let's assume they're being tokenized, they're being bought by the citizens of Hong Kong in small denominations of, let's say, $10. We can go as low as that. And that the bond proceeds get invested in, let's say, a floating solar farm. In that case, we start tracking the energy, the renewable energy generated through these solar panels, and we can actually make that transparent through the use of blockchain on the same app, where the investors can not only view what they've bought, but can also view the dividend, the coupon income that they have, as well as the green positive impact generated. So in sum, again, we have two reports out there on this topic. One is called the Liberty Consortium prototype, and the other one is the Digital Asset and GFT prototype. And they fit different jurisdictions, I think. So they can be used in any jurisdictions who wants to deploy this for a government bond program. The public blockchain is probably more suitable for countries that don't have a standing infrastructure, so that don't have a legacy infrastructure. For countries that have a legacy infrastructure with intermediaries, sometimes it is easier to stick to a permission-based ledger. But again, both of these prototypes have KYC, so KYC is not the issue. And if anybody wants to talk to us about these, feel free to contact me. I'm fully available and reachable on LinkedIn.
Thank you for that. As a former compliance officer myself, I understand KYC fully. So, Liam, let's move on to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that as we've just heard from the colleagues on the call, one of the the principal thing we're seeing here is a change in the business models and a change in the approaches that banks are taking, and central banks in particular are taking. And yet, in order to make those decisions at the scale that they're making them, situational awareness is absolutely fundamental. And so that's one of the reasons why we've seen the use of cloud grow so much, in the ability to help people understand the data that's there, and then how to model that through different scenario plannings to make sure that you're getting solutions which are going to deliver the returns that you want and deliver the results that you want, not just financial, but behavioral and in climate terms. And so in order to do that, you're going to need to be able to crunch huge amounts of data and do it quickly, cheaply, effectively. A lot of that data is structured. A lot of that data is also very unstructured. And so putting those components together and gaining that situational awareness where you can make a risk call involves a huge amount of compute. And that's why we've seen more and more customers coming to us to say, look, can we work with you to help you and help us identify where we can make changes, how we can make those changes, and how we can do that, and then break the model, come back again and start again, and then break the model, come back and start again until we can find something that works. Now, traditionally, and even 10 years ago, that would be tremendously costly in terms of things like hardware. It also could be tremendously costly in terms of energy to do that. And so that's one of the other reasons why the work we've been doing to help organizations move to the cloud has helped people do that. And at the same time, whilst they're gaining the speed and the scale that you need in order to build modeling and scenario planning to give you that situational awareness, you also need to be able to do that and not have in itself a huge climate impact. And that's why moving to the cloud, some research that 451 Research produced last week, I think it was, enabled us to show that moving to the cloud is 80% or generates an 80% reduction in carbon emissions just by moving there. If you move to the AWS cloud, which is will be fully renewable by 2025, that's a 90% reduction in the emissions that a standard data center set would take. So it is that ability to access great analysis and the scale of analysis with the security that you need, but also to do that without breaking the climate bank, without using too much energy and too much emitting too much carbon dioxide. And that's a really important component of the approach that we've taken with our customers. And it's one of the reasons why our customers have found it and found themselves able to start making decisions much more quickly, much more effectively, which enable them to build the models and the scenarios which enable them to take decisions which are long-term in their scope. We're not talking about things which are going to have an effect for 2 or 3 years, as you mentioned. We're talking about things which have got long-term effects of 15, 20, 30 years. And so to be in that position of confidence, that's why you need the access to that compute.
Great. All right, so let's move on to the next question. What are some of the key international initiatives and collaborations in greening the financial system? And do we have any early results? I'd like to direct this question to Caio.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I think that it's a great question, and it is a pleasure talking about it. I was listening to Patricia and Andrea, and just thinking that most of the challenges that they were referring to, and that I totally agree with, can much more effectively be addressed if we work together in an international effort, right? I think that this becomes clear and clear to me, right? Just to provide a couple of examples, right? So I think that everyone has talked about problems with data gaps at this point. So when we look into information about climate-related financial risks, information is often of very poor quality and not really comparable with each other, because different firms kind of disclose information according with different definition and different standards, right? So and there is no lack of national initiatives trying to address this. We have literally hundreds of different disclosing standards that different firms are following. But this just adds to the confusion, right? Because they are not totally comparable with each other. That's why I think that in the fund we had argued for a very long time about the importance of really having a global sustainability reporting standards. And as Patricia mentioned already, I was very happy to hear about the IFRS Foundation International Sustainability Standard Board, because this is a major step forward, and I think that we should all support that. But there is, of course, much more that can be done, right? So Benedict was talking about green bonds. But one of the problems with green bonds is that these bonds are considered green according to different taxonomies. And these taxonomies are not always comparable, right? So you have one bond that can be considered green when you look into one particular taxonomy, but not in the other. So this creates a lot of confusion to investors. And of course, if this is really the case, it is really hurting the flow of capital to mitigation and adaptation projects. So this is a really important issue. So in the fund, we are working with the OECD and the World Bank in order to try to develop some form of principles or guidelines that will try to make all these different taxonomies and alignment approach a little bit more comparable with each other. So this is, I think, that's another important project. One last comment from my side that I think that has already been referred to. One of the challenges nowadays is try to incorporate climate risk in the prudential framework. And some jurisdictions are doing good progress on their own, but there are not many. And most of the jurisdictions do not have the capacity to do this on their own as well. And so I think that Patricia mentioned the NGFS, Andrea, pretty much the same. I think that we in the fund, we are also actively engaged with them. This is the kind of forum where different jurisdictions can share experience and try to come up with the best practice on how to do that. And this is incredible. But what more needs to be done? The good news is that other standard setters, the FSB, the Basel Committee, and others are really picking up on these issues and try to come up with more broad standards. And this is going to be key, really, to really accelerate the progress across the globe. We in the fund, we are very much engaged with all these initiatives, and I'm confident that we will soon see some fruits of this work.
Excellent. Thank you. Benedict, any thoughts?
So thank you. Again, I'll come from the perspective of the Innovation Hub and focus on applied research and technology projects. So recently we launched together with the Italy presidency, the G20 tech sprint around the topic of green finance. And we announced the winners about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And many of the things that you have discussed today were the subject of this tech challenge. In some, there were 3 problem statements. One was around data collection, verification, and sharing. The second was around analysis and assessment of transition and physical climate-related risks. And the third was around better connecting projects and investors. And given this was actually I think it's probably our second G20 tech sprint together with the BIS. There was a very strong participation and obviously many global teams competed. So I would say tech sprints are another very practical way to introduce new information to the central banking community about the solutions that exist in the private sector. Inversely, it is an opportunity for the private sector to showcase a product where maybe a few years ago, as we all know, people might not have cared nearly as much as they're caring today. So in some, again, it's a very practical and pragmatic approach. However, in the grand scheme of things, these 2 projects I have said are obviously just projects, meaning they will not solve the entirety of climate change. And as people have been setting out here, that is a much bigger endeavor. So you could think these 2 projects are exemplifying or showcasing, but they will not solve as important as, for example, country-based climate accounting. So I think there is a lot of further gaps to be overcome. And as Leah mentioned, indeed, the crunching of enormous sets of data will be incredibly important to get to really plug that gap. Now, while that transition happens, nevertheless, I do continue to believe that it's quite, to be fairly simplistic about it, in the financial markets, there is banking and there is investment. There's also insurance, but to focus for a moment on banking and investment, for banking, of course, the loan books and to verify through data, through the use of data, the risk in bank loan books is a very effective method where obviously a lot more progress can be made in terms of collecting and analyzing the data that automates that. But I would think that's probably the most important area of focus that can be placed on the banking side. And inversely, on the investor side, it is still around ESG transparency. And I do think that a significant amount of progress has been made in that regard over the last 10 years. But if we keep in mind that the endeavors of the UNPRI go back much further than 10 years, it's actually a little bit disappointing it has taken that long. But I guess in my disappointment, I'm also glad that people finally have jumped on that one. But I do think there's a lot more investor awareness still to be created on an individual investor level. So in sum, again, technology projects we're doing, they're absolutely great. But to solve this problem, a lot more needs to happen. And as people have emphasized, it requires data crunching of data, and it requires every market to really focus on this topic and on its country climate accounting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Liam, any thoughts?
Sorry, just unmute myself. Yeah, I think interesting from both Kaio and Benedictine, this approach where standardization is so important, and being able to join up and have common approaches and standards means that you can then compare one thing to another. And I know that that's one of the things that if you go back in the world of compute, that's one of the things where putting in place standards and helping people understand a common framework and a common reference framework means that you can find things that work. Benedictine, I'd just say on your point where you said, well, obviously the things you're going to say and the things I've just described aren't going to change everything and solve climate change. But I would say that small steps which are shown to work, it is the scaling of those initiatives which will enable that to happen. And so your examples, I think it's really important that we say that your examples demonstrate what works, and the combination of putting together what works and a common framework of standards enables great things to happen. I just need to, if you think about the growth of an interconnected network leading to a set of standards about how you can communicate on top of that interconnected network, we all think, and that's part of our common daily life at the moment, but that's the internet and the World Wide Web. That's how that started. And the things you're describing are happening at far greater speed than that happened. So I would really be open and say, don't be down on yourself about this. These changes that you're making, those are the things, and that's the way that the innovation will work, which will enable the changes we need to happen. What you need is the ability to scale them. And we see that within the cloud, that's a great way of helping people scale. But that's the experimentation, and the ability to leverage that experimentation through standards is tremendously powerful. And that's where I would encourage you to keep going and keep pushing those.
Thank you. So out of all of this, what are some best practices for regulators in promoting climate innovations at scale? And let's start with Kaio. You're on mute.
Sorry for that. 1 year has not been enough to learn to do that, right? One would ourselves. So I think that is a great question again. And I think that it's, I don't have to say this to this panel, but it's clear that we need to start acting now, and this is an imperative, right? So when you think about central banks and supervisors more generally, they clearly have a mandate for price stability and financial stability. And climate change is affecting this both. right? So it's really crucial to start working right now, no time for complacency. So the question is, what can be done? So I would say at least three things. In our experience, where we are interacting with different countries, we feel that one of the very first steps that needs to be done in central banks and regulators is really try to establish an internal organization to deal with the problem, right? So as climate change is a difficult topic, right? So it's really important to have a clear allocation of responsibilities to try to deal with this risk, and also the resources. So once you have established these international organizations, have allocated responsibilities and resources, then I think that central banks can come up with a strategy to really try to address this risk. The second thing that I think that's very important to start working from now, and we can start, is try to improve, to close data gaps and try to improve information. Right. I think that we have already mentioned that some global sustainability reporting standards are being developed, but it doesn't mean that central banks need to wait until we have a final standard. Many countries are already acting, usually based on the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate Financial Disclosures, implementing those recommendations, making them mandatory, and this is a very good step that needs to be followed by other organizations across the world. My final point that I think that is very important as well is really start the engagement with financial institutions. I totally understand that at this point it's really difficult to really have a full regulatory framework and implement it. As we were discussing before, we still need to understand a little bit more about channels of transmission and so on. But there is a lot of things that supervisors, regulators can do already, right? And in particular, they need to start encouraging financial institutions to incorporate the climate risk in their governance and risk management practice. When we are seeing what countries are doing, we really realize that even some light form of engagement, like just asking institutions what are their practice, what they are planning to do about it, this can really spark some really meaningful action.
Okay. Patricia.
Totally agree with Caio. I'm very much we're going in the same direction. Let's say of course, one of the key challenges that we have as central banks is to be able to not to work in silos, right? And to be able to convey to the market that what we're doing is relevant for them as well. What we opted to do in Banco de Mexico is to convey the participants of the Mexican financial system in a sustainable finance committee. We have a financial stability board in Mexico, and we propose that the Financial Stability Board creates a sustainable finance committee. And in that committee, what we've managed to say is put everyone around the table. We have the financial authorities, we have the regulators of pension funds, of insurance, of the Securities Commission, and ourselves. And then we invited, in this case, different to other committees of the Stability Board, we invited the financial market. We invited the representatives of the financial markets to discuss issues like taxonomies, disclosures, integrating risks, and mobilization of capital. And by having this table, we are able to exchange best practices. I think one of the key challenges that we already mentioned is that this is a moving subject, right? We don't have like a conclusion that we need to apply and then we're done. Everything is evolving. The knowledge of the risks is better and better. Every year that passes, we have more capacity to be precise when we discuss these issues. However, we are also finding out that there are certain complexities. For instance, when we talk about physical risks, 2 years ago, no one would be able to venture into what a physical climate risk could do to biodiversity in a country. And these days we are discussing that everything is linked and that we should be careful with creating through biodiversity degradation more climate risks. So this in itself for a financial institution is really a challenge as to where do I start, right? So to be able to have this, let's say, collective discussions, very open, very general guidance and not regulations that are tight, and that by just asking disclosures you think you've done your work. That is not going to solve it. What is going to solve it is to provide the soft information, the soft skills that allow, as Liam said, allow financial institutions to transform their business models. And that is far more complex. It entails a lot more energy and a lot more dialogue. But that's what we think is the way we should proceed. We hope that's that's a good way.
Andrea, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh yes, I pretty much agree with everything you have said so far, and maybe I can like try to see this from this perspective. As we can see, on the one hand, trying to put climate as a priority or strategic objectives at the central banks or regulators is a new topic for many of the central banks. But on the other hand, also innovation is difficult for this kind of entities and institutions because we are very conservative. So thinking about climate innovation. So imagine the challenge here, because it's like the intersection of these two things. And in thinking about innovation, I think it's important to understand that innovation by definition is doing something new and different. And when we begin the process, it's not like we know the outcome from the beginning. So we need to begin to explore on our territory. So especially for central banks and regulators that are not like good at doing these things, right? So promoting climate innovation, for do that, we need to build capacity and transform ourselves and our culture. Be more open to explore and be willing to fail and ready to learn, as Benedict said. So we need to begin to, I don't know if there is noise thing.
Oh, sounds like we have some feedback.
Do I continue? Are you well?
We're getting some feedback.
Now? Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. I was saying that, yes, we need to promote and we need to build capacity and to transform ourselves, right? And making creative connections and consolidate collaboration this is part of what we are trying to do when we integrate with networks like the NGFS, for instance. And because to achieve the full picture of these topics, many people need to be involved and contribute their skills and expertise for many aspects, right? It's not like an expert in a silo type doing their analysis, but contributing their expertise within a group of people. So having multidisciplinary teams trying to solve problems and connect with networks of key stakeholders within institutions and in your country or at external level, sharing information and building capacity will be key. I think central banks and regulators need to prepare the people. It's not with the required skills to understand not only climate-related risks and issues, but also to the use of new technologies in their advantage and how to, because if we're having a challenge with big amounts of data, and how we're going to analyze that with what tools. So we need to transform ourselves to be able to manage technology that will allow us to make this better analysis. So I can imagine when this can happen in projects like the ones that the Innovation Hub already launched, like the Genesis project, and so many other ideas can arise when we join efforts and when we put different and multidisciplinary teams to solving a problem. I think also initiatives like the UN Climate Innovation Hub that you are launching recently is key for the regulators and to understand these interrelations between climate, finance, and technological innovation that can promote and help to catalyze projects and ideas that can help to build I think because we need like to this market, the green market to evolve. We need to build the basic layers needing to closing the data gaps we have, and then to build on top of that and scaling green finance at a scale. So that's for my part. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I want to thank all of the speakers today. This was a great discussion. You each brought very unique perspectives, and they were fantastic. Message loud and clear, act now, and this is a constantly evolving space, and don't work in silos. So thank you very much, everyone. This was a great discussion.
Thank you very
And
much.
that ends the session.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. On behalf of Masamba George, he had to move, but I just wanted to thank you all. It's been a great discussion. I mean, I'm very inspired. I've been following the negotiations for several years, and it's very, very interesting to see how the central banks, the financial institutions are coming along and now completely connected to the climate agenda, implementing what has been decided in Paris, and now it's the time to move from the what to the how. It's time for implementing. There is a sense of urgency, and we need mobilizing finance for that. So that's why this space has been created to amplify the innovations of ambitious climate solutions to meet the core human needs, and try to do that by combining all the clusters of enablers, including the digital transformation for climate finance. So thank you very much. We are taking notes of your messages, the takeaways, how to continue working to attract investors, insurance, financial markets, and do that in a way where we can help you to address climate financial risk, disclosures, transparency, and to fill the information gap, also taking advantage of the developments of technology. So many thanks, Caio Fonseca, Liam, Maxwell, Patricia Moles, and also to the moderator, Anastasia Rossis, for the great work, and to Andrea Oconitrillo from Mexico. Thank you, all of you. And then we will be moving now to the next section. We'll break for 2 minutes, and we'll come back with a very interesting session in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Thanks so much.
Bye, everyone.
So let's move to our last session of the day. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our participants, the physical participant as well as the virtual participant. Welcome and thank you for your interest. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the executive of the UN Climate Change Innovation Hub, which is a new initiative of the UNFCCC Secretariat that has started this year. Actually, this is the first time that we are having a public event during this COP. So why we have decided to launch the Global Innovation Hub, this is because we came to the conclusion that innovation was not used effectively to serve climate for several reasons. The first is that pledge, commitment, objectives that are set are always based on what is perceived as possible. So when a city or a government or a corporate will set a commitment, the first question is, will I be able to meet my commitment? Do I have all the solutions already available to implement my commitment? Of course, if all the solutions are already available, there is no room for innovation. So what the Global Innovation Hub is trying to promote is more bold ambition that are based on what is needed rather than what is currently possible. And we expect innovation to fill the gap between the two. How? By demanding to this climate actor to translate the gap between their pledge, commitment, and what is possible into demand for climate solution. And this demand for climate solution will be what will be collected at our innovation hub, and we will look for solution out there. If the solution do not exist, we broadcast the demand and ask for development of such type of solution for the solution provider. The second limitation of innovation for climate, which is also very important, is that it is focusing only at what is happening at the sectoral level. How to innovate existing product and services, which tend to limit the space for innovation. What we are trying to do is to broaden this space by going back to the core human need the product and services are trying to satisfy. So the question that we are asking is not how do we reduce the carbon footprint of existing product, but we go back to the core need that they are satisfying and ask ourselves how innovation can be used to satisfy differently the core human need, using value chains that are aligned with the climate goal and that are aligned with the sustainability goal, that are aligned with flourishing life for 10 billion people by 2050. And then the third barrier that we are trying to address is the fact that when you say innovation, everybody thinks technology. Innovation is much more than technology. If you want to address the climate challenge, we need to innovate not only on technology, but we need to come up with innovative policy. We need to come up with innovative business model. We need to come up with innovative governance and leadership. More importantly, we need to come up with innovation on the way that we are collaborating with radical collaboration. So these are the main reason why we felt that it was good to have a space that will try to promote different way of innovating for climate. So it will be in the form of event like this type of event at each COP, where during the entire COP, we will have all the day series of events promoting this way of thinking about innovation for climate. And it will be also in the form of this digital platform where we would like demand for climate solution to meet solutions. This is the beginning of a journey. We want this to be a movement, And of course, you are all invited to join this movement so that together we make innovation for climate more effective. With this, I will hand over to Katherine, who will have to moderate this panel. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Samba. It is such a great pleasure to bring probably one of the biggest panels we've had together here today, and what a range of talent and subject matters that we do want to address in I think, one of the most innovative sessions, because here we're talking the range of fintech, green finance, and emerging tech for SDGs and climate, from CBDCs to NFTs. And I'm just very thrilled to bring together this group. We do have an audience online as well as here, so I just want to have a dynamic discussion with you. And I think what we'll do is just start with basic introductions, 1 minute introduction each, and then I'd like to each of you to take 5 minutes discussing some of the key initiatives that you're working on. We just had a session with the Bank of International Settlement and other core initiatives around fintech, and Masamba and I are both working on Project Genesis, and Sophie Blackstad here was actually one of the advisors on the initiatives that we put out. So I feel like we're bringing together a really core ecosystem, again, addressing some of those issues that Masamba's outlined about addressing core human needs and innovation solutions, and finance and valuing nature are all a part of this, as well as incorporating SDGs. So my name is Katherine Foster. I am wearing a few hats. I'm the Community Director of Open Earth Foundation. I am the Fellow of the Social Alpha Foundation, and I am also an advisor on a number of international fintech initiatives, including the BIS Project Genesis. And I've had the pleasure of working with Aiz Mita, our first speaker today, and I'd like to just pass the mic, have him introduce himself, and then we'll just go down the line.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Katherine, for the introduction, for the opportunity. Hi, everyone. My name is Ayaz. I've been in the fintech and sustainability space for about 20 years now, mostly across developing economies in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And I am currently leading a joint program between UNCDF and UNDP at the nexus of fintech innovations and sustainability in addressing how fintech and all the innovations around the fintech ecosystems can actually better support national development priorities and our sustainability agenda. So super excited to be here.
Thank you so much. My name is Tony. I represent Porini Foundation from Switzerland. I'm in blockchain since 2013, and our foundation is the partner of IUCN Greenlist, and we do what has been addressed, really. We want to make it usable. Technology is important, but humans are more important. Humans have to be able to use it. So we make apps. Everybody understands an app. Everybody understands a web shop. People have to be able to use it and change their behavior and create impact. That's the mission that Porini has.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Mihai. I'm originally from Romania. I live now in Berlin, Germany. And I'm a project manager at Project ARC, where we build NFTs for natural conservation efforts and protection of wildlife. We have started this in October last year. We're part of a bigger startup called Carbon Base. And we were talking about NFTs and building this before everything, before the new wave came. And as part of Carbon Base, we're working on the carbon side, calculating carbon footprint, impact reporting, and offsets. And I think there's a big opportunity that we'll all sort of discuss in this panel, and really excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Blackstad. I'm CEO of Hive Online. We're building sustainable digital finance for communities of unbanked farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, ensuring they can get access to an account, an identity, and a digital history without needing a phone. So a bit of clever tech there. We also do a bit of research, as Katherine mentioned. I'm author of a book called FinTech Revolution, which describes how blockchain in particular, but also other emerging technologies can transform and are beginning to transform the least developed countries. So we focus very much on how blockchain can help least developed countries. We're starting to tokenize natural assets, and that is just awesome. But I'll talk about that a bit more later.
Hi, my name's Alex Gordon-Brander, and I'm also in the blockchain space now. Spent most of my career building large-scale financial solutions on Wall Street, so I designed the currency platform at the world's largest hedge fund and a couple of other platforms that have traded $1 trillion or more. I've been in blockchain for a few years and really excited about the confluence of what this technology is making possible and what the world needs. And 98% or some percentage of what you see in the space, just please don't look at, because it's temporary and it's noisy and it's frothy because there's a massive disruption happening in the world and those things are messy. But what's going to emerge and the great work that's emerging from the folks on this team is, on this panel, is really worth looking at. My two projects I want to sort of touch on today. One is a currency for protecting old growth trees. So it's a sort of proof of maturity, if you like, where one token protects a century of an old growth tree's life. And we're prototyping that in Ferry Creek in British Columbia, and then have conversations going on 4 or 5 continents about how to scale that. And then the other project is I just by luck found myself talking to the Old Pejeta Conservancy in Kenya, where there are 12 embryos of the northern white rhino that have been made by an Italian team, and they're going to try to re-speciate the northern white rhino in that conservancy. And I've negotiated digital adoption rights to those rhinos, which we're going to put in NFTs and do an NFT drop with artists to raise money to create a 2 million acre wildlife corridor in Kenya that sort of resurrected species can live in. So these are a couple of examples of some of the amazing things that are possible, really, when we connect. And this is a huge opportunity, because the issue here is that our money system isn't allowing the things that humans really value to be the things the system values. And so when we figure out how to use this technology to shorten the gap between what we want and where our money's going, then we'll end up in a better place.
Thank you. So thank you for those brief introductions. And now I think we want to dive into some of these really substantive issues. I think I was going to start with, we'll come back to NFTs and nature and digital bonds, but I wanted to stop at the highest level, because I think what we should explain, first of all, with blockchain and emerging technology is we've gone through quite a fast evolution the last few years in particular. So what we had was Bitcoin and representation of value, actually not linked value in any way, into what was being used in the climate and SDG space, which was ICOs, initial coin offerings. And there was the idea of pitching a vision and fundraising through ICOs. But of course, that had a very high failure rate. And there was some success, some pilots. We saw a lot of blockchain and traceability for conflict diamonds, for other natural resources, for trees. So we did have a few actually building out and very solidly, and those are the survivors, if you will. But the real value after this ICO detour comes from emerging technology and the integration of technology, monitoring, reporting, verification, GIS, satellite imagery, and other data that can actually be harnessed and leveraged to represent natural assets, to represent other SDGs, and be able to do financial transactions on those. So, but before we go deep into that, I also want to talk about the transition we're seeing at the global level in terms of big tech. And I say big tech because I'm talking about some of the larger corporations that have entered the digital space, and through their marketplaces and through their business models have become very complex and entered into the finance world. So areas beyond their sector. And Ayez led out quite a few. Ayez led out quite a few initiatives, including under the Secretary General's Task Force on Digital financing of the SDGs. Sophie and I served on those as well. And I wondered if you could talk about our recent publications and some of the lessons learned about the real impact of these complex business models.
Thank you, Katherine. So I'll just talk about two of the initiatives I'm currently focused on as part of my UNCDF UNDP engagement, and then something else that's non-related, but that's extremely exciting as well. So on the UN side, one piece that we've been really working on, and thanks Katherine and Sophie for supporting, is really in advancing governing arrangements of these global fintech platforms that aligns them with sustainability. And we've worked at international level, but also at country level in trying to address that. We know that those global fintechs coming from e-commerce, social media, from ride-hailing services and all sorts of platforms have positive effects on sustainable development. They advance financial inclusion, they provide access, they generate new ways of earning a livelihood, they provide access to credit and financing to MSMEs, but at the same time, as you said, Katherine, they have complex business models. They blend in non-financial and financial services that gives them a data advantage. They can have, through their ecosystems, negative effects on climate, on decent work. They can have effects on gender equality. And really, it's about how do we design governing arrangements that will realign those platforms with sustainability. So that's sort of one core area. I think the second area that could be relevant to this discussion is how do we harness fintech innovations to support national development priorities. And so, for instance, in Bangladesh, one of the things we're focusing on is designing new financial instruments using fintech that can scale, that allows us to tap into domestic savings to finance low carbon net zero infrastructure plans in Bangladesh. And that gives people the benefit to choose what they want to invest their savings in, whether it's a school, a hospital, a bridge. So it serves a core need in the community, but at the same time, they get the benefit of use and they get the dividends from investing in it. Similarly, if you think about sustainable farming in Africa and in Uganda in particular, how do you actually support sustainable farming through fintech? Well, you can start using payment transactions in your lending decisions to farmers, but you can also now include satellite imagery, soil scanners that allow you to measure the intensity of use and exploitation of soil. You can use sound scrapers that allow you to measure the sound produced by biodiversity around the farm plot, the sound produced by natural elements, windfall, rain. You can actually measure even human activity around that, and all of that could be injected into a lending algorithm that allows you to reward farmers that have more sustainable and more environmentally responsible practices. And the last thing I wanted to say very briefly is I'm also leading a global coalition that's called the Every Action Counts, that you're very familiar with, which is a coalition of e-commerce, mobile payment, retail investment platforms, and banks in using and harnessing digital innovations and science-based approaches to actually empowering 1 billion people by 2025 to make green choices. And it's all about how do you engage people online, in online communities, how do you use data to inform them and build awareness, how do you use narratives that resonate with people, whether it's a deforestation narrative, a plastic pollution narrative, a health benefit narrative, and how do you combine all of that into digital experiences and green user journeys for people to actually make more and more green actions and be part of the solution to climate change. So these are just sort of in a nutshell a few things. Happy to chat more whenever you'd like.
Great. Thank you. I think it's very interesting. The Every Action Count, which you spoke about yesterday, I believe, on a panel here, is starting to make a few waves as well, because this involves some of the big financial players. And when I was previously with the Green Digital Finance Alliance, which was established by Ant Financial and UNEP, one of the goals there was to create this type of alliance with the other big tech players, big fintech players, to see also if we could replicate, duplicate, and amplify the ecological impact that the Ant Forest app was having. And if you're not aware of the Ant Forest app, it was one of the earlier big success stories that I think also had a cultural and political fit to its success. And it was users would download an app and take individual actions, and they would garner points, and they could gamify with other players, take their points, add points, and grow a virtual tree. And once that tree was grown, a real tree would be planted. But the interesting thing about it at that time was there was no connection between the financial funding of the tree planting and the actual app. So it was gamification, but still philanthropic funding. And I'd like to talk a bit about how we're sort of evolving in this space to link the gamifications to those types of NFTs and representations of nature to true and new different types of funding. OEF certainly had an example where we had a non-fungible token called Carbon Drop, and we have another one called Ocean Drop. But before we do that, I would like to pass and come back to sustainable agriculture and SDGs and digital green bonds and some of the work that Sophie's doing, and would love to hear from her for a few minutes.
Thanks, Katherine. And yeah, I mean, I think first of all, I'll pick up on what I was saying about the potential for good and for evil, for want of a better word, of disruptive fintech and disruptive technology business models. I mean, I think one of the big risks to the least developed countries that I see as the big fintech or the big tech companies go into finance is the potential for exacerbating the digital divide, and that's because there's very little motivation for them to be addressing customers at the bottom of the pyramid. You know, these customers are hard to reach, their unit economics aren't very good, and without regulation, as you mentioned, there's very little motivation for the big tech companies to do much about it. In addition, their regulation is generally based in the US, and the US is not particularly motivated to regulate for the benefit of countries that are not the US. Because it's all bordered. So what that says to me is that actually the nature of regulation has to change, and the bordered nature of regulation in particular. And that kind of brings me back to you know, what can be done with innovative business models in agricultural communities. I mean, to an extent, we're turning the traditional business model of microfinance on its head, in that we don't charge the farmers a fee for giving them access to credit. We charge the lenders, we charge the insurers, and most of our money comes from the ecosystem players who are motivated to work with these farmers. They're motivated because as processors they need the crops, because as middlemen they need more efficiency, because as governments they need more tax revenue. So actually by exploiting these ecosystem revenue models, you can make money out of farming communities without having to make money out of farmers. And I think that that's a really important point. And, you know, to the point you were making, Alex, that was really hard to do before we had blockchain, because, you know, with blockchain, we can use alternative assets. What I really like about blockchain is the fact that we can express different types of assets as digital assets, so fertilizer, saplings, behaviors, such as carbon neutral farming. And those can be exchanged via atomic swap on a blockchain with other types of assets. And what we're effectively doing is digitizing the barter economy. Yeah, and the barter economy is efficient for a one-to-one swap, but it's really inefficient because we use money as a unit of account. Yeah, and I don't want to get too technical about money. I'm sure everyone in this room knows about money. What blockchain enables us to do is to actually take out that need for a unit of account to be agreed between two parties. Because if you've got atomic swaps on a blockchain between two types of assets, the network decides the relative values of those assets. And that then creates the opportunity for arbitrage. And what that means is, sorry, Katherine, so what that means is that we can then introduce top-down capital injections from people who can trade these assets on the open market. They can make money, but what that's actually doing is it's pumping money into the owners of these assets and the originators of these assets, which are the illiterate, poor farmers of northern Mozambique and northeastern Nigeria. And that's where we want to get to. And it's starting to work, and it's really exciting. So, yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, digitizing natural and social capital is the way we're going. It's starting to happen. It's got a long way to go. We've got all sorts of issues with fungibility and interoperability and all those things which Alex knows about. But I think that's actually going to be a huge part of building sustainability and the sorts of behaviours that people need to build in order to build more sustainable communities.
Great. Alex, I wondered, would you like to take a few minutes and expand on that?
I would. I'm actually going to take, can I just do that? Because I can talk a long time on this stuff, and I appreciate you actually setting a timer for yourself. I'm going to try to do the same thing because there's so much here. Firstly, I'm just really interested to dig into that because I debated Nouriel Roubini once, who's a big Bitcoin skeptic, and he has some things that are really hard to argue with, including the fact that the Gini efficient of this sector, which is the inequality, is actually worse than the inequality in North Korea or in oil or in gold. It's like the most unequal asset. It's not all white. There's a lot of Asian males who also have a lot of wealth here, but it's not how it should be. So finding a way to ensure that the long tail of the distribution gets upside from this transition is extremely important. And I was kind of so engaged in that, I'm not sure tell me the broader question again, because I'm just really, I want to geek out with you on this stuff.
We're actually still at introductory phases. Every person's taking two or 3 minutes to talk about their own initiatives, and I'm just making a segue loose between the amazing work.
Great. Well, okay, I'll get excited about what I'm doing for a second. So, at Territory, we've got two main projects I touched on earlier. One is an old-growth tree initiative, and I want to touch on something here. This is an example of the kind of things you can do with the blockchain. Pretty much any sort of financial asset that is attempting to securitize nature or securitize natural capital, the mindset is, what's the value we can get out of this in the future? All right, how do we discount that back to the present day in a way that makes the seventh generation worth zero? And then how do we wrap that up into a security that someone can own? And we're taking a different attitude and saying, you know what, there's trees that have been standing for 2,000, 3,000 years. The fact that we weren't there measuring what they were doing doesn't mean that that work is wasted. And so we have a currency whose denomination is a century of tree age. And so in simple terms, Ferry Creek 46 is a 20,000 acre piece of forest that we want to put under our protection, do a census of the old growth trees, figure out the age of trees, and then sell tokens so that people out in the markets are like, okay, I bought 100 tree centuries. All right, I can now go and protect 10,000 years of trees, these particular trees here. Now, fundamentally, there's an economic model under it, which is about the future value of carbon and those things. But when we flip the story and can create a consumer brand about saving in the past rather than extracting from the future, that fundamentally flips the script. And we could have told that story 10 years ago, but we wouldn't have had a mechanism that was able to support it. And then the other project I touched on in Africa, but I'm going to say a little bit more about this. So for those who don't know, non-fungible tokens are basically just like a ticket that points to a thing and says that's mine. But what that's done is it's essentially 25% of all transactional value in art in the last 6 months has been the transacting of digital value with NFTs, which is probably the largest disruption of any industry in history from a market share, transaction share perspective. So what NFTs allow us to do is something fascinating. We've now got a blending of financial instruments and then art, which is, let's call it a meaning instrument, a beauty instrument, a spiritual instrument. And the thing about a rhino in Africa or an old growth tree or a human being is that its value is in meaning and relationships as well as its value in production. And so by creating instruments that can layer all of those forms of value together, we can actually outcompete the extractive economy that looks at things only in terms of how much the rhino horn is worth to a bidder in the Chinese medical market or the tree's worth to someone who wants to make furniture.
That's a perfect segue to allow Tony and Meagher to make their introductions as well. Sophie, could you pass the mic to...
So thank you for this inspiration. So I would like to tell two stories because I think, we think a lot, there's a lot of brain stuff, but we act with our stomach, with our affections. And I'd like to tell two stories. So one story is, imagine during a pandemic, a bunch of young people working from all over the world together. They code, they have laptops, they don't have much else. And what they do is they create a protocol. And that was a month or two ago. They went live with the protocol, and this protocol has a massive impact on the CO2 voluntary market. You can say what you want about it, but they raised a treasury of $60 million in a week, and they have a market cap with their thingy of over $1 billion. The voluntary carbon market is completely disrupted. I think they have 2.5% of the global market cap locked away, and the prices have tenfolded of the voluntary carbon market. So this story tells it's possible with technology to create an impact. Then we can look at how the impact is, you know, that's detailed, that's more interesting for a longer discussion. That's one story. So bottom-up initiatives can have an impact on markets and actions. The other story is now, in this very moment, a lot of people work to sustain biodiversity, to make the place, the planet, they stabilize the planet. They work in protected areas. We work with IUCN. They have a new standard. Everybody knows the red list of endangered species. They have a new standard, the green list. We can use this green list. The prediction is 10,000 sites by 2030 to look at biodiversity and CO2 impact. We can measure it and we can put it on a blockchain thingy. And we have currently Nature Seychelles, we have Provis and Shoal in Mexico, and we're going to blow up. And with blockchain, you can make direct donations, you receive something, you can use that for secondary market and create impact on directly. Everybody can prove that what you do has an impact on the place. So what is the role of Porini? There's more people that have access to mobile phones in this world than have access to toilets. So we think the mobile phone is the gateway to change behavior. So we make apps. We make it this base carbon ton, that this token protocol, these young people, they created the token protocol and they locked it away in a decentralized autonomous organization called KlimaDAO. You can debate about it, but they created something and we put that on the app. So you can play around, it's a green list market, and you can actually create it. You see a price feed. And one more thing I'd like to share. Everybody here probably remembers the time before you had an email or a website. It's the first impact in personal and global life on community. First wave of digitalization, digitalization of data. Second wave, everybody remembers the time where you didn't have a social media account. Second wave of digitalization, not digitalization of data, but digitalization of communities. And now is the time where most people in this world don't have a blockchain thingy. And now we're in the third wave of digitalization, which is really important. It's digitalization of values. Whatever that value is, you can digitize a value, you can map it, you can transact it. And this third wave of digitalization brings us back the power over data that we lost with the first wave of digitalization. And I think it's a very important moment, very powerful moment. Role of Porini is to educate, to enable, and to give an app where people actually can try, play, not invest, just create an impact. And of course, the arbitrage opportunity, we create pool that there's triangular arbitrage possibility, intra-exchange, cross-exchange, and cross-chain. So there's massive opportunity out there, as you said, that other investors can make money, not by taking the money away from other people and creating impact in the same time. I think it's an important time in history.
Could you share that one? I wanted to, what was interesting, just one piece of what you said was also very interesting to me, is that the assets are representing natural capital. And what's interesting about that is the shift it's made, because natural capital, even under Natural Capital Coalition, IUCN, has been largely reviewed as flow and morals. So what we're seeing is a real shift, the convening power of the technology. And I think that segues very well into your project as well.
Exactly. Thank you, Katherine. And I want to say that I feel at home, you know, with these people, where they understand the relationship between carbon, blockchain, and NFTs. And I fully agree with Alex. Don't trust everything that you see. Like, don't look at 80-90% of all the crypto out there. It's amazing how many BS stuff it's out there. But I want to go back to the problem. Let's go Einstein way. And I want us to look at the current supply in the carbon markets, right? How do we generate these carbon credits? The current system takes 2-3 years to register projects. It takes $50,000, $100,000 to register new projects, which are really big barriers for people who want to do this and generate more green and impact investment, right? But we see this as an opportunity. At ARC, we've been thinking about this for a while, and it's interesting how the announcement from Facebook, right, that they're going meta, has turned out, because it just accelerated what it's already happening in the space, right? The Decentraland and Sandbox already are in the space for what, 4 years? Their share just went up, and I was talking to people at the Climate of Youth. COI, which happened before this, and I was telling about NFTs, blockchain, this is going to be the future. And then they were like, they're looking at me like, what are you talking about? And then I mentioned Meta from Facebook. Meta, yeah. So that's just going to help us in our way to make this more concrete. And I want to walk you through a thought experiment, right? What if individuals and companies will be incentivized to invest more in carbon credits generation and not only retire them, right, but also using a token once the credit have been retired to play in the metaverse, to buy property in the metaverse, to play around, because that it's already happening. It's just not channeled in the right direction. And what if there's better ways to create the supply for carbon credit generation and take into account not only cook stoves and protection of forests, but also take into account the ocean. Like, there's so many initiatives out there, and they're struggling to put that into the mass adoption just because of the costs. You wanted to, sorry. Also, regenerative farming, right? These farmers can benefit directly from the investment in carbon markets. And not only that, maybe even leaving fossil fuel in the ground. And I want you to imagine that you have a piece of digital land. You can put it in Sandbox, Decentraland, Somnium, and all these metaverses out there. And imagine that the value of that is bigger than actually drilling oil from the ground. What do you think people would prefer in 4 or 5 years? To have a return on investment from this digital asset, or drilling oil, going forward? And I want you to imagine that no more. We're working actively with a company in a sovereign nation to do this. We'll launch an official announcement in a couple of months, maybe even weeks. And I want to take this opportunity to address the sort of innovation hub that is being established now. I hope that in 1 year time, we're going to start showcasing our solutions out there, proof of concept, so that other people can learn not only from a success, but from the failure, right? Because when you talk about success, you avoid, it's like the iceberg effect, right? You just see on the surface the success, but the iterations and the failure, it's not visible. And I hope to see this at the next COP, where we're all going to present solutions. And just one quote to finish this from Buckminster Fuller. It's really hard to fight the current reality as it is. By bringing new models, it's better to put our efforts into bringing new models that make the old models obsolete.
Thank you. Lots to digest over that. Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to do a little shout out to Open Earth Foundation and to the hub, because this is an element, a number of elements that we are working on. So with Open Earth Foundation, we are creating a nested climate accounting platform, which will allow subnational actors right down to the individual to actually participate, and for that to be counted and integrated into NDCs, and also leave leeway for that type of tokenization to go to other types of value. And also we have an upcoming NFT on Ocean Drop, which will be similar to Carbon Drop, which allowed us to raise $6.6 million with some incredible artists, and also make a statement about the energy efficiency of the platforms out there. So we're really fortunate in that sense. And I also wanted to come back to the point about the hub, because this is our aim for next COP, is Open Earth is collaborating and partnering with UNFCCC to create that platform that will use the integrated technology so that we can not only do the needs assessment, identify gaps, identify solutions, and sort of move the financial element along as well. But I did want to come back to a key core. What I've heard, a common theme around all of you, is partnerships and collaboration, which can be a real trope. It's they're both ubiquitous terms, but you've done them in very meaningful ways. And first I wanted to talk about Every Action Counts and some of the innovations, and how also the democratization of the space and how individuals can actually participate. So if you could talk about the partnerships and also the individual actions, and then I'd like for each of you to also indicate some of those elements about your initiatives.
Thanks, Katherine. So there's a lot of innovations and interesting initiatives under that particular platform, but I'll just pick one in the interest of time. And I think I want to take the e-commerce journey. We know there's $68 trillion of annual consumption. That's a huge amount, and that amount alone can really move the needle in driving sustainability. We know that 2/3 of carbon emissions are directly or indirectly linked to human consumption. And so one of the things we are doing with e-commerce platforms is bringing layered innovations that allow every user on the e-commerce platform to have, first of all, a measurement of the impact of the carbon and nature content of the products that they're going to be purchasing. They will be able to compare themselves against their peers to understand how they fare. They'll be able to connect that to an augmented reality platform that allows them to visualize the world that they will be creating through their choices, which is extremely interesting. And then that will be also connected to their online identities through social media, to allow them to actually capitalize on that and get social recognition. I'm sure we've all posted somewhere on Twitter, LinkedIn about our participation to COP, right? That's part of our identity. That's how we build our online identities. And a lot of the motivation actually comes from online identities. And so connecting those acts of purchases directly to social media accounts and online identities actually goes a long way in driving positive behaviors. As I said, augmented reality allows you to see what you're actually creating through your choices. And then you're also going to then be able to connect that to impact pathways in terms of contributing to the restoration of mangroves in Borneo, or to the Amazon rainforest, to the Central African rainforest, etc. And then through, of course, satellite imagery, through NFTs, people are going to be able to have a digital representation of the assets that they have contributed to safeguarding by making those green choices. And now you can create a whole new economic layer on top of that to allow trading of those collectibles, again, to finance more green actions. So all of that sounds almost like a little bit like science fiction or futuristic, but we're actually in the process of designing it right now, and that exists. And that's going to build also on a lot of the NFT and other innovations that were talked about by my colleagues here. And it's really super exciting. And that allows people to actually really be part of the solution by being engaged that way.
And to see it in real time as well.
And to also see it and visualize the impact and the effects, which really also is a powerful driver of action.
Absolutely.
I think like what you said is true, and we also have NFTs. They're not NFTs, NFCs. So these are, you know, gamification things that you like with the payment. There is one actually in this building, stuck to the wall. So if you connect your mobile phone with this, something happens. So we also work with young kids, and they say, we don't care about, you know, you boomers. You know, there's communities, they say, we develop solutions for the next generation, and we try to support them, give them the tools. And we also try on the other side to enable reporting in like even SMEs. There's so many SMEs in Europe, and if they have a blockchain thingy where they can say, well, you know, we do compensate, we do action, you can look it up, this is our address, it's transparent and efficient. And I think the challenge, and that's a question to you all, is if you want to change behavior, you know, quite often there is little interest in transparency and efficiency. I've had that with big incumbent organizations. So how do you cope with that? If you want to change a system or behavior, how do you create interest for efficiency and transparency in a market that profits from inefficiencies and intransparencies?
Well, I mean, shall I answer that one? So, yeah, we've got a bit of a problem with middlemen. because we're taking money out of their pockets and putting it into the farmers. But what we're also doing is we're opening up export markets so the whole ecosystem gets more money. So one of our core principles is that it's all very well giving people access to credit. Every smallholder farmer needs more money, and no lender wants to lend to them, especially in Africa. But if those smallholder farmers can grow more stuff and be more productive and make more money, then everyone benefits. And that's where we're starting right at the grassroots, right at the point of, using tokenization to give those farmers access to the things they need to grow more stuff. And this doesn't mean slashing and burning. It doesn't mean using GMO or anything like that. It is actually just better seeds and fertilizer to use existing land. Today, 70% of Africa's arable land is unfarmed. That's not virgin rainforest that someone's going to chop down. It's just sitting there. And obviously you can't necessarily use 100% of that, but it's wasted because people don't have access to the things they need to be more productive. And making farmers more productive, let's face it, we're all going to need more food in the future. There's going to be a lot more of us. And Africa's still a net importer of food, which is insane when you think about how big it is and how fertile much of it is. So I guess my point would be, yes, making markets more efficient and especially making them more transparent, especially if you're in places like, Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, where, transparency is not very popular. That can be a big challenge. But if you start making more money at the grassroots, it keeps people happy.
Comment. Go ahead,
So-
then Masamba has a question for us.
So just riffing on that, I think if we look at what's going on there from a sort of a big picture perspective, individual humans tend to actually mostly do good stuff. And the issue is just that it's hard to connect the capital that's in all the individual humans to the uses of capital that's with the other individual humans. And so we create these things called banks and governments and NGOs and other things. And then each of those have their own shareholders and goals and corruptions and whatever. So it doesn't flow. So the promise of that is exciting about the decentralized tech is when you can actually have a farmer that's producing value, that the profit of that doesn't need to get shipped to another port and then in a bank and then never get back to him or her, but that profit can get back in the soil on the ground. It's actually much, much more efficient when you're not going through those middlemen. And key to the point, biodiversity in nature thrives on difference and relationship and complexity. And these middlemen systems kind of have the habit of eating that complexity in order to create profit. So that's just kind of like to the question here. There's a transitional period where we need to partner with the organizations that have the capital and the power and the relationships in order to bring about a future. But I think that future is going to actually be much more on the edges of the network and much less reliant on the central stuff. And we still need the guys over there to figure out, the high-level coordination while we're getting the tools in place to do everything else.
Actually, Masamba, I'll come right back to you. But Sophie, I think this is a perfect segue to the visualization of the SDG digital bond that we're starting to envision with the BIS, because we have the digital green bonds building out, but then being able to connect to the on-the-ground initiatives. If you could just say 2 words about that.
Yeah, I was massively excited to hear this discussed on the last panel, because this is a paper we wrote, 2 years ago? Recommending that we fractionalized the distribution of STOs basically, but securitized tokens, and that we then use the technology to trace value through the whole value chain down to the use of funds and for proof of impact coming back the other way. And to start seeing that happening is just amazing. I thought it would be happening in sort of 3 years, and to see it happening in 2 years is really exciting. And I think that's one of the very few things that we can actually thank COVID for, because COVID has accelerated decentralization and digitization, particularly of money. and particularly in developing economies. So I think that actually is one of the few fringe benefits. But yeah, I mean, this is about a whole value ecosystem, to your point, where nobody loses out. Because of the transparency and because of the extra value that's in the system and because of the extra efficiency.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Samba, you've been waiting so patiently.
Yeah, no, I would like first to thank you for your very inspiring discussion and add one question. So as I have said at the beginning, we would like to promote moonshot thinking, so and not be limited by what we perceive as possible. It's why I like all the interventions that you have made. So we know that by definition, global public good is not, let's say, nobody pay for it. What about a situation where we would have government paying for the creation of global public good and then putting tax for the destruction of global public good, to have a supply, and all these things is tokenized, to have a supply of such a type of token and a demand for such a type of token. How this would react with the current currencies?
This is a really good question because many governments aren't too keen on blockchain for a number of reasons, as I'm sure you know. So the short answer is that if you have a central bank digital currency issued by your country's central bank and it's really efficient, which requires a lot of design considerations, including the barriers to access. So, for example, if you're working with the poorest people, how do they get access to it if they don't have digital devices, for example? If you have that system in place, then yes, you can collect taxation through micropayments, and that is totally possible with a central bank digital currency. To my knowledge, no government has yet designed a central bank digital currency that collects tax because it would be massively unpopular. But it's certainly possible, and it's actually one of the benefits of this technology is that you can apply different fiscal policies and particularly, monetary policies, for example. You could apply interest to savings. You could apply demurrage, which is one of my favorite things, which you couldn't even say that on a stage 2 years ago. So that's another COVID thing. And then to your point about fiscal policy, yes, absolutely, that is an instrument that you could use. Now, what would be the attraction to a rural farmer in northern Nigeria for paying tax? Well, not great, but if you could associate that taxation with their property rights, with other benefits that they could then get access to, cheap funds, whatever it is. And as long as the government is prepared to give something back, then that can work with the current currencies. I haven't yet seen a CBDC designed in that way. I don't know if you want to comment.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, the tax will be linked to the destruction of global public good. This is only, for example, when you are emitting CO2, that you will have to pay a tax. And at reverse, if you create global public good, you will get the token. So you are remunerated for creation of global public good, and you pay for destruction of global public good.
I think there's two ways. So what we try with Porini is to enable communities to be a role model for governance, that they see, there's the concept of Harburger tax, which is really interesting. What is also interesting is the staking concept, where you say you have actually something to lose. We as humans have something to lose. We have the planet to lose. So I think what Porini does is bottom up. We have communities that try things out in Switzerland, in the various countries all over the world. So I think there's two kinds of problems. There's complex problems and complicated problems. A complicated problem is build a machine. That's complicated. You need a plan, you need to know what to do, you need experts, then you can solve the problem. Then there's complex problems, natures, relationships, a marriage. That's complex. You can't tweak that, and this happens. So expertise doesn't help, only you can't have an expert experience yourself. So complex problems can be solved with experience. A complicated problem can solve with experts and know-how. A complicated problem, you need to think before you act. A complex problem, nature, marriage, you need to have experience. You have to act to find out what the system feeds back. So I think the approach of trying in small scale and then build up, be a role model for bigger scale governments, I think that can be a way. And you need tools. And that's, again, why I think an app can be helpful to actually be an interface to dynamics that can be ruled from top or from bottom up.
I've got a really simple answer to your question, which is absolutely. So where decentralized finance is really helpful is for collapsing one end to the other end of where there is value that needs to flow. But where public goods are concerned, it's really hard to make that happen in any other way than a government looking down and going, that's a public good that's in our domain, and then creating the mechanisms like carbon markets and like you just spoke about. I think this technology can be very helpful for both top-down and bottom-up.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to this. First, there's not a problem. First, there's a problem of educating the people in the government, I suppose, because not a lot of people understand how blockchain works, crypto in general, or even NFTs. So that's the first thing that probably is needed. And I know it's currently happening, right? And then secondly, there are models that are being developed by numerous entities. I know we have Gilberto in the audience who's working with the government in Curacao. So there's another initiative in Miami where a fund it's being actually put at the disposal from if I recall correctly, just to sort of use as a way of taxing. And the conclusion to this is the model here would be that we create this sort of solutions, we go to the government, and then the government endorses it, right? Not being created by the government, but endorsed and then applied to other solutions. And once you have this proof of concepts around the world at a nation level, at a city level, this will be sort of shared and adopted throughout the world.
I'm going to pass the mic for a final comment.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because I really agree with what Sophie said, Alex said, what all of you guys said. It's a brilliant idea to do that. It should be government-led. CBDCs are a powerful tool for doing this. And I think looking at it from the angle of taxation is also extremely interesting and powerful, but also very complex. And one intermediate step in the meantime could be to just look at voluntary contributions. Gabon is a negative carbon emitter. It's actually one of the African countries that sinks much more carbon than it emits. Is it rewarded for it? Are we paying for it? No. Am I interested as a human citizen to actually pay for that because that's a public good that's important to me? Of course, yes. And so one easy way first to start would be to have a blockchain that digitalizes that particular public good and allows everybody to contribute and pay for it to start with and compensate Gabon for it. And then we can start thinking about another layer with taxation and all sorts of other more complex systems, but definitely a good direction.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think our time is up and we're going to have to end there. This is such a dynamic discussion and I'm so grateful for you have coming all this way. I think we're going to just have to continue the discussion with the audience over a coffee. But thank you very much for coming and thank you for your great insights.
Excellent, thank you. So now, dinner time, and well, depending on where you are in the world and when you watch this, we are in Glasgow for the COP26 meeting. And for the last couple of years, I've been trying to, I was about to say squeeze in, but that sounds like it's uncomfortable, but really allow the new thinking to flourish also. You know, there's a lot of good energy here in Glasgow and lots of good attempts, but there's also a very standard thing. You know, all the big polluters coming here trying to say that they're going to do less bad things. And we're slowly seeing something much more transformative and radical emerging. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. Those who can enable that shift. We talk about it, we've seen an increasing number of studies. We're going to hear some of the leading thinkers here today, presenting some of the thinking in that area, but we're still not really there. But before we start and dive into that, I'd like to invite Massamba Toye to just say a few words on why we created this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub and how unique that is and the next steps forward.
So thank you, Dennis, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those that are following on site and virtually. Welcome and thank you for your interest, and welcome also to our participants, and thank you for your contribution. So the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub has been put in place to address three main limitation we saw on the use of innovation to serve climate. So to increase the effectiveness of innovation for climate, there was a need to work on three elements. The first is the way target, pledge, and commitment are set. So far, they are set based on what is perceived as possible and not what is needed. And because they are set based on what is perceived as possible, they do not provide room for innovation, because if your climate pledge or your objective or your commitment, you have already all the solution, you do not need innovation. So what we are promoting with the Global Innovation Hub is more bold ambition based on what is needed, and then the gap between what is needed and what is possible is exactly what innovation will feel. We are inviting the organizations that are making pledge commitment to translate the gap between their pledge commitment and what is currently possible into a demand for climate solution that the Global Innovation Hub will help fill. So that's the second aspect, is the fact that innovation is so far focusing mainly at the sectoral level, at the supply side, where the main target is to improve existing product and services. So this can only lead to incremental improvement, because the product and the value chains they are based on are not challenged. So this reduces very much the space dedicated to innovation. And one of the things the Global Innovation Hub would like to do is to open up that space so that we can cover additional type of innovation. So how do we do it? We focus more on the core human need and explore how innovation can be used to come up with new value chain that can satisfy the core human need with less or zero carbon footprint. And then the third element is that whenever you talk about innovation, everybody think about technology. Technology innovation is critical. This is very important for the achievement of the climate goal and the sustainability goal, but it is far from being enough. It has to be combined with policy innovation. It has to be combined with business model innovation, financial instrument innovation, innovation on leadership, and also on collaboration. We have to collaborate differently. Radical collaboration is needed. And finally, on the platform, we will also develop framework that will allow to measure the climate contribution of a solution. Because what we are promoting also is to move away from a problem-based approach to a solution-based approach. The focus should not be only on reducing its own emission, but also developing solutions that allow others to reduce their emissions. Finally, I would like to flag that this is the beginning of the journey. So this is the first time the Global Innovation Hub launched during this COP is having an open event. So it's the beginning of a movement, and we are inviting all the experts interested in participating in this process of improving the effectiveness of innovation for climate to join the movement. So with that, I will hand over to Dennis.
Thanks a lot, Masamba. And this is such a bizarre situation also, sitting in front of a computer, having people from all around the world, and it's so easy that things become so strict, so formal. And so I'll hope that we can turn this into a little bit more of a conversation where we interrupt each other and have a conversation around these things. But just wanted to show you first just the setting of the whole structure. So it's basically two parts. First, we're going to discuss. So why isn't there? I switched my screen, but it's still the old one. Okay, so a bit slow there with the connection. So basically it's two parts. One is the new kind of leadership and the exponential change and tipping points that we're facing here. And I've invited, I dare to say, a good friend after a couple of years, Jamie Erbib, who's been thinking along these lines for a long time and been one of those voices that I really lack here in at the COP. Because here it's very much about linear reduction and not about the exponential change and opportunities that we see. So we're going to talk a little about that and what is happening and who needs to deliver that. And then Eva, hopefully going to share a little bit of her thoughts about regenerative lifestyles and a company who's actually doing a lot of excellent work to reduce its own emissions and negative impacts, but also help the world towards regenerative lifestyles. And then a little bit about people who actually try to guide within this environment. Marco Duse from Boston Consulting Group and Johan, who's been thinking about how do we help companies move outside what Masamba said, this sort of static problem perspective where they only reduce their own emissions and also become part of the solution agenda. After that, we're going to get some new guests in about 4 to 5 minutes, when we sort of broaden the perspective also a little bit more to specifically the role of culture and new platforms. What are the lifestyle currently being promoted, and what is the role for Netflix and Spotify and others who are both encouraging people to live creative lives through music and creation, through movies and other things, but also what kind of values and how are they created, what kind of product placements, what kind of lifestyle are being promoted and highlighted as attractive? What do we see as an attractive life? Because much of the climate discussion can be very technical. It's about kilowatt hours, etc. But by the end of the day, it's about the kind of life we want to live, the kind of society we want to have here on this planet. So let me just share a few slides then. First, this that Masamba was talking to, and you say this is at the heart of this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. Moving away and moving beyond, I should say, not away from, because it's still important for the big polluters to look at their emissions and have them reduced. But over time, what we need in society are solution providers that give us what we want in a sustainable way. So it's both a shift in perspectives, an architect or a business consultant or a digital consultant, their impact is what they give to society. Their own impact is not very relevant. But even over time, a steel company, their important thing is not just to reduce carbon from steel is to ask, where is steel needed in society? If you have a business model that you just want to sell more steel, then you want to have more buildings, more cars, and then you become part of the problem. But if you provide that as a service to wind power mills, to public transport solutions, then you can be part of the solution. So that's a little bit what we're going to discuss here. And basically say this, and this is something that Jamie and I have been discussing a lot, this challenge that we have these two worlds in parallel. We have this old idea. We were sort of living for hundreds of years now, basically, in the Industrial Revolution and made things slightly better. We got slightly better cars, we got slightly better buildings, we got slightly better fridges, etc. All of a sudden now, we're not sure that we need a better car. We need access to something, but that access can be provided by local production, 3D printing, a drone, someone walking. All of a sudden, we are in a situation where a dynamic solution approach is more relevant. But still, I would argue that I got a little bit of help from Charlie Wilson, who was leading the IPCC work on smart development. And when he went around here, he said 90% seems to be still in the static problem approach. And again, nothing bad with that, but the balance is so off now that it becomes part of the challenge. So these are a bit plotty, but I wanted to put them in because it's when we look at the detail, but when it becomes concrete, if we have a problem perspective, we ask the big polluters to reduce their emissions. What they usually say is first, as some will say, it's impossible, we can't do this. The only way we can achieve this is by having something that sucks down CO2 to a large extent, some sort of CCS mechanism. So if you look at this graph, you see the big emitters, and then you see this big blue part. That is what they need, a lot of negative emissions from lots of new technologies. That scenario, I think, is often forgotten, that a big problem with that is not just that it's highly riskful for climate change, it's also highly unsustainable for many other areas. Biodiversity, because you need a lot more biofuel. Water use, because you have a lot of resource-intensive production here, but also poverty, because it's the current power structures and income distribution that is just being accelerated forward. So innovation becomes very limited to renewable CCS and optimization of existing system. Those can play a role, but I would argue that the main thing we should remember is that we run the risk of making fossil-free typewriters in an age when you can do word processing. So we're trying to improve old ways of doing things without thinking what are the new smart ways. And this is contrast then with a dynamic solution approach. Then we ask, what does people want and need? We need our nutrition, we need our access to health, etc. How do we provide that? And then we don't need any technical CCS. We need some sort of carbon removal, but that is due to lifestyle changes, less consumption of meat and other things, less fast fashion consumptions. We use less resources, so we can have more forest and regenerative nature coming back again and helping us suck down CO2. So this is very different. This is about focusing on 11 billion people having a good life, making sure that all the SDGs and sustainability goals are being met. But it's also looking at transformative system change, because it is a totally different way of streaming music than producing CDs. It's not just about improving the old supply chain. It's, as Masamba was saying, a fundamentally new supply chain for providing that need. But the thing I hope we will spend a little bit of time in thinking about is the feedback system for this exponential growth. What is needed? Because if we think these slow incremental improvements, then we will not get there in time. But we will also not understand how quick things are moving. And for me personally, maybe these two last slides are the most important, because this is also understanding that when the generation who's young now will be old, 80% of the world's population will be in Asia and Africa. So how are we, everyone working now with climate, really focusing on making their lives flourishing and fantastic and working in collaboration with them? Or are we sitting in our current major polluting countries developing creative accounting to claim carbon neutrality by buying for someone else or hoping that CCS will happen? Not really looking at how we bring people out of poverty. Because the fact is, and I think this is an amazing graph by Oxfam, and I think it's shown way too little, is that today 50% of the global emissions are from the 10 richest percent on the planet, while the poorest 50% only emit 10%. So reduction of emission is a very Western perspective. It's about avoiding emissions. How do we grow society? How do we bring everyone out of poverty, living flourishing lives without crashing the planet? If we look at reducing emissions, the focus becomes on existing structures, not on the needs of those today and of tomorrow. And I think this is very important for us to not forget, that very often we look at this is how much emissions we have, and then we reduce them, instead of looking, how are the people on this planet going to live? So that's... just want to show you that we have just some reports coming out here. We will send links to those also and post them on the web. But when we look at how you actually assess exponential change, when you have feedback system, when you look at a company not just only based on their own emissions, but what kind of value proposition they have and how they are changing society towards a more sustainable society. And I'm happy to have Eva here, who's one of the companies that we have assessed with this and have amazing scores, while many others who are ranking high on traditional ESG scores are really ranking low on this, because what they do is not really providing sustainable life for people tomorrow, but just claiming in creative ways to reduce their emissions. So with that said, I would just like to show the most complicated things that I struggle with, trying to capture the kind of discussions I had with Jamie Arbib and others on how do we capture the transformative solutions? How do we move beyond this sort of linear thinking? And how do we bring in that kind of feedback systems in that loop and this understanding that we are on this tipping point? So with that, I would just like to show you a city can be seen from two different ways. Or a place where people live. You can see that as parts of lots of emissions around them that needs to be reduced. That is how cities today work with climate change. They set net zero carbon targets or something and try to reduce their emissions. A dynamic solution perspective says, how do we bring about lifestyles that are sustainable for 11 billion people? And that can be shared and exported and shown to be the way forward. So that's a very different perspective. Then you really look at how you interact by helping others to import sustainable lifestyles and also export those solutions to others. But really at the forefront is, how do you create flourishing lives for people? That is the main challenge. So with that, I'd like to hand over then to the first speaker. With Jamie. And after Jamie, I'd like to show a little bit of a ballet thinking around this also. But Jamie, I'm a bit late here. You're not a ballet dancer, or maybe you are, I don't know. But so far I haven't seen you do any ballet, but maybe now is the time for you. Jamie, let us hear some of your thoughts, reflections, and what you've seen as the major challenges and opportunities with your work, and where do you see needs to be done. And also especially, what do you think the United Nations Global Innovation Hub can do to really push this agenda forward?
Well, Dennis, thank you. And I think my 6'5" frame's a little large for ballet, but I'll endeavor to tell a story instead. So, I think the work you're doing is fantastic, and I really appreciate you inviting me along today. I think, what we've heard a lot of at COP is really, what I would term the story of fear, right? And climate change is a terrifying thing. And really the reason it's terrifying is the speed and scale at which it might happen. And really this comes down to complex systems. So I'm going to start with the geeky stuff and then hopefully open up into a much more kind of engaging discussion. But really the reason climate change is so terrifying is that right now we're in this kind of almost golden period where in the climate system we emit vast quantities of carbon, but we have these what are termed negative feedback loops, or these constraining forces that slow the pace of change. So most of the carbon we're emitting today is getting sucked out of the atmosphere by the oceans, and by extra plant growth and so on. So these negative feedback loops are constraining change. So, we've had far less temperature increases, for instance, than we would have had in the absence of those factors. But what's really scary is that if we cross a certain threshold, we hit a tipping point, then those constraining factors begin to weaken, and we trigger these accelerating forces, right? The ice caps begin to melt, so we trap more energy in the atmosphere, and the Arctic tundra melts, and we release huge quantities of methane, and that triggers a kind of cascading cycle of change, these accelerating forces that drive us very rapidly from a relatively steady climatic state into a totally new system, several degrees warmer than today. And that's the terrifying thing about it. And it's those systems effects that are really scary and that lead to that fearful point. But the problem with that story is it ignores the fact that these very same systems effects that operate in the climate system also operate in the economy. And that's the good news story. So the IPCC and the IEA and all these sort of august institutions that forecast the future, that forecast the adoption, say, of the solutions, solar PV and electric vehicles, they simply just extrapolate current trends. They totally ignore these forces. And so you get the IPCC in their last 2014 assessment and their most aggressive forecast, forecasting just 4% solar, wind, and geothermal energy by 2100. I mean, a ludicrous forecast on pretty much any ground you can imagine. And so this is a story of hope. This is what's going to transform us, is that those very same forces are going to act on technology. So in transportation, electric vehicles, and then autonomous electric vehicles are going to very rapidly disrupt transportation. So what we see is already today, certainly in Europe, is just the bottom of that S-curve, which is a shape of disruption, where we're beginning to see an acceleration in the adoption of electric vehicles. In the UK, just last month, 23% of new vehicles sold were electric. So we're accelerating along that S-curve. And we're driving these virtuous cycles for the new technology. So we're increasing demand leads to increasing economies of scale, which reduces cost. We see more investment moving out of gasoline engines into electric vehicles and so on. And you get consumer demand changing, and you get regulatory support moving, and you get this virtuous cycle for the new, while the old goes into a vicious cycle, essentially towards collapse as economies of scale reverse and prices begin to increase, and so on and so forth. And so that's what gives you that S-shaped curve you can see on the screen, that S-shaped curve of disruption. And we're going to see the same we're going to see the same pattern in not just in transportation, but in our electric power system, our energy system, and in our food system, as we learn to produce proteins without having to grow animals. We can produce almost any complex organic molecule we want that without an animal. And the cost of doing that is plunging down a cost curve far faster than Moore's law went for computer processing. And we're at the point now where that market is about to take off, and we'll see a very rapid disruption of livestock farming. And that's hugely exciting because 90% of greenhouse gas emissions come from just those three sectors: energy, transport, and food. And so in our analysis, we see, when we capture those complex systems effects, we see by 2040 a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. But it's much better than that, because when we disrupt livestock farming and we disrupt commercial fisheries because we no longer need to grow the animals to produce the food that we need, we free up huge quantities of land. So that disruption of livestock farming will free up an area the size of China, America, and Australia combined by 2040. And just by doing nothing to that land and allowing it to regenerate, it will suck huge quantities of emissions, equivalent to about 20% of global emissions today, out of the atmosphere. If we choose to invest at a very low cost to rewild or reforest that land, we can suck even more carbon out of the atmosphere. And the energy disruption, as Dennis was saying, will lead to a totally different energy system that has a superabundance of almost free clean energy that we can also use to sequester carbon. So none of these forecasts that go into that story of fear capture the potential out in the future, but for our technological capabilities to develop to the extent that we can begin to sequester carbon and control our atmosphere. So yes, we've got a scary 20 years where we might trigger some of those tipping points, but we absolutely have the potential to solve climate change if we take the right course of action. But in many ways, the problem of that story of fear is that we're in the mindset that we have to harness all available force. We have to push a boulder up the hill using every tool at our disposal. The market is a headwind in that. In that analysis, there's a huge barrier to adoption of these technologies, and we need techno fixes and regulation and intervention in financial markets and all kinds of what we term a whack-a-mole approach, pretty much everything to force that boulder up the hill. But when you understand those complex systems forces, our job is not to push the boulder up the hill, it's to get it rolling down the hill, and to make sure it stays on track and doesn't go off down a dead end, and to make sure we clear away the barriers to it, and we ensure that it doesn't crush communities and people as it races down the hill. So we have the tools that we need. We have everything available for us to solve climate change. We just need to see what's possible and to take the right decisions. Sorry, Dennis, I tend to get carried away when I get going.
That's why you're here. That's why I love. That's the whole idea with this also, is that there is these things. But before we open up and have a bit of discussion, I just want to totally change perspective here. And a few years ago, well, it was many years ago now, I was a bit angry, and I felt, why aren't everyone working, saving the planet, and we need to do all these new cool technologies. And then I went to watch Virpi dance, and then I felt we forgot something. It's about the beauty, about searching something, but it's also about communicating in different ways. This climate negotiations is all about the price of carbon and legal things, but it's very little about the emotions, what really triggers. When I speak with innovators, with entrepreneurs, few of them are driven by a price on carbon or a certain legislation. They have a dream. And that's a little bit what I'd like to sort of bring in here also, and just show a little bit a hello from Virpi Pakkanen, who's a choreographer and a dancer, and one of the most amazing people I've seen to communicate in ways that I can't even imagine. So allow me to sort of share 2 minutes of Virpi's hello to us. I hope the sound can be broadcast also.
I'm 50 steps from home. A demolition behind me.
Is the sound on?
You are sharing this, right?
Yeah.
Let's start again.
Okay.
You can close here, and then do it again here. Yeah. Wait. Then include computer sound. No, wait. Include computer sound.
Yeah.
What was that?
You wanted to install something.
Speakers muted. Unmute the speakers.
And now I can share.
By 3. A demolition behind me and a construction on the other side, ongoing at the same time. I'm thinking about Kojani Skatsi, film by Godfrey Reggio, and its Hopi prophecies that say, if we dig precious things from the land, it will disaster. A plainer of ashes might pour down the skies and burn the land and boil the oceans. As a dancer, I observe bodies. What do I see here? Not a Homo erectus, upright person, or Homo sapiens, wise person. Maybe a Homo curvus digitalensis, bent over smartphone, knocked by information bombs, greedy for the latest updates, dreaming of a fast electric car.
And of romantic holiday on Mars. But we are not only breathing technology, we are also made of mirror cells, those amazing neurons that enable us to feel other person's motions and emotions. Today my mirror cells made me feel empathy with those sad postures, with heads hanging heavy over the smartphones. Our everyday movements have become so dull. Dance, come here, come nearer. Connect us with all organic and vibrant beings.
Art can lend hand in understanding bigger perspectives, and especially dance art can even lend a foot. Describe the world with your toes. That's been listening to the forest moss. Good time refers to the fact that in all and humans must, in much larger limits than their short life.
So I wanted to show that for a couple of reasons. First, because I think 10 years ago, I would never have dared to show something like that because it would have felt crazy, out of place. I've been trying to dress up like the other negotiators, trying to look serious enough. But at the same time, I felt that we've been narrowing the scope of what the whole discussion is about. The people who search for beauty, who are trying to connect and think in different ways, they're not here. Here we have a very limited scope of cost efficiency and monetary values, etc., driven by a very narrow set of values, but also capacities. And that's where I wanted to really, first of all, thank Virpi for contributing to that also, but also wonder what kind of boundaries do we put up when we discuss the current challenges and the current transformations that are required. So just, I don't know if anyone had any comments or thoughts about, maybe you, Mark, or Johan, or Eva, on what Jamie said, but also in the context of Virpi in terms of two people that I feel is looking for something that is beyond the normal or well accepted, but in also meeting each other in a very interesting way, that it's about transcending the current way of approaching the challenge and also dare to look beyond that, challenge the current system by saying you're only having a very small glance of the bigger challenge. But also this way of saying, where do we find this kind of communication? On Spotify, Netflix, and other platforms, are they providing different perspective, or do we see only the latest Marvel movies and others that are produced with certain ideas on how you sell things and product placement and part of another kind of culture? So it's on multiple levels. So curious to hear your thoughts, Marco and Eva, on this before we hand over to you, Eva, to go into a little bit on your thinking, but just reflection on what you heard so far.
Maybe I can go first. Thank you, because it's quite amazing to think that we are here, right, in COP to think about how we're going to remake a large part of the economy of society in the next 30 years, hopefully. But culture has barely any space in it. It sounds like a big contradiction, right? Like that we have this amazing opportunity, and yet we are leaving culture out of the building.
Eva?
Yeah, I'm thinking that
it's a mindset that I admire, and I also recognize in how we work, and it's about looking at this transformation that we have, we are in, but we also have ahead of us, as something that is more like an explorative journey. And to me, the adventure of my lifetime, maybe. Or probably, most likely even. So it's about embracing all this complexity and becoming an explorer rather than having this narrow perspective. And I completely agree with culture being left behind or neglected. And I read a report just the other day about how technology is by far the thing that people put their hopes to. And I'm thinking that, yes, technology, absolutely, I love innovation, but nature and culture are extremely important in this transformation. Just finding the new, being creative, but also creating or enabling this mind shift that we need, because we're not going to reach a mind shift by staying in the technocratic discussions that we usually end up in.
Yeah, also curious to hear your, Jamie, in terms of, because you had this optimistic take on it, but I think what is really telling in your graph is that, yeah, we can see something, and it's hard to see that we're going to have incremental improvements. It's probably going to, I don't know what you said, the analogy you used, but you know, this stone, when it starts spinning, it will probably spin either in a very good direction or could be in a very destructive directions. What do you think is on this sort of UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub? What are the key things that you think could be strategic to engage with to make sure that we are engaging the right kind of stakeholders, but also setting up some sort of early detection units to see if we are starting to move in the right direction or not? What's your thinking about what needs to be done? Because I see there's so many tech optimists on the West Coast in the US, for instance. They say, we don't need to do anything. You know, technology will solve everything. And then you have the tech pessimists who you say, well, whatever we do, we're doomed because technology will kill us and it's always in the hand of the powerful. And then there's, I think, us in the middle who say, yeah, but we can do something. It's a tool, but the tool will depend on who shapes that and what kind of map we're walking and using. So some of your thoughts about what needs to be done.
Yeah, so I mean, Dennis, why don't we just expand our perspective a little bit? Because I've focused narrowly on technology so far, but really, what you said earlier about a system shift is a really important thing to understand. So the system we've been in for literally 10,000 years is what we call an extraction-based system. Right, so we moved from foraging to farming, essentially, from wandering to settlements, and in doing so, we created a whole new kind of paradigm of production, for want of a better word. So it's a whole system where we harness scarce resources from as far afield as our technological capabilities will allow us, and it's a hugely competitive world. It's a zero sum world, and it's a world that's driven by an underlying driver, which we term the growth imperative. So societies have to grow or be outgrown. They have to exploit or be exploited. And in such a world, if you slow down to try and live more sustainably, or you try and live more equitably, you get outcompeted. And so in many ways, the exploitation of people and planet is hardwired into our system. So what we're seeing now is a totally different system emerge, which is based on the principles of creation and generation. So if you think of the food or the energy system, everything you need for those systems, the photons, the electrons, the molecules, the cells, the DNA that's required to produce everything we need is available locally in abundance everywhere. And it's going to lead to a world of completely distributed production. And a networked system of production that allows us, so in many ways we'll have a global information network but localized production of matter and energy, materials and energy. And that's a transformation, and it will transform everything we do. So no longer, as in the old system where we harness huge quantities of what the economists term land, labor, capital, but really resources and people. We'll move to a system where people are freed. We're no longer an input into the system of production, where we live lightly on the land, that we use far less resources to produce what we need. And so that transforms everything. To understand that system, we can't understand it through this narrow, linear, siloed mindset that we have. We have to understand the interconnections, the interactions between the pieces. It's sort of like understanding biology instead of understanding physics. And that's where, nature and culture that we just heard about becomes so important. We're free in many ways. We'll have our needs met easily and cheaply. And we'll be freed from the system of production to focus on many more things. We'll have much more diversity, hopefully much stronger communities. But to get there, we need to transform society, because there's also a risk, as we see in that graph, that we break through technologically, but we end up in some kind of dystopia where very few people own everything, because in a system that's dominated by information networks, you get network effects which lead to essentially a winner-take-all dynamic. And so unless we change our ownership models and our governance structures and institutions to mirror that very distributed system of production, we're doomed to failure. So it's a fundamental transformation required. But it's a bottom-up kind of emergent process that will lead us there. For us, this is going to happen in regions and parts of the world that are unconstrained essentially by the current dogma that we have, and it's much more difficult for the leading Western civilizations to make that scale of change. So I'm getting carried away, Dennis. You must jump in and cut me off.
No, I think that was a perfect segue to one of the persons I've seen who actually try to do this and live within two different systems at the same time. And my conversations with Eva has been amazing over the years here in terms of having a company and staff who so sort of filled with passion of creating a better world and enabling people to live empowered lives. But at the same time, live in an economic society where you need to sell things. And we discussed everything from should you have a button that tell you, should you really buy this thing, to should we even have customers? Are you co-creators instead in the future? What are these ideas? So Eva, maybe tell you something. And I'm so frustrated that not more people know about Houdini, because we have such an Anglo-Saxon dominance about the existing companies, that one of the most exciting companies on the planet, I think, is not as well known as it should be. So maybe say a few words about Houdini, what you're doing and your thinking in this area.
Sure, will do. Love the conversation. So thanks for inviting me, Dennis. Well, Houdini Sportswear, it's a Swedish circular outdoor brand. We're part of the apparel industry, and the apparel industry is a $3 trillion take, make, waste industry. You produce 100 million garments per year. 60% is wasted within that first year. Crazy. Anyways, we have been designing for circularity and towards regenerative since 2001, and we've come quite far. And I want to just zoom out and talk slightly about our vision, because we believe that we dream about mountains and exploration and camaraderie and going out on adventures and so forth. And we do that stuff, but we do it and we realize that we all doing everything that we love, we have a negative impact. So how do we transform that into something new, where we become a solution, and where going out into nature and going on an adventure doesn't mean that you also have a negative impact on people and planet. So our vision is maximum experience, zero impact, and beyond. And beyond is really, really important because just for personal motivation, I can say that reducing negatives in a linear system, how depressing isn't that? We need to look beyond that, and there is opportunity for regenerative, of course, and the pathway there is towards circular first, and we're more or less 100% circular by now, but so the focus has shifted towards from material focus towards lifestyles and so forth. And on the way, on this journey, we have been really reimagining everything. And that is exciting, of course, but it's also a fact that incremental change leads us nowhere. You really have to question conventions and reimagine everything, which is a fantastic journey if you're bold enough and curious enough and uncompromising enough to do so. And looking at this, moving beyond zero towards a regenerative way of living, we together with you, Dennis, we just formulated or we developed a formula. It's extremely simple, but also very radical in our industry. It's about looking not only at reducing impact on how you design a product and how you produce that product, but also taking responsibility of the volumes you produce and looking at that as also as an opportunity. And that's not it. You also need to include lifestyle, because we're a brand that inspire people to live their lives in a different way. And if we decide to inspire people to go heli skiing in Canada or go on local cool adventures in their backyard, in our case, in the beautiful mountains in the Scandinavian area, that is a huge difference, of course. So volumes and lifestyles, and volumes also have an impact on lifestyle, because shop till you drop is more or less more common than uncommon nowadays. So all of those three, that's how we can measure and understand our impact. And looking at then lifestyle and how people live their lives is where we can do the most good and transform beyond Houdini and our ecosystem, so to speak. So how can we inspire people to use their gear in a different way? I think when we did a survey, we realized that just by designing our products the right way, our products are used 100 times more than the average garment is used. Ours 1,287 times. The Western world average is 10 times. So just by using the technologies that are already around, you can transform things. And I guess that goes for most industries today, not only apparel. So then, how can we inspire and guide people to become caretakers or investors in a future rather than just consumers? And how can we potentially inspire people beyond the wardrobe as an outdoor company? So we've been exploring a lot of that, also how we can use digital in that experience, and digital then to create the mind shift and actually enable regenerative ways of life. Super exciting. And of course, it's I'm thinking it's like music or culture, because of course outdoor lifestyle is just culture. It's not about it's about dreams and enabling those dreams. And I think there's huge potential, and we can see that just by doing what we're doing today, which is not radical at all, but of course quite different from our industry peers, we can have massive change. If you think about those billions of garments that are produced every year, if those were used 100 times more, our industry would have a much smaller negative impact, and the life and the health and the happiness we could provide is just amazing. So fun. I don't know if I was too long, Dennis, but that's what I wanted to share.
You can never talk for too long, Eva. I think this is also, for me, what brings me optimism, but also frustration. Because when you say this, it sounds, okay, why aren't we focusing on making sure that people have their clothing 100 times more instead of having fast fashion that is not only used very little, but lots of it is thrown away and never used because it's out of fashion, rather than designing it. Those discussions are not there. Then instead it's discussing how do we make this current totally crazy system circular? And just, how do we recycle a couple of these fast fashion garments a few times? But the whole idea of creating uncertainty in people, that you need to change clothing all the time, and that you need to take this photo, and you need to go to all this extreme. When we did this report together, we call it the obscene lifestyle, because in relation to planet, that is what it is. You have people bragging about having 250 pair of shoes, throwing half of it out, etc. And then you have Houdini on the other side. And then I look at this sort of fashion initiatives and everything, and nothing about this is included. It's about, oh, we're going to be more circular, or we're going to have more renewable energy. But ask your core business question. What is that? And that's a little bit of the segue maybe also to Marco and the new one also, in terms of, okay, you who try to create this kind of framework now, and I know Marco and I have been working, World Economic Forum, etc. How deep are the roots with the what did Jamie say, the fear paradigms, the reduction parts, and how much is it about excitement in creating this new thing? So, and if you can reflect a little bit about Eva's things and where you see that in business and what can be used, would be really good, Marco.
Sure. Well, thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Eva. And it's quite amazing actually to be included in a panel with so many real innovators. So that's really cool for me. Yeah, so before even going to the slides, a couple of reflections, given that we are almost at the end of COP, where I think we saw some progress. If I think about innovation, right, we saw progress, though, of two types. Again, we saw progress that is relatively incremental, and then we saw progress on innovation that is quite deterministic, right, to say, we need innovation in hydrogen, in biofuels, in CCUS, and renewables and batteries. And this is such a limiting type of approach, right, that doesn't let actual innovation to play out. And so coming to the end of COP, I have to say that my mind is probably 50-50 in two places. Part of me think, we're still so far that we should really treat this as an emergency, shut things down, get to net zero by 2025. And maybe that part is right, but the other part that is still optimistic, that is still believing that we can change things within our system, really thinks that the best approach is to focus on solutions, because it's where any individual today, any entrepreneur anywhere in the world can have impact today, and so that's what I've tried to do as well in the last couple of years, also with the help of Dennis and others. We normally, as an advisory BCG, we serve governments and corporates, and when it comes to climate, the typical approach we would take is to focus on their emissions, right? So to focus on their scope 1, 2, potentially in their supply chain, and to think about how they can reduce their emissions. Now, we decided to create BCG Green Ventures, also with the help of and the thinking of Dennis. In the last year, we founded BCG Green Ventures, and the ambition of Green Ventures is to really, number one, focus on basically the solutions space. So if we go to a company, if you go to a government, if you go to anyone, really, it's not about what are your current emissions and how you get to zero, but it's to think about what are your capabilities and how can you actually address the emissions from your product, or actually how can you create solutions that will avoid emissions in broader society. So that's basically the mission that we set for ourselves. And the approach that we want to take is quite broad. So normally, again, we would work with corporates and governments. The ambition of Green Ventures is actually also to work with innovators directly. And what we notice is that often innovators and entrepreneurs may struggle in the phase of scaling up the business, and that's where we want to really help them to succeed. So that's a bit about basically how we have tried to basically turn innovation also within ourselves, and how we are bringing a different type of thinking framework to others, but it's not just about your emissions and the risks, but it's about your capabilities and the solutions that you can bring to others. And the the most important point that I would probably highlight in terms of what has been the shift for me and what I think can be the shift for everyone is to really, if we keep an optimistic mindset, is to really think about the climate transition as an opportunity. That means being an entrepreneur anywhere in society, in your company, doing a venture, whatever, creating an NGO, whatever. Entrepreneurship is going to be, in my view, the driving force of this from a positive angle. And then it also means imagination, right? Because I really hope that we will not just go from, as you said, like to a society that does exactly the same things in 30 years' time, but with zero emissions, but to something actually, to a society that has solved for many other issues. And I really like what James said, right? Like if we just focus on hydrogen, CCUS, and this technology, we end up probably with another, from oil and gas, we end up with exactly the same system, but with different type of sources. And actually, we have the opportunity to make this a completely distributed system, much more equality, and who knows, right? We still have to imagine a lot of the solutions. So yeah, so my main final message is to really make sure that all of us think about what we can do as entrepreneurs and with our imagination within any organizations that we're part of.
Thank you, Marco. And I guess that's a perfect segue also between this first sort of more classical and overarching business perspective to the more sort of narrow focus on the second part. I hope we will have Emma with us soon from Netflix, and I think our friends from Spotify is on the way now also. But before they come, I would like to invite Johan, who's been one of the leading thinkers in terms of how do you get this sort of comprehensive framework, and the 1.5 business playbook has been introducing these 4 pillars. The 2 ones are the classical ones, but then you have the more core business orientated, and how you also change the system you're in, not just a passive stakeholder. But it's been hard to get companies on that kind so far. But and like to hear your thinking about I think you can use that mic also. You can use that. So what has been what has been the difficulty so far, and what do you think things are going now? And maybe thinking about the introduction also to Netflix, Spotify, Cleargrand and others, sort of in the musical culture business also. What are their roles in this phase? So over to you, Johan.
So really thankful to be here in this incredible panel with so many incredible people, and I learned a lot just by listening in now. So fantastic presentations. So I drive an initiative called the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. So the idea is to bring together what we call transformers, innovators, and disruptors. So a transformer could be a more traditional company, but needs to move in the direction of becoming a climate solutions company to be competitive. Whereas a disruptor is, of course, moving in as a climate solutions company. But we also think that the tech innovators, which are enabling most of our decisions independently, are incredibly important. And to get the real, as Jamie talked about, to get the real exponential change in an industry, a theory of change could be that we need a mix of these actors. It's not sufficient just to have the transformers. We need the disruptors, we need the tech innovators and so on, in order to get that spiral going and achieving the tipping point. And of course I agree on the opportunity in the exponentials and so on. Okay, but one thing, we brought together companies, and it's connected to the Race to Zero as well, and I'll comment a little bit about that. So it's representing soon something like 1 trillion, well, 800, I would say $800 million in revenue of companies. And these companies have set really hard targets in terms of, halving emissions and so on, but actually also to integrate climate in strategy. But of course, we need to be much clearer on what that means and contribute to transformation in society. And the background for that was we developed a framework which is called the 1.5 Business Playbook, which you can download, as you said, and it's sort of based on these 4 pillars, which is the first and second is pretty basic, which I think will be hygienic sort of factors over time. You need to cut your own emissions. You need to cut the value chain emissions. Well, even if you're a climate solutions company, you need to take care of your own. You need to grow in a sustainable way. But the real strategic one is actually becoming a climate solutions company and ensure that your complete portfolio is aligned with the 1.5 ambition. Well, that needs to be operationalized, of course. It's easy to say that. And I would also say that every company needs to integrate nature and climate in its purpose, of course, because I really can't see any company aligning with the 1.5 ambition and not having it in its purpose, like Houdini has, of course, but not all of the companies we have, I would say.
How many would you say have that? Because for me, Houdini is one of the few I've found that has any sort of direct connection to nature in its value proposition. Most have, even I work for RISE, and most of that is to encourage innovation or support exploration, or I think Netflix has providing entertainment. So.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage, and then of course, no matter how you raise it, maybe a third or something. But then of course you need to qualify what it means practically, as far as I see it. But I do like to come to the point that all the focus as far as I completely agree that the race, in order to succeed, the race to zero has to become a race to the top. It has to become focus on solutions and growing the solutions and outgrowing, the old fossil way based of thinking. That's the only way we can exceed, as far as I see it, because the complete economy has to take that direction. The problem today is the economy is moving in the wrong direction, and then we're working with the climate on the sideline. Yeah. But most of the development is going in the wrong way. But I do like to, what I would see as the most sort of critical issue and touch back to what you discuss on, which I think is so incredibly critical, is that the problem is that the appetite from the rich on the top for obscene or excessive type of living is so incredibly high. And if we don't shift that, we will never succeed, as far as I see it, because it doesn't matter if the companies start to provide new solutions. So I think it is the most important question. Of course, the problem is with the government that they are blocking this development, I would say. They need to unleash the innovation. So there are a lot of blockers from governments in actually to getting this development happening. But my questions back is really, how can we sort of increase the appetite for a lifestyle where we're part of nature, because sort of we divorced nature some time back in time, which was humanity's biggest mistake. So I'm a very big fan of what Eva is doing. I think I wouldn't rate our companies, but I would say that you are the number one, actually, in terms of all the companies we have in our group who has actually got it, really. So I think if we can inspire the other companies maybe to copy you and so on, you see what I mean? Yeah, I stopped there. That was a little bit unstructured.
No, thank you. It was perfect timing, because I saw Emma came in here now, and we have our friend from Spotify here also. And just to recap shortly, we've basically been discussing the expanded innovation agenda that the whole UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is about. It's not about, there's a lot of interesting initiative about reducing emissions from the big polluters. But there are so many companies where the main contribution is helping others, inspiring others, providing platforms for others. to do that. And my background is in the digital economy. I'm not, since '92, I've been frustrated with the lack of a solution agenda. Back in 2002, I released Sustainability Speed of Light, sort of tried to really push this agenda. And one of those that I met along the way was Emma, who was at Autodesk at that time, and we were frustrated and said, of course, Autodesk, the problem is not for Autodesk, who do design of software for basically shaping our society. It's not how their offices are emitting emissions, it's the offering, what they do. And now I know Emma is a bit tight for time here now, and I saw, if we look at what we talk about here now, how do we redefine this as a positive endeavor? Because if you come here to COP, 95% is all about reducing emissions, the big polluters. It's not about this exciting agenda of providing sustainable lifestyles for 11 billion people and the innovations there. And I feel like I go back in time to my youth and see, oh, it's all these new nature programs about how we destroy nature. Yeah, it's true, but this generation wants to see solutions, not just hear about the problems. So that's a little bit on my thinking here now, that I hope that the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, one of the key partners we would like to see is the Netflix, the Spotifys, and saying, how can we shape this new agenda? What is the opportunities to help this new thinking happen? But also as your companies, how can we create assessment and measure the positive impact of providing those platforms? So that's a measurable positive impact from you. Not just talking about the problem, but really helping new stakeholders to share. And I'm of course extra excited because you as companies have transformed. It used to be you have many square meters, so lots of energy being used to have your video recorders, etc., or CD records, etc. And I usually take as an example that I think the current work is very much about making CD records distribution more efficient, or make typewriters fossil-free. And that is good, but that's not the future. And you've been part of two, maybe when people think about the future, Netflix, Spotify are two things come up on mind. So this is streaming, this is sharing, this is a new way of thinking, but it's also sort of abundant access all of a sudden. I think back at the old Greece, if they could think about having all theaters, all music for a basically symbolic sum accessible, we're touching upon utopia. And if those kind of companies also could think about how do we share that with the kind of Houdinis who are also providing access to outdoor exciting experiences and sharing instead of ownership. But I'd like to hand over to you, Emma, a little bit, and you're thinking about, because if you're as a big company, of course, people will come to you initially and say, what's your emissions? How do you reduce those? And we need to do that also. Everyone needs to take that responsibility. But you're thinking about the next step of mission innovation, about the UNFCCC Innovation Hub, and then Netflix. How can we support you on that journey? How can we provide incentives to help you move in the direction where you become one of the most important solution providers in showing sustainable lifestyles, highlighting the entrepreneurs of tomorrow, moving away from climate, as Jamie Erbe was talking about, a culture of fear, to something about driving innovation. Your thoughts, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis, and I think you put it very well, as you always do. I've been here a year, and within 6 months, we put out a public target to hit net zero emissions by next year. That's the sort of speed that I think we need, but it's also in our mind a credibility that's required for us to now look more at the solution space. So we have a team who is steadily charting progress against that net zero by next year target and doing the science-based target reductions required to decarbonize the entertainment sector. But as you said, the opportunity space is much larger than our physical footprint, which is about 1 million metric tons per year. And what we found when it comes to metrics is that there is a craving among the population. It's of no surprise to anyone who closely reads the public opinion polls, but it is of some surprise to most that 3 in 5 of the consumers who we have surveyed say explicitly they're very interested in seeing shows and movies that touch on climate issues. And that doesn't necessarily mean, limited to the traditional natural history or nature documentary space, which we like to think we're relatively strong in, as are others. But that's across all genres. And it's a function of this being now just part of their day-to-day reality. As one filmmaker put it, if you have walls and gravity in your films, you should also have climate change in your films. So we did a little bit of an internal study to understand just how popular are these stories. And when we limited the sample to only the titles that overtly touch on environmental themes, those that are depicted in this collection shown here called Together for Our Planet, which was a partnership with the UK government in advance of COP and brings together about 40 of our titles around the world that are available globally. And these are very strongly environmentally themed titles as opposed to more subtle creative opportunities to weave in climate storytelling. We found that in 2020 alone, 160 million households around the world chose to watch at least one of these titles. And of course, that's entirely their choice, and something that we think is representative of a desire for not just better understanding the issues. As you said, Dennis, there's a growing anxiety that the issues are increasingly bleak, but actually a craving for understanding hopeful solutions. So as some examples of that, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, which is based on a real-life story written up in a beautiful book, is a drama about a heroic young inventor who brings clean electricity to his drought-stricken Malawian village by teaching himself to build a windmill out of scrap and bicycle parts. And this real-life story inspires us to think, well, if he can do it in those conditions, this is really something that anyone can pick up and advance. Another example is My Octopus Teacher, which was lucky enough to win an Academy Award. And this tells the story of a burnt-out naturalist who forges an unlikely love affair with an octopus. Some people think of it as a love story. I think of it as an advertisement for kelp forests, which you see depicted at the top of the slide here. And the film's success has actually helped to raise awareness and change policy in South Africa with respect to kelp forests, as has a docu-series called Penguin Town, which is a much more lighthearted docudrama, if you will, about the endangered penguins of South Africa. And then you have other series like Down to Earth with Zac Efron or The Minimalists, which show us how each of us can make a difference. And you have a lot of family programming like Izzy's Koala World or Bigfoot Family that speak to children's already intrinsic curiosity about the natural world and their feeling of affinity for animal protagonists. And then a last example I'll offer is Ragnarok, which is a wonderfully entertaining series out of the Nordics that reimagines Norse mythology, so the mythology of Thor, in the form of a modern-day teenager who is battling the world of industrial polluters as the ice and glaciers literally melt behind his hometown. So it's a very transporting story that you can really find yourself wrapped up in, and the whole time you are being surrounded by these realities and the fight to protect those glaciers and that water. And then what we haven't yet measured are the number of moments or subplots or character attributes or plot arcs that touch on these green issues or opportunities. But we know that they're there in the famously popular French title Lupin. They're there throughout Grace and Frankie. They're in Queer Eye. They're in Atypical, Madam Secretary, Sweet Tooth. And so as a company, we're really seeking to entertain the world. That means there needs to be something for everyone that resonates for everyone. And it might not always be nature documentaries. So that's really what we're setting out to better understand, both in our own slate and as we grow the slate moving forward.
I think this is amazing because it's also what I think you're touching upon is that when you look at a business like yours, it's not like one solution, because it can be everything from a documentary that teaches people about something, can be something about inspiring people to take action. It can be something, I know my own son, he loved Ragnarok in terms of mythology being brought into current living, but also having some very dark question about what is good and what is evil and what's the price of things. One thing, because that's what I really would like to see, if there is a possibility for us to, as we come to COP27, which will be in Africa, so the focus on not just reducing emission, but really providing good life for people will really be at the core. To really look at those things a bit different and see how can we collect the kind of podcast, broadcasting, and then jointly interview people. What have you used? Because I think it's forgotten that people say, oh, we need a higher price on carbon. Yeah, we might do that, but most entrepreneurs I've met have not been driven by a higher price of carbon. They've been inspired by a movie, by someone they saw, by an accident or something happened on them on a personal level. And that's where I think, for me, Netflix and Spotify is more about that sort of personal connection. It's not about the abstract calculation. And that's why I also showed this Virpi, who's a dancer. When you really connect to people and really touch them, something happens. So my questions is really about that also. But I have to ask, being my age, I also felt that one of the most things, when I've been talking about people in the high-tech sector, Star Trek has been sort of one of the icons in there. Wasn't created to create that, but it was sort of global collaboration. It was about health, a society beyond scarcity, etc. It would be really interesting also to see different groups. What are they inspired by? What do they seek? Because I know a lot of people my age feels that the young generation, their children now, they don't have a Star Trek. They have all these dark, dystopic futures that is not really any hope. They often end on a very negative note. Everyone is just connected and dead or something. Okay, I love it as an art form, but if we look at that, if you want to be inspired, if you want to feel energy, if you want to think about the future together with people, what kind of that is done? And I would love to see if we could do some sort of also quantification and say, this is actually a measurable impact. These entrepreneurs, and our work, we have more than 1,000 startups in our database. Many of them, they refer to movies and music as getting through difficult times. And it's not just about information. It's also about finding a space to reflect about other things, because we're not just carbon-reducing robots. We want something more. And then, again, music, again, it's for what modern people say, that's what's get me going. And that also has a value. It doesn't need to be education. But I'd like to hand over to our friends from Spotify also to have their thinking about what culture is. I just wanted to show you, before we dive into the culture, just taking a step back into the science. Because this graph is, when we move away from the current sort of problem approach, when we try to, on the one hand, then reduce emissions from the current system, when we talk about the transformative solutions, the sharing solutions, the smart nutrition, the healthy solutions, the kind of things that Eva through Houdini is pushing, lots of that has about user appeal, consumption patterns. Those things are being influenced not by a price of carbon, but people we look up to, movies we see, things we want to mimic, people we are inspired by. So that's why I think also that we really want to use this sort of science graph also to show that as we move away from you saying we need to reduce carbon from a coal power plant, well, that's a very technical issue. But when we talk about living these beautiful, inspiring lives for 11 billion people, then all of a sudden the kind of music, the kind of art, the kind of stories we tell will become really important. So really curious, and I saw your blog post, and that was, of course we have problems, but it's a platform, it's about how we can encourage. I don't want to see us as a problem, but as part of the solution, so I just felt, yes. Thank you, and welcome to this.
Qualified to being here, in other words.
But no, this is just a test thing.
Okay,
so
good.
Of course. We'll see. But you're also pushed. The initial thing is about reducing your emissions. So, but what we care is about is now, can you be part of this Houdini, Netflix, the next generation of solution providers, and say, we're here. This is how we want to measure our positive impact. We're part of this. We want to create those platforms. But
Share your thoughts.
No, I totally agree, because it all comes down to, you know, every company focusing on what they do best, and that's kind of your main impact. And for us, we love that you talked a lot about, and Emma as well, about around storytelling, because that's what we have kind of boiled it down to as well, and that's why we're here mainly at the COP as well, to tell more stories around it, because we're never going to be, you know, the next TED Talk or so, but we can definitely tell more stories around that. And to your early point also regarding, it was funny that you mentioned music as kind of how you get inspired and take action. We've actually asked everyone we've been speaking to during those conversations, you know, what is the one song that gets you motivated or to take action? And there has been so many great examples, everything from, you know, Beyonce, Bach, Here Comes the Sun. What did we had now today? We had like, yeah, Don't Stop Me Now we've had as well, and so on. So there are some pretty good examples, because as you said, you know, making it more easy to make the right choices, that's what we want to do more of as well on the platform.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, connecting back to what you talked a lot about feelings, because when I started as the sustainability manager at Spotify, my first kind of initial thought was, we have to educate people. We have to get the education out there. And I think, I mean, there's still room for that. I think there's kind of providing spaces for scientists. I mean, we did this week with, I think, great success, and I think there's still room for that. But I think, I mean, we know the facts, right? A lot of people know the facts. That's not what's stopping us from changing. How do you make people want to change? And it's kind of, how do you connect to the how do you make people feel stuff? And that is basically through art, right? So then it comes back to, I mean, it comes back to movies and series and podcasts or music and storytelling, and really kind of how do we touch people, and not by saying, I mean, as you said, not by kind of the latest numbers or really kind of digging it down, this is how it's supposed to be done, but how do you make people feel that this relates to me? And I think when we talk to artists or to creators who care about these things, it often has a very personal dimension. I mean, it's from their home village, or something has happened, or you can see a difference in snow levels or what it is. So how do we make it personal and connected to people? I think that's our an opportunity, but also our most important challenge.
And that's where it links to this perspective also, because we saw that the current climate discussions was in this lower left corner. You looked at where are the sources of emissions, and then the existing sectors. So they come together and say, well, we need to reduce our emissions. Yeah, that's okay, but it doesn't really drive innovation. It doesn't really drive you to think about fundamentally new ways. That's where, my examples of, we would have had a fossil-free typewriter, or a very good way of distributing CD records. Because that was the sector, they saw the problem, they want to reduce that. But you should ask, how do we give music to 11 billion people? And that's also where I'm excited about thinking about. Houdini has a little bit of a challenge more in terms of being a physical company and thinking about what are the sustainable lifestyles. But you are already there. Emma is already there. It's easy to see that we can have 11 billion people streaming music and videos, basically unlimited, in a not too distant future. So how can that kind of business models also show? And that's where, because our big focus here now, and what we see is a big challenge, is that so much of the education, so much of the information is about, I usually say one of the biggest problems are environmental journalists, because they frame the whole climate discussion around what's your emissions, how fast are you going to reduce them. They don't phrase them around what are you giving to society. Are you part of tomorrow's 11 billion people living good lives? That's not the conversation we have. And then it's about what are the tools, and it becomes very economic and technical. It doesn't become passionate. And me working lots with incubators and innovators, that's not how people who drive development works. They're not driven by fear. They're driven by a dream to do something. And that's where we hope also that in one way, both the way you work, you become part of the solution providers, but also the way you can structure the information. So it's not just, of course, you keep on talking about the old classical environmental problems in the old classical way, but also say we're expanding the innovation space. On our platform, we also look at those who are up here. We embrace that, and we see a challenge, as I mentioned before you came in, Charlie Wilson, who developed the SMART scenario for IPCC. He said, we're still in the old world. just trying to make the coal power plant slightly less bad and asking for CCS and more renewables. It's not about the human needs. It's not about the smart things. So that's really encouraging to hear you. And also, I'm curious if you have you met Emma before, or have you discussed a little bit on your sort of solution providers and digital? How can you move into the? Are there any synergies where we can also play a role for you to come out of the wardrobe together as solution providers?
I think, what our discussions with Netflix is that we're super, super aligned in our thinking. I think we both went through this kind of the journey of saying, okay, this is our own emissions, this is our own impact. Yes, we need to take care of that. Of course, we need to have our own house in order. But where we have the huge opportunity and where we have where we're uniquely positioned to drive change is with, our platforms and our content.
Because one last thing that I would like to mention also is that I think it's also forgotten is that we have so many people, and that I would like to see also Tobias coming in maybe, people creating music, people creating movies. Those are people living their dreams. They are giving something to society. They're giving a legacy. They're giving, and it's not just need to be, of course, an education. It could be everything that touches people. And that's also about what's the reason for us humans to be. And that's why I showed Virpi, as a dancer. That's also something, that music in that dance, the way to express yourself. And if we don't have that, we have a very gray technical future that might be fossil free, but it's not filled with passion and excitement. So that's also your role in developing that kind of agenda, I think could not be understated.
No, totally. But I just wanted to add what Ebba said before in terms of what I really like about what Netflix and Emma has been doing is, adding that climate content into not the kind of usual suspect areas. And that's something we want to do more of and learn from that great work. Because, what you mentioned was not only the documentaries, but so much more. And we have great climate content, but it's currently... You would like it to be, when you're listening to your favorite music, that you automatically get exposed to this kind of knowledge or stories and kind of exciting solutions. So, how do we reach those people that are kind of, interested but not actively searching for the information? That, I think, is a tricky task, and that is the thing we are kind of laser down focused right at the moment.
Maybe the most important thing also, I think, for me, I just be 100% honest, I left the environmental movement because when I talk about transformative change, new opportunities, people took a step back and say, oh, you're from the environment movement, you want to take things away from me. And then I work with the digital economy. And people say, oh, really exciting. What are the new opportunities? So it is how there's so much, especially in the Nordic countries, that it's all about fossil-free plants, about reduction, problems. And the excitement and the innovation is so little there. So, and that's where I think I feel sorry for you almost, because you're so important in so many different levels, both how you act, but also what you portray as, you can help frame this also. What is exciting? What are the heroes? What are the climate heroes? Are those only the sort of reduction people or the solar panels? Or are those also those who provide exciting lifetimes and lifestyles that are non-compromising artists? So, lifting up your own musical and, the artists creating movies as part of the solution also. These are people that can do this and generate something for society without destroying the environment.
Yeah, and I think you touched on something important there with kind of how do people vision a future? Like a fossil-free future. How do you have a compelling image of that? I don't think we have that today. You don't have like a view of what that would look like. Yeah. So I think there we also you can paint that picture with content. And Hannah taught me a new word like a few months ago, that cli-fi. So climate fiction, which is kind of doing that, not the kind of where everyone dies in the end, I think. The next Star Trek for the new generation, and kind of how that world looked like and show a positive image. And we're all about the kind of solutions oriented and also maybe not the most obvious ones. Because I think, our main target group in this is the Gen Z, as we call it, the younger ones. And there, it's not, we can't come with kind of that corner of the chart.
You can, many do. But look at most environment journalists trying to do that. Emma, your thoughts about possible concrete next steps. How, I created this. I came from Mission Innovation because we wanted to have ways of measuring and identifying those who provide solutions. And we have a framework now also about, value proposition, the system change to do, but also, and I like to emphasize this, the feedback systems that are put in place, because the multiplication effects, and that's what I'm really curious about, how can we show the kind of inspiration that can be out there, but also possible things that, what can we learn? Are there things that makes people feel hopeless, and how can we then counter that? Because I'm a strong personal believer in open systems. I don't think we should let people, unless it's really illegal and dangerous, because we don't like what they say. But we can help people maybe not go down the rabbit hole on sort of simple algorithms, but maybe ask people also to reflect every once in a while, or have the option to say, I like to be challenged. I like to have this in my feed of my videos.
Can I just jump in there? Because I think that's what Spotify is doing with music, and it has always been doing with music. I mean, widening horizons.
Yes.
We suggest music that we think you might like, but you haven't found yourself.
I love my Discover Weekly.
Exactly. So that's kind of pushing you out of your comfort zone, little by little, by kind of expanding instead of kind of creating filter bubbles, because I think that's what the tech industry has been criticized for with right, creating these filter bubbles and kind of minimizing it. And I think both Spotify and Netflix has a great opportunity in actually widening filter bubbles.
Exactly, because my frustration has been many of the startups that I meet, they don't think about themselves as climate. They just are very smart. They're doing amazing things. But if you think about climate, they usually, I'm a problem person. I want to tell people. I want to, complain about things. So a lot of these people who are really doing amazing stuff, and now, look at Spotify, look at Netflix. It wasn't created to save the planet. It was created because it was a very smart idea. Then it also happened to be there. And I think that's what I also hope for Netflix and Spotify to just, you might be a hero. You might not be seen that way so far, but we all care about our children. We all want to do something great. And that starting point, I think, is also for a new conversation. But Emma, your thoughts, because I think you've been working so long in this solution sphere and also seen how difficult it is, because the core drivers from investors, journalists, NGOs are not really in the human needs and solution space. It's still very much on I had a discussion with the science-based target people and say, yes, we know that we might be part of the problem if that is what people think is the only thing you should do. But some certain things are really dominant. So you're thinking about what needs to happen for you to come together, but not just you as thought leaders, because I think we can bring really exciting things, but also that this spreads to others. So what is needed for this perspective to become more mainstream, so that in COP27, next Davos, next G20 meetings, next meeting about innovators hubs, what is required for us to have this shift towards excitement of providing solutions?
And I'll have to keep my comments short because I'm running late now for the meeting that I let you know I would have to peel off for. I would say right now what's missing out there in the world are efforts by well-reputed organizations to design metrics that investors can then latch upon to pose questions to companies like ours. Because if you see something like the CDP questionnaire and what that did for investors, it standardized a set of questions and then ultimately metrics that they could, even without much fluency in carbon, they could pose in a standardized way to investor relations groups and executive teams at companies. None of those exist for those solution space, and it will need to be somewhat specific to the solution type. So something like impact campaign studies or impact studies for film and television are largely non-existent in the sustainability and climate sphere. They exist in mental health, they exist in diversity and inclusion, they exist in things like drinking on screen. They, however, have not been done. So the academic and research communities could really step up in that respect. And those are the sorts of micro KPIs that could then ladder up to a set of macro KPIs that investors could use to advocate for the solutions opportunities as opposed to purely the climate risks associated with one's footprint. And with that, I'm so sorry, I have to bid you all adieu.
I know. Thank you very much, Emma. And I think that was really good comment about what kind of structures we need in order for this to be part of the mainstream. Because some people, like Eva, you didn't deliver sort of a sustainable Houdini based on investors' needs, but it's part of the core DNA. And I think that's also an interesting thing with that Johan has been working about also. How do you get those who are reluctant to think about these things? For me, it's been very much about how do you support the intrapreneurs. Usually in all companies, there are people who wants to do something, and what are you creating that? But even though I have to say that my experience is less on the investor relationship, that has been more on the risk side, but the sort of tools for innovation and planning, your strategic, what are the intangible assets? How do I grow my value? That's where I've seen when people start to sort of integrating that kind of, how can we grow as a company as a way? And investors are usually more risk averse. They're not growth interested. So they want to make sure that you're not, that they don't need to divest from you because of a risk somewhere. So, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts also in terms of, and I think we can get some investors around to start asking some of these questions, and I'd love to see how we can shape those questions jointly, because I'm sitting on the, working with Unipify, they have the Net Zero Alliance, and they are struggling. They don't, what kind of questions should we ask to really help companies move towards this? But are there other tools and other things?
Investors already ask these questions, and that they can see that kind of being a part of the solution is the future. But I think the problem today is that, of course, that's not standardized. I mean, you would have to dig very deep into a company to get that view. You would have to understand the company really, and you can't that wouldn't fit in a questionnaire. And maybe it can, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think those questions should also not be like an ESG questionnaire that is sent to the environmental person. It should be part of the discussions they're having with the CFO or the CEO. Yes. I think that is one thing that is needed, that it's more part of it so that actually people are exposed. Because what we did, I used to work in finance, and then we always sent that across to kind of the CFO. So they were like, these are the questions we are getting. Do you understand that? So I think that is important as well, to expose more people to it. But I think it's not only the investors. I think it's also the huge industry of consultants, that when you go in to have management consultants and so on, that they start to think about those aspects as well, even though they're not tasked to have a specific sustainability or ESG topic. Because that's also when you start to have real changes in companies as well, I would say.
Yeah. I'd like to zoom in out on the side. Tobias Engström, we've had a bit of conversation. Besides being a hero and arranging concerts for the climate, etc., we had this, I don't know how much I should tell, but I've had so many people now coming to me from all walks of life saying, I want to do something with climate. It's really important. Should I change my job? What should I do so I feel I have a meaning in my life? And, maybe you can share a little bit, because what I felt was what Tobias was doing, creating tools for creative artists, that should be part of the solution agenda. I want to be able, with you maybe, to help that kind of entrepreneurs to be recognized as solution providers. It's not down in the coal part, but it's about people being creative, living lives fulfilled, not running after the next insecure thing to purchase because they give something. So if you can, share a little bit of your thinking and what you heard so far, and what you would like, as a not a major multinational company, but a small-scale entrepreneurs working in the area of music. What would bring you in, and what would you think is important that we do, Spotify, Netflix, etc.?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being part of this. It's very interesting and really great way of looking at this from a different angle. And I think that's what I've been frustrated about, that me not destroying the world cannot be part of the discussion when it comes to sustainability, which is what I've talked with Dennis about a bit. I can tell you what Cleveland is. So we started. Cleveland is actually a music software company run by musicians, and I ended up there because I used to live in New York working with marketing and agencies when I understood the magnitude of the climate crisis, and I felt I have to do something, and I asked myself, what can I do? And we talked a lot today about like the vision of a sustainable future, and I was completely lost, and then, but the thing that's always been strong for me is music, and it's always been singing, playing, and that's where I felt that that's been harmony for me. So that's where I went. I went back to my music making, and that's how actually Clarion, as a result of that, me joining up with my music friends, and we started this company, and we make tools for dedicated creators to support music making that are affordable, high quality, and easy to use, and they're digital effects and instruments. And today we have customers in 115 different countries, and I think that's also interesting that I just had a check in my platform. We do actually have 150 different countries just paid from our website. I mean, that's the future in one way. And I strongly believe that it's that the will to create and express ourselves is universal, and it has to be part of the future that we are painting, that we want to express ourselves, and we want to focus on the craftsmanship of music creation. In a digital era, there's a lot of focus on AI and fancy algorithms for a lot of things, but I think a lot of times we miss the actual craft, the hand, the small bits and pieces to building the song and doing things, and that's the passion of creating together with other people. It's not making the next super hit song, because there's very few people that would do that, but there is this joy and meaningful of just creating music together. So it's more of the journey is the purpose, not the end result. And we see that it's a lot of, I mean, it's a big interest in this at the moment. And I believe that people will have to spend more time making music and be part and look at themselves as a creative person. I mean, everyone is creative. It's so, in the old business I used to work, it's like, oh, you're a creative director, so you're the only one who has the right to have creative ideas, sort of. I mean, like, everyone wants to be creative. And we want to give them possibility to self-realization through music. And what we touched today, and Dennis, you talked about this, how is this sustainable tomorrow? I believe that the beauty of humanity is to create culture. And if we agree that we should affirm human creation, this must be done in a sustainable way. And that's what I've sort of understood after discussing with Dennis, that maybe we are a solution in that way, because you don't need to buy physical equipment, mixer tables, or build big studios. So hopefully that means smaller material footprint, but also democratization of music production, which is, we haven't touched the subject democratization so much, but I think it's really, really important to involve, and everyone should have the possibilities in the future express themselves. And as you said, we have to fill our lives with meaningful things to do, which can be tricky. But Eva also talked about that with Houdini. It's like nature is like, it's in us, and music is in our DNA also. And I feel that the will to create, and also if you look at the new generation and contribute, is stronger than ever. And it's an opportunity that we need to support in any way we can. Because there's the young people they want to take part. They don't want to just sit by. It was long. I don't know. It's a bit unstructured here, but.
Well, for me personally, your contribution might be the most important here. All others we are sort of professional sustainability persons by our platform. So we are out talking, showing PowerPoints day out, day in. What I felt was, when I got in contact with Spotify, also felt, and also our discussion, I felt so many people are in your situation in some way, in terms of feeling music is your passion, you want to create, you want to share something, and then feel bad about sustainability. And I thought, no, there's something bad. These are the most sustainable people. They don't need to fly because feeling happy. They're composing a song, they're sharing something, and they're also giving something to society. and we're not celebrating them as environmental heroes or sustainability heroes. That's what I meant a little bit about my dream now moving forward, is that we're going to highlight, maybe you even, and others, together with Spotify and others, and say, these are actually sustainability heroes. These are the ones living non-compromising lives. They are climbing, they are creating music, they are scientists. Basically, if you go back to old civilizations, it's about self-realization. And that can be either art or science. It used to be, old Greece, they didn't make much of a distinction, but we have separated them too. But it's basically about seeking new things, exploring boundaries in yourself, in the world. But that is forgotten. It's been about how do we get the food, how do we get the living. Yeah, that's okay, but that's the basic. We need to dream beyond that, because no one is dreaming about a future where I live zero carbon and eat tasteless zero carbon food and don't do anything. No, I create, I'm part, I'm doing something. So I'm really happy that you could join, and I know it's always a bit nervous because you don't have your PowerPoints, etc. But that's where I really wanted you to be here, because it's a voice from reality for basically the many people that use the Spotify platforms and others, and maybe in the future can also share that and be part of showing that we are here. So I thought, amazing. Thank you everyone for participating, and I'd like just everyone, if you want to, we can continue having discussions, but I'd like everyone to just reflect a bit also, because Jamie, Marco, Eva, you've been quite a while now, so if we just can go round your thinking about how can you help also and see combinations with Spotify, Netflix, etc. in your business, and thinking there's a time of urgency. So try to be specific, to do something that is measurable, exciting, and on the scale that is needed. So we're going to have 2 people in Örkelljunga doing something. How do we bring this to scale? Who wants to start? Jamie?
I'll give it a go. So I mean, for me, I think what we need is hope here. We need a North Star. We need something to inspire us. We're about to go into an incredibly transformative decade. In fact, we're already in it. We can feel it. The world is shifting. We can feel it politically. We can feel it socially. We can feel it in every way. And the temptation when you're in a period of transformation is to reach for safety and security, right? That's our human instinct. That's been the instinct of every other civilization in history. Just when they need kind of adaptability and the ability to change and transform themselves, they kind of hunker down and do what they've always done. It might be more blood sacrifice or more priests or bigger walls or whatever. And I think as we come into this decade, we need that North Star. We need that inspiration, that hope that can keep us on track and guide us through this incredibly So I would love to see more stories of hope. We've done the fear. We understand that. That's out there in the ether. And that as well, it's motivating and it's keeping us honest. But this story of hope's not there. And I think it's really important if we're to get through this, that we find ways to inspire people and to give them hope and to give them optimism that we're going to have a better future. And I think that's incredibly important.
Thank you.
I can
Marco?
go next.
Yep.
I think Anna from Spotify also mentioned consultancies. I think she's completely right. So I'm thinking about 3 concrete things. Number 1 is about how do we measure the impact of our projects. So not just about obviously our emissions, but really, almost the impact of, the most important thing to do our work with clients. That's one that I hope we'll see a lot of progress next year. The second one that inspired me is about education. So how do I personally make sure that the 10,000 people part of my organization, are educated and inspired to act on climate in everything that they do with all the clients that they serve around the world. And I guess the third one is for broader society. I'm very fascinated about the impact that we can have in culture and how quickly that can actually translate into impact on, creating more entrepreneurs, social movements, changing behaviors and so on and so forth. So from that point of view, I mean, all our knowledge is available to, Spotify, Netflix, Facebook, whoever. to partner and to see, you know, what impact can be created, you know, in the broader society.
Thank you. Eva?
It's hard to be specific, I think, but I'm thinking two things. For us, I think it's really important in this day and time to help people reconnect to nature, reconnect to themselves and culture. And there's for sure lots of things we could do to cross-pollinate in between a company like Spotify and Houdini or Netflix and some other companies. So I think in that sense, collaboration and cross-pollination is super exciting. And that can reach individuals everywhere, and that creativity and enabling creativity and moving away from the conventional expectations of careers and all that stuff. That's important. I think also bringing the human aspects into business is extremely important, so that it's not an expectations anymore, that people, when they go to work, they leave their personal values behind and put on that corporate suit and start compromising with people and all that stuff. That is something we could do together as well. And I think some of these companies here today are super cool and inspiring to so many other businesses as well. So there's a lot to do in nudging the corporate world. And then I'm thinking also about the system. Back to Jamie, your comment on we're stuck in a system that actually makes what we do at Houdini, for instance, it's too damn difficult, and it's too damn easy to do the wrong thing today. So that is I'm positive. So I'm not going around worrying all day long, but that to me is the most frustrating thing, that we have legal systems and financial systems and the way we value things, we only value money, but we need to transform that, and that for sure takes collaboration as well.
I think that's very interesting. Although I would like to challenge a little bit if it's only money we treasure, because if you look at what people, you know, the influencers, it's a quite narrow and very strange kind of lifestyle. Probably driven a lot by the fashion industry and the makeup industry in terms of, you know, who's pushing those influencers to become what you think is an attractive world. But I think that is something that is really, really fundamental. And a dream of me has been really, where do we get billboards of the hospital nurses or scientists or artists rather than photo models or someone who's not really done something else but just look in a certain way? And what kind of lifestyles are we promoting? Are you having those things on a private jet, or are you taking the train? You know, what is seen as a non-compromising lifestyle? And that's where I think it's really exciting to see. And I'm vested interest. I think I really want to show people what all the entrepreneurs that are existing around the world are doing. Young people. I sometimes say that, and I know this is controversial, that I hope that Greta was a little bit of a bump on the road about young people being angry and, you know, saying what the problem was. But then we're going to have Greta 2.0, who are the solution providers, the ones who have all the solutions, who come up there with energy and wants to give this. And so I think Greta was great on saying there's an urgency here. But now we need not more people just talking about the urgency, as all of you have said. It's staring us in the face. How do we also give the voice to those who are providing the solutions? And hopefully, you know, and I know Greta would be extremely happy. Maybe she could even sort of host that kind of podcast on highlighting the next generation solution providers. But yep, from Spotify, what do you think as the next steps? What can we do to help also at this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub? And Emma said, let's bring some investors together. But what other tools, what other good examples could we see?
For me, what kind of sticks out is, we're a company all about data. So for me, it's kind of looking into the data more. I mean, as Emma talked about as well, it's one thing starting to talk about kind of climate content, but actually kind of digging into kind of what works. What is, I mean, as you were saying, Hannah, not only preaching to the choir, what kind of content reaches the non-convinced or the non-kind of super interested? And if there is a way to kind of, okay, if it works, how do we attract them? But does it change them? Does it change behaviors? Looking into that kind of data and also seeing, because I mean, then we have kind of course, we can make assumptions saying we think that this would lead to this, that would lead to this. But at the end, we need to kind of figure out what makes sense so that we can kind of steer our efforts.
I think that's super exciting. I'm a data person myself, and I'm frustrated with the current way we collect data and structure data, basically encourage incremental improvement in existing systems. We can make a transport system, but we don't know why people are moving in the first place.
Yeah, you challenged Eva, so I'm going to challenge you as well. Because actually, you know, the conversations we have had this week, I would say that the next generation, or not the next generation, but kind of the additional generation of those kind of more positive, solution-oriented activists are already here. I mean, actually, I've been surprised that all the discussions we've had has been so much hope. There has been really focusing, okay, what can I do? They take action themselves, but also mobilizing others. So I think we are there, but we just need to tell those stories a bit more.
Yes, no, but that's where we 100% connect. That's what I mean. For me, it's just about all this, you know, we have more than 1,000 entrepreneurs working with those things. But today, they're not visible. They don't make mainstream news. It's where people burn things or protest. It's my frustration has been that, and that's why I like your platforms also, because I think mainstream media has a bit of a challenge with polarization. It's often to extremes, but most people are not on those extremes. But that's how it's being portrayed. And I think that's what the exciting thing also is for you to also be part of saying, what is a climate hero? Is that someone composing music? That's not how we've been thinking about that. But you know, how do we shape and reshape that? Because I think also, I 100% agree that most people, that's what I meant, that mainstream media, they focus on the protesting and the angry thing. But when you talk with people, they are talking about new plant-based lifestyles and healthy living and smart movement, going about train on their vacations. You know, how do you live your life in a very exciting way? But we don't get that. But you know, maybe if we can get a collaboration with Joe Rogan or something else, you know, the kind of mainstream platforms also, you know, really making these new connections. Because I think that's also where I think Spotify has created something really exciting, like the Joe Rogans, that has been just showing many people that, okay, it's not just those kind of voices, the multitude of voices also. And that's a little bit what I like to build on in this, is that it's not just the traditional ones. This is an open platform. This is not just a few things. This is, you know, page 3. You choose. You can tailor your things and you can find your things here. And you can have this. As I said, I love my Discover Weekly. I would love to have something like, say, I would like to be inspired by people doing these kind of things. And what kind of music do they work on? So how can we add the layers on all this data that is available? And also then it becomes more exciting to share. What do I listen to after I've been out in the nature? Or is it just bird songs that is recorded so I can be there and be inspired by something? So maybe Johan also, final few words on your struggle and how you can move from scope 1 and 2 and 3 to the solution providers.
A lot of great things said, so I won't repeat everything. I agree with a lot being said, but I think to mention a few things, I think the measurement is important. I mean, to sort of identify KPIs for becoming a climate solution provider or moving in that direction, because that is a way to shift the focus from the finance industry as far as I see it. And I think we need to find, well, not trivial things, but they also shouldn't be too complicated as far as I see it. So these KPIs, I think, which I think you're working on as well, and that we can collaborate on that so we don't have 10 different ways to do it. The second thing is, I really love this picture, but I was thinking that you also have a complete economy or a lot of companies which are sort of by purpose or not purpose actually accelerating the appetite for excessive lifestyles, which is a tremendous problem, and maybe a bigger problem that some are thinking about cutting emissions actually. So I was thinking about that. That's maybe the biggest sort of enemy for us. So I was thinking what we need is we need role model of people up in the pyramid who actually have a high wealth but actually shifting lifestyle, as far as I see it, which can also inspire other people to say you can actually shift your lifestyle to something better. Since a lot of people like to copy the ones on the top, and your idea on viable needs, I like that. I mean, it's viable that everyone can listen to Spotify, but it's not viable that everyone should have a 200-meter yacht if you're working with climate, for example. It's difficult to scale to 12 billion people unless you're very innovative, as far as I see it. Maybe someone can figure that out. So really that that aspect, and I think the platforms, because we are inspired by the big tech platforms, you know, what we do and what we passion, and have a big opportunity and responsibility, as far as I see it, what type of appetite for what type of life. And finally, of course, we need company role models, like Houdini, for example, which other can copy, as far as I see it, as good examples. So these were three things.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I really like to stress one of the things we discussed is this pushing overconsumption. Also, if you want to read the report we wrote together with Eva about, yeah, exactly, but for other people who might be in the audience here, about obsessive, obscene lifestyles being promoted, and there are lots of companies today promoting that. You know, you go into the Swedish subway and you see buy more stuff and then get extra point to fly to this place. 2021 in a climate crisis, that might not be the thing that we should think about. But I think that's why I'm excited about movies and artists. The first people that really brought a more transformed challenging were music artists. You know, from Coldplay to U2 came to Davos and said, I'm part of the problem, but I would like to make my concerts and my transport in the future to become sustainability. They were one of the first who bought into the Elon Musk electric car and say, I have the money to start triggering these things. And I think the challenge I've seen with many of these artists is that they find themselves in this dilemma, and that's we all need to work together, that if they're not perfect, if they then fly somewhere or do something, they call hypocrites. Instead of saying, no, I do this and I want to be part of this transformational trend. And that's where I think also if we can help, and Spotify highlighting some of these artists on every level, someone writing in a song in their basement, living a sustainable life, but also some of the richest people that people look up to and say they are doing the best they can to move towards this other parts of life, and they're giving us all these beautiful things. But yeah, I saw your.
I was going to add here. I mean, I think it's in a way also. I think we have to focus also on the big ones that are not going to be perfect. I mean, with people, but also with companies, because I think it's. I mean, for us. I mean, no offense to us, but it's actually quite easy. I mean, for us to go net zero, it's not going to be a big deal. Yep. So of course, I mean, we can be the good guys, but I think we also have to kind of, how do we not demotivate the ones that are the source of emissions, because they can also be a part of the solution, and they need to be a part of the solution, because if we only have the kind of the small hip cool ones that are here today, I mean, we're not going to change the world. So I think also kind of how can we keep two things in our heads at the same time, kind of allowing for not business as usual, but that is trying to change.
Exactly, but that's where I think it would be interesting to collect some data and see if we can have a small pool of people and say, if you're inspired by that, how can that help you? Not just consume more things, but maybe think about consume different. I rent my clothing instead, or I don't know if you saw this digital clothing, I don't know, it was one of the big houses had. That's really exciting, and sort of highlight that and say, okay, if you want to do that, my son, I should probably not say that, but he likes Fortnite, for instance. And we had this interesting discussion. If he wants to buy clothing and show off, it's a much better thing to dress up in Fortnite or someone else, the digital ones, rather than have these things. But then you can still be fashionable and have that kind of part of life that is fun. So it's not about banning people, but it's just doing it in a different way. And if we can find those things, and I 100% agree also that it should be, I sometimes call, I know it's controversial, but I call it the body shop dilemma, that you try to cater for a very small group and they are better than the rest. And I said, I don't want that kind of, I don't want to work with body shop companies. I want to work with Houdinis or Apples that are leading the way and inspiring others to follow and say, I can learn from that. I'll take a slightly different path, but I'm following in that journey. It's not something on the side for a certain segment in society, because that I think has been one of the most detrimental parts of sustainability. It's like it's a small group of people who buy certain things and consume their way to sustainability.
But because I think, I mean, Tobias said something about democratizing, and I think democratizing sustainability is the most important thing we can do. And then we have to go wider.
Exactly. But that's where I also, my hope is that we could collaborate through Netflix to you to show people that are musicians in the basement, who are scientists doing things, and say, these are people that are the new heroes that we really look up to, and I say, I can be inspired by that. And I want to, what music do they listen to? What got they inspired? I want to learn more about those people. So we get this positive thing, and it's about doing things, not stopping doing things. And that's also something people tell you what you should not do. And I think that's so, most people don't want to be constrained. I don't want other people to tell me what to do. I love when people inspire me to try new things. That I feel moving myself forward. So I used to say that it's not about stop eating meat. It's about trying this fantastic plant-based dish. Or it's not about stopping going to that vacation to Thailand. It's about exploring these amazing mountains in the north of Sweden or whatever, depending on where you live. So how do you get this as saying, I'm taking a step forward. I'm not taking something away from me. And that's the story also, I hope, is that we can get to. So, but yeah, now we run out of time, and thank you for allowing everything, and I would like also to say thank you to Virpi, who was not here, as a ballet dancer, and yeah, hello, you out there, and also actually Max, who I was meant to be on this panel, who is an entrepreneur or government official in Chile, who spoke about how do we think about the world as a recipient of sun. And instead of the dirty, rotten sun that we use today in society, how do we distribute this clean and fresh sun? And Chile is one of the leading stakeholders in the world, providing the world with clean, green hydrogen in the future. But how do you start looking at the world also, coming back to sort of Eva's on connecting to nature and seeing us as being a whole? So thank you for participating in this sort of a little bit of a mainstream for the future, but still a little bit sidetrack on the current ways of COP26, and look forward to accelerate this work as we move forward now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.